Uhuru. So we were talking about, you know, like Chairman said that we don't. It's not a food desert because we started a backyard garden because the contradiction that we was experiencing in building our market is to bring food, and we met amazing people like Mitch the farmer. It's a 3 generational farmer and other farmers that were experiencing some of the worst conditions that these big developers and huge white farmers and their unions, do everything to cause black farmers not to be able to harvest their food, not to take their land, and they write laws every day in Washington for not urban farm, but for farming, to take Africans away from being able to participate in farming. And this is something that we have always been a part of. So that's one of the contradictions that we were able to partner with black farmers. And then we on the north side, and we have a lot of young people that never left the third ward, because most people that's living in the third ward, the 21st ward, or the north side are living off barely $5 a day. Mm-hmm. And that study probably needs to be rethought because that was before coronavirus, and now we after, so the conditions are deepened. And so these young people that are full of so much love that just haven't been able to dream or imagine because of the conditions that they have faced since they've been in their mother's tummy. We were able to take these young men and girls to the urban farm. And I don't know if I knew the impact that it was going to have on myself and the young people that I was taking. But very quickly, I realized that I had been pushed out of the whole gardening thing because we ran from the plantation, and it was just something that I didn't want to be involved in. But then I found so much beauty and so much a part of nature in the young people, like they eyes and, that dream that they need to be able to look, like Chairman say, they can't even see the sky. I've seen them be able to see the sky. We had young people that were living in vacant buildings with no family that's now, in a better situation and really fighting because they want to be the spook that sit by the door. So they going to Job Corps and getting that skill because they want to come back and be part of the Black Power Blueprint and build something. And so, the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market is much more than just a market. It's a lot that goes on, the day-to-day work of working with urban farmers to make sure that we fight together, that they don't get their land snatched, that they can't leave the farm a lot of the times. So bring in young people that don't leave the north side to see the beauty of the land and learning the skills of nature and things like that. Because African children, that's how they learn, in love and in practice. And so, we have the Gary Brooks Garden as well, that is right there where the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. And guess what? It harvests very well. It grows very well. So we know that seeds put on the north side grow. The problem is someone don't want it to grow. Someone don't want to make sure that the resources that allotted to us get to our neighborhoods. So we have the gatekeepers of the petty bourgeoisie, petty, all the people that, pocket their pockets with pennies from these big developers. They ain't really getting anything, really, let's be honest, at our stake. So that's how we were able to make sure that we had food, fresh vegetables at every single market this year. Mitch was tremendous to that, and some amazing people at Soulard Market that I would be remiss to say that they really partnered and gave fresh fruits and vegetables to us and folk feed every week, so we can have on the north side. So yeah.
Amazing.
Oh, want to add anything?
That first of all, the impact on the young children, the younger kids, was like eye-opening because they understood that the food that they got didn't come from the store. Right. It came out the ground first, and they had the opportunity to pick it themselves and cook it. And a lot of them ate fresh vegetables right there on the land. So it was, and one day I took my 89-year-old mother to the farm because she grew up on the farm, and I did too until I was 12. And just to watch her eyes look around at the beauty, and remember, she's dealing with the mental, she had a stroke, but that reminded her when she was younger. And that alone was enough to let everybody know what we're missing by that one separation of food coming from the store or from food coming from the ground. And you can do it. Yeah. You can do it. It takes just a little knowledge and a little piece of land. And together we could have our own farmers market with people in the community. Columbi had spoke with a few people about farming and they're making their own garden.
Oh, backyard garden.
Yeah, and we had a vendor from last year that had her own garden. She was inspired from last year, and she had never done anything. She started with little pots in her house. And when we met her, she was getting ready to remove them into her backyard.
She did. Yes. She has 2 greenhouses now. Wow. Beautiful sunflower seeds, and she's just truly amazing. And she started the backyard, and we were able, the One Africa One Nation Farmers Market, we were able to provide her with the necessary dirt and seeds, and also be able to get some people over there to help. Just show her how to do certain things and store the greenhouse. So yeah. And also, with the market, so we have the backyard garden thing going, and we got the young people that we take in and we bring in fruits and vegetables there. But also this community, like I said, is living off barely $5 a day. So one of the worst crimes to humanity is poverty. And everything in our community is bad food, bad this, bad that. So we also, Fofi, I just really want to appreciate this comrade because she works so hard every market to bring new vendors and African vendors to the market to, some of them never did vending before at all. Like this is something new. And we help them, craft off their business and set up their tables and, sell their things. Some people, they only going to come, one market because they're going to sell the things in the basement that they had that they're not using anymore. And it helps out with gas money. It helps out with, groceries and things like that, which go far when we are living from paycheck to paycheck. And sometimes it's not even, when you get to your paycheck, you broke already, just trying to make ends meet. So, and it also allows the people in our community that don't have access to clean food, don't have access to sea moss. We had a young lady that brought amazing sea moss drinks. And at our market, you can purchase things with EBT, which is a blue EBT card, which a lot of people in our community, when they don't have access to cash, they got access to food stamps. Well, now we can circulate every form of resources in the Black community. So it's not somebody outside of our community that's feeding off us, but we are. So that was powerful. And then we had speakers like Chairman Amalia Chatella, Alderman Jesse Todd. We had such amazing speakers that deal with why our condition looked this way as we are, having a good family reunion every Saturday, selling and amongst ourselves, but constantly keeping our eyes on that. The reason why, our community look this way, the reason why the federal government want to attack the Uhuru movement is because of this concrete work that we are doing in creating a way for African people to be able to feed themselves. Someone on here, I know you have to ask yourself, this is crazy. This is really crazy. I as I've been organizing and a revolutionary under the chairman's leadership, this morning I thought to myself that we're talking about human rights here. We are talking about, we're not asking for magic to happen.
Right.
We asking to live.
Yeah.
Right.
We are simply saying that we deserve to live.
Mhm.
And as me and my sister was talking this morning, about this women's center, as two African women that have our own stories about bringing babies and how difficult it is to even trying to find out and navigate about your own body to bring forth life here, And so, like, I just really, really want to, again, salute Deputy Chair, donate to this women's center. It's life or death, because African women, simply just having somebody to walk in a place to navigate, because you need almost a degree to navigate and learn how to get resources.
Right.
And to go to a center where you can get resources or navigate to get a doula to walk you through and not be alone is life or death for an African woman and her child. So I really, really want to appreciate being here. I couldn't think of anywhere else I would want to be. But to be here fighting for African people and saying that we will win and we're going to have our women's center.
Nursing. I'm a nurse, registered nurse, and this center is a light of hope for African women and babies.
Yes. Thank you so much for your statements. I really appreciate it. And just one last question. When's the next farmers market and how can we support the One Africa, One Nation farmers market?
So the farmers market is going to be some great things happening. So the farmers market will be coming back this spring. New place.
Oh.
So I would just tell people that in the weeks to come, more information is going to be on our One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market website. You can go to One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market.org, or you can go visit us on Facebook. It's the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. And we post on there, and we're going to be posting our new location.
Wow.
So that's very exciting. If anybody been participating and knowing struggles that we've been making, and we've been relentless making the fight, so we're going to have a bigger, better place that the market will be.
Awesome.
Okay, so that's very exciting. And if you're looking to volunteer and you're in the St. Louis area, or we do have some positions. And so by Friday, we'll be posting on our website and on Facebook positions if you are interested in, being a part of our amazing dynamic team. And also even though the market is over, it's not over, because the backyard gardens and, working with the Black farmers, that's what we're doing now. So if you are interested in volunteering, please, we still need volunteers right now, even in the off season. So hit us up on Facebook, on our website, and you can get involved. We are always looking for photographers. We're always looking for people for social media. We're looking for people on the grounds and people that can make phone calls. So yeah, we are into you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative from my university. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, comrades. It was great.
What a powerful institution of Black power. So give it up again for our guests.
Room. So we just are now going to take a look at an interview with Mr. Gary Brooks, who's a longtime resident of St. Louis and has lived next to the lot where the garden is now for 30 years. So let's take a look at that video now. Mr. Gary Brooks.
Okay.
All right. So a couple questions for you, Gary Brooks. So what is going on here today out in the garden?
Well, right now they're here cleaning the garden boxes out and getting ready for next planting season. We're going to put some fertilizer and stuff down and getting all the weeds and stuff out of the boxes and prepare them for next season. That's what we're planning on doing. And then our planting season will start in April. Depends on the weather and then the moon and all the other stuff that goes with it. And I rely a lot on the Farmer's Almanac. I was raised up with the Farmer's Almanac. And it tells you a lot in there about gardening. And this is going to be something beautiful that we're going to do in the garden. And people are welcome to come and watch and learn. And I will tell them how to take the vegetables and do certain stuff with them and cook certain things. So that's what we want to do. And we're trying to get people involved in it, as many as possible, to come out and join in this organization and the process that we are doing. And we have a long way to go, and we'll get there if everybody we get the volunteers together to help us and do all the stuff that we need to get done. We need volunteers and to help do this, you know. And we try to give back to the neighborhood, give back to them, and stuff of this nature. Give back. They participate, and we teach the young people how to come out and get some dirt on your hands so you can learn about things. You can't learn about this vegetables and stuff without putting your hand in the dirt, and you know where it comes from. So when you don't have to go to the store to buy everything, you can get it here at the market. That's the goal for today.
Right. That's great. That's great. So another question. Why, well, you just kind of answered this, but why do you feel it's important to be a part of the Black Power Blueprint?
The reason I believe the reason to be a part of it is the fact that it's time for our people, black people, to step up and take part in their neighborhood and in they, in trying to survive with these people. You know, we can take care of ourselves if we just put our effort towards forward of trying to do it. It don't take a lot, but whenever you do, it will come back to you in double fold. You know, and that's the point that I believe that the reason why I want to be in the organization. You know, I love doing this, and I love to see my people come out and participate in it. Everybody is welcome, no matter what race or color you are. You are welcome to come into this organization and help it grow, trying to bring North St. Louis back on its feet so we can be independent, so like we used to be many years ago. You know, that's the reason I believe in this organization, and they're doing a beautiful job so far.
Yeah, I agree. And so you also kind of answered this one as well, but what's next for the Gary Brooks Community Garden?
What's next?
Yeah.
Well, we've got a culinary cooking school we're going to be working on. We got the basketball goal down the street, basketball, for them to play basketball and stuff in the neighborhood, because there's none around here. So, I mean, there are a number of things that we're trying to do. We have the house down there with people getting out of jail will be able to stay. We get the culinary cooking school there. We'll have a garden in the back of the culinary cooking, so we can use the stuff that we grow in the garden to sell and cook within the place. We have a lot of ideas that we want to do, and just takes people to help us. It takes a lot of help, and we can get there. We can get there. As big as this country is, and as strong as it is, there's enough. We can do it. We can do it. The Black Movement Power, we can do it. All we got to do is have help. And we keep on, and we get there. You know.
All right. Excellent. And is there anything else that you want to say to our viewers?
Well, the thing of it is, with the viewers, I want y'all to come out and see, come out and participate. If you got any questions, you can ask me. Anybody can ask me questions about the garden and how to grow it. The only thing different about this garden, we don't have the hogs and chickens and the cows and that stuff. But if we had that, it would be beautiful. You know, maybe someday we will have a garden where we can have chickens in it. We can have ducks and stuff walking around there. So the kids will get a chance to get their hands on something. This generation today needs to put their hands on things. Can't keep on going to Snooks or Deerbirds and buying some food. Grow some of the shit yourself. You know what I mean? Don't nothing taste better than fresh eggs. People may not like go out there and raising the chicken up and get the eggs out Monday, but hey, that egg is good. That egg is good in the morning for breakfast. You know what I mean? Yeah. To me it is. And if I want a chicken, go out there and wring his neck off and make me a chicken. Fry me a chicken. He's a fresh chicken. He ain't been frozen nowhere. You know what I mean? And all the whole chicken is good. You know. So this is what we have to do. We have to do. And it's coming to that point in this country we have to do it. All over this city, all over the county. You know, I've been in Chicago where they got the garden going on top of the building. You know what I mean? You got to go up 4 or 5 stories to get to the garden on the top of the building. But the garden is for the people in the building. So it's out there. We just got to do it. We got to do it. You look around St. Louis, gardens everywhere. People are growing it. And they grow so much, they want to come here to the market and sell it, or they can give it away, or whatever they want to do. There's enough for everybody. All we got to do is stick together and do it. That's what I got to say.
Uhuru!
Awesome. And happy birthday, Mr. Gary Brooks.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll be looking for another one. I'm 77, going on 78.
Hey.
And I got my lovely family here with me. Lolo, come here, baby. Come on. Your grandpa calling you.
Let me get some pictures.
Hey,
You
Lolo.
do the video. I'm gonna get the pictures. Wait, I'm gonna get...
All right, we're back. Uhuru. Well, I just want to give a round of applause and salute to the Black Power Blueprint. It is alive. It is full of life and hope and the spirit of the African working class taking power over their own communities and resources. We just saw that in that interview with Mr. Gary Brooks, for whom the incredible Gary Brooks Community Garden is named, and then in that interview that we just heard with Columbine, Antoinette, and Fofi. And I just want to say that this has been an incredible telethon. If my math is correct, we're 1/6 of the way. Somebody will correct me on that, I'm sure, but I think we're 1/6 of the way through the 24-hour telethon. And we're on our way. So this has been really powerful. And I did want to say one thing real quick. There are a group of people that you can't see, but you can see them if you're watching this telethon in the form of all of the audio visual work that's gone into making it happen. That's our AV team. Led by the amazing Zoya Uhuru. And one of the members of the AV team is sitting right here next to me, Christina. And we're going to talk to you. We're going to talk to you about how you can support the Black Power Blueprint and the Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center.
Awesome. So today is Giving Tuesday. I do want to salute everyone on this team. This is an amazing telethon. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be a part of this production. Today is Giving Tuesday, a global day of giving, and we want to make this a day of reparations and solidarity with African self-determination. Our goal today is to raise at least $50,000, but I know we can get over that. We can make more than $50,000 for the Black Power Blueprint. This will go towards the building of the Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center. So far today, we've raised $6,000 or $6,542, and we have $43,458 left to raise. We have some very generous donors who decided to do matching funds. So we have $440 left to raise to unlock a matching second $1,000 fund for the Uhuru wa Kulea Women's Center. And that whenever you donate towards those matching funds, those funds will be doubled by our matching donors. So if you want to donate, you can go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center, and you can join the thousands of people across the world who have made the decision to support this unique program of the African working class. It's known around the world as the Black Power Blueprint. The Black Power Blueprint, under the leadership of Onozane Yeshitela, has been growing for 5 years. It has initiated a dynamic process of acquiring and renovating properties to turn them into institutions and programs for the African working class. This is building political and economic power by and for the Black working class community of North St. Louis. When you go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate to the health center, you are making a statement that you do not accept as normal the disparities that exist between what we experience as white people and what African people experience under this colonial social system. There is nothing normal or natural about these disparities. They are symptoms of the colonial mode of production. This means that all resources that come into our communities are made possible through the theft of resources and life from African people. But let's take a look at some of the statistics that expose this brutal colonial reality. In the United States, an African woman is 22% more likely to die from heart disease than a white woman, 71% more likely to die from cervical cancer, and 243% more likely to die from pregnancy or childbirth-related causes. In Missouri alone, Black women are 4 times more likely to die in childbirth. This just calls us to action for the Black Power Blueprint to raise the funds for the health center, because we see the disparities. We need to give back the resources to the Black working class people of North St. Louis. What makes the Black Power Blueprint unique is that it's about political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. This is the most positive, optimistic, and transformational thing happening anywhere in the world. And this is not charity at all. This is more than just a donation. This is a stand of solidarity with the African working class and the struggle against colonialism. The struggle for power in the hands of the Black working class, power that is based on self-determination, power that is based on controlling the destinies of their children and their own lives. So, Jesse, if you want to tell us all about the accomplishments that the amazing Black Power Blueprint has done for our community.
Absolutely, I would love to. But first, I would like to tell you and our viewers that Ahmad in Chicago has put in $100. Thank you so much, Ahmad. We really appreciate your profound contribution towards the goal today for Giving Tuesday, reparations for the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center. You can be like Ahmad and go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Head over there right now and donate. We are now just, here we go, $3,340 away from matching the entirety of our $5,000 matching fund. So every dollar you donate for the next $3,340 counts twice, will be matched to the dollar by our generous donors to our matching fund. And I want to again say you can go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and make your contribution today. And if there's anybody out there who can go ahead and put in $3,340, go ahead and do it. blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Or $340, or frankly, the entire $50,000. We know that white people in particular have access to this social wealth as a consequence of this system that we just talked about, this colonial system. And it is a stand of reparations. Like Christina said, this isn't charity, this isn't some kind of favor, this is true reparations, repairing the damage that has been caused by this system for our benefit for hundreds of years. And it's a beautiful, inspiring, and powerful thing to be a part of. And you can be a part of it when you go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. So we're at time, but I just want to thank you for joining me for this call for reparations today. And we are here on the Reparations Telethon for Giving Tuesday. This is a tribute and an honor to the incredible Black Power Blueprint. And we saw earlier in the day, we saw some pictures of the murals that are on display now next to where the farmers market and the garden are, and next to the basketball court. Beautiful murals that are artistic portrayals of the vision of an empowered African community. You see hope and power in those murals, and that is thanks to the incredible artistry of Jamie, who we will be interviewing. We have joining us now Jamie the artist, who will be in discussion with Kitty Riley from the African People's Solidarity Committee and project coordinator for the Black Power Blueprint. Uhuru!
Uhuru, thank you so much, Jesse and Christina, and for those introductions. And here I am, really proud and honored to be here with Jamie the artist. Yes. Uhuru. you know, people go by the murals all the time, but maybe they don't know much about who did it. Can you tell us about yourself, Jamie?
Would be me. I'm a self-taught artist. I have a science background. I was on a completely different path before going into artistry. I was gonna go into forensic science. I have a biology degree. I tried that out and realized I did not want that stress for the next 40 some odd years until retirement. So I picked up paintbrush and canvases and asked like what's good for beginners at the art store. And they told me, so I picked it up and just started painting, and then it turned into way more than just stress relief. So here we are now. I'm doing murals and meeting communities and all sorts of stuff. So yeah.
Whoa, thank you so much. Well, the interesting thing is, you know, the Black Power Blueprint Committee, the mural team vetted 20 muralists from St. Louis, Missouri, and across the country, anywhere they lived. We went through 20 muralists, and everyone with their number, you know, then we decided who are the top 4. And then it was, you know, who was the number 1. And it's interesting because Deputy Chair actually found you.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, on Facebook. And, you know, everybody just had to privately say who they thought, you know, that was on the team, who the number 1 choice. And everybody picked Jamie as their number 1 choice. So that was fantastic. You know, but I really do see where science and biology are reflected in the mural.
Yeah.
How you approach doing a mural
Yeah.
that's 12 feet up to 24
Yeah.
feet high, and how you did the whole garden, the growing, the food.
Yeah. It was challenging. There were a few things that made it a little challenging. The size, of course, is always a challenge. It's not like it's impossible to do, but you have to consider how to make it scaled and fit onto the surface you're working on. So that was one. Then we got a lift that broke down. I mean, the lift is the machine that will lift me up in the air to get me onto the heights of the wall that I need to reach. And the first one broke down on me, so I lost maybe like half a day or so of work waiting for a replacement. And then other than that, the only bad part was the heat.
That
That
was
it.
it.
It was hot this summer. It was 100 plus a few days in a row consecutively. So that was probably the most brutal part was the heat. But I mean, I'd rather work in heat than frigid cold. So it wasn't that bad.
You're very modest.
Yeah.
In saying the challenges, just to say the challenge of this huge lift was getting it in place with
Yeah.
a little remote
Without destroying the garden.
without destroying the garden.
Yeah.
And then just the courage, I mean, getting up on this lift and going all the way up, I mean, just working on this lift, the discipline. And when you just say the heat, this was June. And if anyone remembers June, it was like 100 degrees, high 90s, like almost every day during the month. I mean, it was really boiling hot and straight up sun, which of course you want when you're painting, but not necessarily when you are the painter. And I will say that, I always say this, Jamie, you worked every single day.
I did.
And when there was rain, up, go away for an hour while the rain goes on, come back, putting an umbrella up. I mean, Jamie worked every single day to get this mural done. And I think the community was amazed at the beginning, but then just shocked at your stamina and your stance that produced the mural. And I just want to really salute you. Yes. So, you know, before I ask you, I just about, you know, the response from the community, which was really tremendous. I just want to say that, you know, a little bit of background. You know, this is the north side of St. Louis is a community that at once had thriving African businesses, factories. It was home to many known celebrities, Chuck Berry. I mean, people know some of them, Tina Turner, Josephine Baker, you know, that came from St. Louis, rich African culture. They had the first Black hospital, the Homer G. Phillips Hospital. They owned stores, theaters, funeral homes, gas stations. This was a thriving African community. And then of course, we know about the whole white flight that happened in all cities across this country in the 1950s and 60s during the Black Power blueprint, a Black Power movement. And I only say that because when they left, they took all their resources. And they often left buildings that were then left to rot, that had no stake in the community, and they took resources and businesses closed, etc. And then in the 70s, with the Team 4 plan, a conscious plan by 4 white men my age that are still alive, living in St. Louis, that created this plan, not to elaborate, that would basically build up 3 white communities on the south side, Central West End, Del Mar Loop, and Tower Grove Park. And they were going to take all the resources from the north side to do that. The north side was not redeemable. And I mean, people's taxes, everything from the Black community went to build the areas that we enjoy today in St. Louis. Cafes, tree-lined streets, beautiful parks, etc. So that's kind of, then come up to like the beginning of the Black Power blueprint, when Deputy Chair arrived here, it was desolate community, absolutely no economic development. Every building, there now is over 7,000 vacant, empty buildings in St. Louis, and in the predominantly African community of North St. Louis. So here comes Jamie. And now tell us about the response from the community while you were during this process.
It was beautiful. It was nothing short of beautiful. It really was. It was warm. It was welcoming. Just yesterday. So the mural went up in June. Yesterday, I was at a gas station in the neighborhood, and a guy there was like, "Hey, how's my favorite artist doing?" So they remember everything. They remember the process of it. They see it anytime they're over there. So, well, both of them, because there's 2 now with the basketball court and the garden mural. So, during the process, people would stop and honk their horns and give me encouragement, or come by and say hi and say how beautiful it is. And some of them expressed concern about the grid, because at the beginning, when it was just the white surface, I threw up a bunch of letters and symbols and random things that looked like it made no sense at all. But it was there to mark spaces where I would later on put images in those areas. So to the general public, it looks like gibberish. But to me, I knew what I was doing, but everybody else was like, did somebody come and do that to your wall? No, it's the way it's supposed to be. But it was encouraging, uplifting, appreciation was given a lot, cheering on, all of that. It was all positive.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
People walking by, anytime I happen to be in the area, just people walking by saying, "Oh, now I get it. Now I get what she's doing."
Yeah.
Or just saying, "This is really uplifting. This is so beautiful. This is changing the whole neighborhood."
And gratitude. Everybody was grateful that someone was actually putting something beautiful or contributing to uplifting
Yes.
And it wasn't just me during the art, it's the whole project of everything that y'all are doing. It's a combination of things that they're grateful for. So.
Yes. And we just saw Mr. Gary on video, and he actually gave the vision of what he wanted the mural to look like, because he lived in the building, that the mural went on for 30 years, and watched when there were stores, when there was the boxing ring in the building across the street. We can see online the Brown Bombers boxing club, and it's where Leon Spinks and his brother trained growing up. I mean, there was life and activity, and for the community there. And I just want to go back a little bit to the process, because the thing with the scissor lift, and when it broke down, that was just like, oh my goodness, because it was like on a Friday or something, a late Friday, and then there was a holiday, and you didn't stop for Friday, Saturday, or a holiday.
No.
And the man came from the company and said, Well, on Monday, we can order it from California, the part.
Yeah, some kind of part.
And we would just kept talking with him, winning him, and he got a new scissor lift in there that day.
Like that day.
That day?
By the end of the
And
day,
it was-
or the very beginning of the next day. It was one of those.
I know,
So, yeah.
they had unity with what was happening, and they made it happen. And then, but then, this scissor lift was bigger.
It was massive.
It was massive. So we had to dismantle, and I'm not gonna tell Christina and Zoya and volunteers in the garden that day, we had to dismantle one of those garden boxes. But take one of the garden boxes down so it could roll over it without taking a tree down
Yeah.
and get in place. And then there was, it had rained, so there was mud, and then we had to get,
It got stuck for a little
Ray Woods,
to wedge us out of the mud.
who was working on the retaining wall at the basketball court, to come over, and they came over and they put bricks under it and stones under it, so that it would sustain the weight of
It's
this.
a labor of love.
It really was, and it just, all the different tradespeople involved, to make it happen. So, so then, this mural was completed about the 15th.
Yeah.
It was
About
about,
2 weeks worth of work.
yeah,
Yeah, about the 15th, 16th, I think.
yeah.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, and Deputy Chair said, we've got to have another mural on the retaining wall between the basketball court and the fourplex African Independence Workforce Housing.
Now, mind you, I was visiting out of state, so that's part of the reason why I was nonstop working, because I knew I had a time frame where I had to get it done, no matter the weather or whatever obstacle came up. Because, like, the stuff that happened with the scissor lift, it happens. There's always some kind of thing that happens on a mural that goes terribly wrong, and then you have to swivel and pivot and adjust to the new circumstances. But knowing that I was there visiting and I would have to go back home, I've traveled from Alabama, so I had a limited time to finish what I started. And then while I was working on it, they had already started the process on the basketball court down the street, and owner Janae was like, well, since you're here, would you mind going down there and starting on the basketball mural? And that was an even longer wall than the garden mural, but it was way shorter. I didn't need a lift, didn't need any ladder or anything, so it was a bit easier in that aspect, but it was still plenty of more painting to do.
And a beautiful design that you just created.
With you guys' help, you all gave
I
me the
know, but-
inspiration and the ideas and the what you wanted on there, because it's not my project alone. You had a vision of what you wanted, so I'm just the vessel.
Yes, yeah. And the response when you were working on that mural was really outstanding.
Even better, because I was on ground level for one, so more people could have access to me to talk to me and come by and see the process and come up and get close and personal and all that. And it was plenty of horn honking and people getting out and stopping. One of the days, there was a guy who actually pulled up his pickup truck and just parked on the side of the road and ate some fruit and listened to it. He had his doors open with the music playing jazz, and he just sat there and watched me paint until I was done for the day. He was out there for at least an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe, just watching. And then other people would stop by. One lady stopped by one morning and started telling me that she's been watching me every day and it looks so beautiful. And she said, I just want to give you this. And it was $100 bill.
Wow.
Just a $100 bill of a tip. Just for, so everybody was just very grateful. That's the word that I come back to. They were just grateful that that they were seeing this come up in the neighborhood, because they had obviously seen so much, like what you were talking about with how the white flight and all the resources were taken out, and how it used to be, and how there used to be so much here, and there were so many businesses, and it was thriving in a way that a neighborhood should. And I can see that, because I could see all of the abandoned businesses and how there's what used to be something on the corner here is no longer there, but the building is still there. You can still see the remnants of things, and you can see the bones of buildings that are still there, but it's just not alive anymore. But so plenty of people who have been here long enough to see all of those changes and see the transitioning and know what it was like, and they are very appreciative of what's going on with you guys.
Absolutely. it's all the more reason for people to donate. And
Absolutely.
to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Jamie, to close out, can you please tell people how they can get in touch with you? Because your artistry is in demand.
Thank you. I am on social media under the tag Jamie the Artist. Pretty much anywhere on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. You can find me under Jamie the Artist, JAMIE, the Artist. And that's me.
Excellent. All right, great. I really appreciate you, Jamie, for being part of our telethon. And I know we're going to show a video now of Deputy Chair interviewing you.
Uhuru, comrades. My name is Ona Zanae Shatella, and I'm the president of the African People's Education and Defense Forum, and I'm also the architect of the Black Power Blueprint. I'm standing here right now, an artist, Jamie the Artist from Birmingham, Alabama, who has been here for the last 2 weeks painting our beautiful mural at the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market and the Gary Brooks Community Black Power Garden. So we're here today just to talk with Jamie a little bit. Jamie.
Yes.
I'm so glad you're here.
I'm glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Yes. So tell us just a little bit about yourself.
I am a full-time artist, mommy of 2. I live in Birmingham, Alabama. Went to UAB. Been painting over maybe 15 years. The process that I used on this mural was actually a first time for me. I knew about it, but I'd never put it into practice. So this has been a learning experience for me, but it's been great. I like how it's turned out so far.
It's beautiful.
A little bit more to go, but
And
we're
if
in the
you're
home stretch.
If you're in the St. Louis area, this is probably Jamie's last day tomorrow morning at the latest for you to come down and check out this beautiful mural. But one of the things that I wanted to just ask you, Jamie, what is the process? I know you said that you never done this process before, because when you started, there was a lot of X's and O's and numbers and all this crazy stuff on the wall. People were like, what's going on? What's going on? So that process that brought us to this place today.
Yeah, so most of the time you can either freehand a mural where you just go at it and draw. You can use a projector, which is the easiest. You just project your image and paint away. What I used here was a doodle grid. So everybody is familiar with doodling. You just doodle and make shapes and letters and all that stuff. So I put a bunch of shapes and letters and numbers on the plain white background, and I superimposed an image of the mural itself on top of that doodle in a transparent way so I could see the doodle underneath, and then just went at it and matched up everything, and it helps enlarge the image with the right proportions. So hopefully that's
so you can see how beautiful that is.
A little bit left. You can see some of the doodle left in the bottom corner, but yeah.
And I just want to I wanted to say that this was a process in choosing an artist. We just didn't choose an artist. We had 20 people that we had to cipher through and see who would be best to, fit this, what we were trying to do in the garden. And Jamie fell within that. We had 4 people out of 20 that we had narrowed it down to, and that we just chose Jamie because of her artistic way of, really portraying African people in a really good light. And we met with her several times to say this is what we wanted to do, and she came back with a mock-up of the print, and it was so beautiful. We just added a little bit of African touch to it, but it was just amazing.
I'm happy you're pleased. It's been great, getting a great response from pretty much everybody that's been walking by. People stopped and spoken, blew their horn at me a bunch of times every day, so it's been great.
And Mr. Gary, who is the far, my right, your left, this is his garden. When we first landed here in 2018, we were able to meet with Mr. Gary, and he stayed right here in this home. and we named the garden after him because he had politically has helped us to build this community back to where it needs to be. So we really want to salute Mr. Gary, and we want to say thank him for all of his time, you know, his patience, and even helping. He is the coordinator of this big garden that you're going to be seeing shortly to help us, you know, grow our own food. So we're just really, really excited to be a part of it. So what we want to do is we want to go up on the lift. We want want Jamie to take us on the lift if we can. Can we do that? We can. Yes. So I want to go up. So this is what we call a scissor lift, right?
Yes. Just watch your head and your step.
So I'm going to fall on camera, right?
Oh,
I'm going to hold it. So can you tell us, Jamie, about the scissor lift and what it helps you do and how it benefits you doing this incredible wall?
this thing is a lifesaver if you're doing murals. You have the option to use ladders or scaffolding, but this is way better. I've got all my paint and stuff up here with me. I can go up to any level I need to, come down at any time, and maneuver my way around the wall without having to get down and climb back up and all that stuff. So it's worth the investment if you are doing murals.
And I just want to say that we actually raise resources to bring Jamie here to make this mural happen. You know, it's our donors and supporters and people who just want to see this community look better that has supported this project. And I'm telling you, it's a big project, and Jamie has taken it on to the max. And when she get done, we're gonna just really display this whole mural for the world to see. Yeah. So you want to just glance? I don't know if people can see.
The up close version. Looks different up close.
So again, my name is Zona Zania. This is Jamie the artist. And even we have her name in lights right across the way on our message board. We say, "We love you, Jamie." Yeah. So we just wanted to go live and just tell everybody about this beautiful project, part of the Black Power Blueprint and the African People's Education and Defense Fund. Please, if you're in the St. Louis area, please come by and say hello to Jamie and look at this beautiful mural that we have put up on the north side of St. Louis at 4031 West Florissant Avenue, Uhuru.
All right, Uhuru. Powerful interview with Jamie the artist.
Incredible talent. You can find her on Facebook. Just look up Jamie the artist. And I know in the video, Deputy Chair says last day she's here in St. Louis with us, but actually after the mural, Jamie ended up moving to St. Louis. Mm-hmm. So if you go to her Facebook, you can find her website and go support a local St. Louis artist.
Right on. Well, I just wanted to jump in here, Brendan, and say that donations are continuing to pour in for the Black Power Blueprint and the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center. We have an anonymous donor from University City, Missouri, who put in $50. Uhuru! And we have Abby in Houston, who put in $25. Uhuru, Abby! And Jamie the artist herself, who just spoke to us here today, put in $20. Uhuru, Jamie! So this is powerful. You can go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate today. Donate right now for the Giving Tuesday Reparations Telethon, Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center.
So that's $95 raised just in this past segment, with the matching fund. That's $190 total raised just in like the last 15 minutes. So if you go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center, you can add on to that. And every dollar for the next 3,000 plus dollars will be doubled by our matching funds that we've got. So now coming up next.
Yep, we're ready for it.
So we will be going all the way to Philadelphia to hear from one of the Uhuru movement's longtime institutions, Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles. Uhuru Furniture Philly.
Uhuru.
Is there, oh, sorry.
We're going to
Now.
one of the incredible Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles institutions right there in Philadelphia for their segment. We're going to be in Philly for an hour with the incredible comrades of Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles. And this has become a tradition of the Reparations Telethon to spend this hour in Philadelphia. And later on today, we'll be going to the furniture store in Oakland. So these are incredibly important institutions of African self-determination in the Uhuru movement. And it looks like we're ready. So we will go ahead and take you to Philadelphia.
Comrades, we can't hear you all.
Yep. Can you hear us now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Excellent. You are live. Take it away.
All right, give us one moment.
One moment, and while we do that, you can go ahead and fill the time by going to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. We can always take up time to thank our donors and shout out everybody who has contributed today, because this is about reparations, Brendan. This is about repairing the damage. This is about genuine, this is not charity, as we say. This is genuine unity with the African working class taking power back in their own hands. And you see what that looks like. When the African people have even just a measure of the power that rightfully belongs to them to determine their own destinies, you see the genius that is unleashed, the beauty that is unleashed in the Black Power Blueprint. That is just a glimpse of what is possible and what will happen when African people are free. And that is what you are.
All right, we're ready.
All right. So we're going to end there and just once again, thank everybody who's contributed today. And now we're going to send it on over to Philadelphia. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru, what do we do? Offer programs of liberation for African self-determination. Uhuru means freedom.
Uhuru.
Uhuru means freedom. Welcome to Uhuru Furniture Philly Hour, the 24-hour Giving Tuesday telethon fundraiser for the Uhuru Kulea, which means freedom to nurture. African Women's Health Center, which is an exciting new program that is being built in St. Louis, Missouri, and a part of the Black Power Blueprint that is uplifting and transforming the lives of our community in North St. Louis. I'm Bob Myers, Uhuru Furniture Truck Team Leader and Uhuru on the Move Site Coordinator. We are excited to be here live from Uhuru Furniture at 832 North Broad Street in North Philly. We always start by saluting our courageous leader, the dynamic president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, owner Zane Yesitela. President owner leads not only this store, but over 60 institutions of the African self-determination and economic development by and for the African community. Uhuru Furniture celebrates 28 and a half years in business and also is part of the Black Power Blueprint. We are part of the blueprint for building a new world that is transforming the conditions of our life for our people. We not only provide top quality, low price, ever-changing furniture and home decor in the underserved Black community of North Philly, we also create jobs and job training, including spin-off businesses like Uhuru on the Move, full service moving and hauling company that we'll talk more about later in this hour. We provide volunteer opportunities. We pick up donations and have saved thousands of tons of furniture from going into the landfill. And most important of all, the profits from this store goes to APEF programs, including the one we are here to talk about today, Uhuru Kulea. We have a really exciting hour planned for you today. I'm here with UFC manager Allison Haney, UFC sales and operations coordinator Ali Hutney, and UFC marketing coordinator Ruby Gittleson. We have live special guest, longtime friend of the Uhuru movement, Dr. Michelle Strongfield, Uhuru, leader of I Am Science Education Project. Karen Smith, powerful percussionist. And also a longtime friend of the Uhuru movement, an excellent shopper. Our tech team today is Renee Nassar. Uhuru Furniture Philly has the goal of raising $6,000 for the Uhuru Kulea during this Giving Tuesday fundraiser, and goal for this telethon is to raise $1,000. We are also doing phone banking, calling for donations at the sales desk, and many of our staff and volunteers are winning their friends and families to donate. And we want you to donate too. We're going to open with a recent commercial, road commercial.
Starting school in the fall and looking to furnish your new home on a budget? Uhuru Furniture is stacked to the ceiling with top quality, low price, gently used furniture and housewares. Uhuru has been the go-to place for students and the entire community for over 28 years in Philly. 2 floors of gently used, all donated furniture with a truckload arriving every few hours. Featuring Enzo, hand-painted furniture and African home decor. Uhuru Furniture is a Black community-led, green, sustainable economic self-determination institution, providing jobs, training, and volunteer opportunities. Programs of the African People's Education and Defense Fund for health, food, education, and economic self-reliance.
We love shopping at the store just because you get to put all your money towards the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and you get to make an active effort to support African people in your community.
Host would like you to unmute. Should I? We're good. Okay. All right. Uhuru, we want to welcome our first special guest today. Thank you, Bub, for that introduction. Our first special guest is the amazing Dr. Michelle Strongfield. Uhuru. Dr. Michelle is a Cuban-trained medical doctor, the founder and leader of I Am Science Education Group, that works to give Black children access to the STEM fields. Her life's work has been improving the health of the African community. In 2014, was it? You went to, in 2008, Dr. Michelle traveled to Sierra Leone with our sister nonprofit, the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, to train African health workers on simple techniques to prevent, cure, and mitigate the waterborne diseases that have ravaged that country for decades. Dr. Strongfield is a longtime friend and supporter of the Uhuru movement, the mother and grandmother of a large, active, and brilliant African family. Her daughter is Dr. Aisha Fields, the director of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project. Welcome to the 24-hour telethon, Dr. Michelle Uhuru.
Thank you, Ruby, and everybody out there. I really want to thank Solidarity, who are our co-conspirators in creating a new world for African people and people everywhere. I'd like to thank the staff of the Uhuru Furniture Company. You people are amazing, and I really appreciate every opportunity I get to come and have a chat with all of you. So,
Uhuru, can you tell us a little bit about the catastrophic health disparities and the rates of both infant and maternal mortality here in Philadelphia, and the lack of access to quality health care right here that affects this community as a whole? You know, in particular, young mothers, often with other children who now have lost their mothers at a very young age, and how that impacts generations to come.
thanks for that question, Ruby, because it's a really personal one for me in many ways. But first, let me give some statistics. I had to dig up a little bit. It's not hard to find these at all. For 2021, between 700 and 900 women died due to pregnancy or childbirth related disorders. 700 to 900 every, that 1 year that we captured.
Just in Philly?
No, this isn't Philly. This is, I'm going to get to the Philly stats, which are horrifying as well.
Okay.
65,000 women in this country almost died due to childbirth-related illnesses. And this in the country that purports to be the leader in healthcare delivery and services. That's a whole nother show that we'll do another time about the disparities that really exist. But we're just talking about childbirth and infant mortality, maternal and infant mortality in this country. These statistics are especially for Black women.
Yes.
Black and brown women are the ones who die disproportionately, and their babies. In 2018, which is the last time we got a picture, Black women were 2 times more likely to die than white women from from mortality, childbearing related disease. It's frightening.
It's criminal.
So here in Philly, I just dug up some specific stats in Philly, and I got these from the Philadelphia Maternal Mortality Review Committee, which is part of the health committee here in the city. So generally, the rates in Philly, probably not surprising to many people, are very much high, many times higher than national. There are lots of factors for that we can talk about another time. But Black women in this city represent 43% of the births in this city. But 73% of all the women who die are Black and brown women in this city. It's criminal.
It is.
So what I want to do, because this is only the tip of the iceberg, is maybe at another time we can talk about how to address these problems. But one way to address it is what they're doing in St. Louis, and that is developing a clinic specifically to address the needs of Black women, Black and brown women, poor women. Because if you're poor in this country, you're screwed, basically. And when you go to interact with the healthcare system, it shows, because it's about money. So I'm really proud to be a part of talking about this. And I'm gonna hit you with a few more. I have some solutions for how we can address these things, but I think we'll talk about that later. I don't want to take up all your time today. So,
whatever you want to.
Let's keep going.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just really, really appreciate what you brought so far. And as you were saying, Dr. Strongfields, the work of the African People's Education and Defense Fund setting up this fantastic Uhuru Kulea Health Center and the doula project is showing the way forward to create the real solution. And that's why we're here today. And that's why I want to donate $100 towards this program, the Uhuru Kulea. And we want to ask everybody who is watching, this is where you donate, blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. We want everyone watching to donate to support this important work. And we're going to be talking about much more. But this is what everybody can be involved in supporting this.
This is true. Can I just jump in?
Yes.
The I Am Science Education Group would also like to donate $100.
Uhuru, that's 200 so far, of our $1,000 goal.
Saving Black and brown babies, and I'm all for that. And I'm gonna put my check right here.
Excellent, excellent. Can you tell us a little bit about I Am Science and
sure
what that does, and that's such an important project.
Absolutely. But first, can I go back to a personal story?
Please.
And it has to do with healthcare in this city. So I gave you a couple of statistics, and it's amazing that in this city that has many prominent hospitals, world-renowned, they say, in my neighborhood in West Philadelphia at the time, let's go back to 1983. This is a very personal story I don't share with a lot of people, but I'm going to share because this is important to me, the effort. At that time in 1983, there was University of Penn, there was Presbyterian, there was Mercy Hospital, 3 major hospitals in this neighborhood, this one in West Philadelphia. And I was pregnant and I became ill. I had what they call preeclampsia, which is hypertension and limb swelling, everything. And I'm a graduate student, so I'm not like, I also have 3 little girls, one of whom you know, but they were little girls and pregnant. My husband's working, I'm working, but I didn't have health care. I didn't have insurance. So when I became ill, and I'm teaching, I'm working as a teacher at an independent school. When I present to the hospital, because preeclampsia, you have, like I said, hypertension, you have a lot of confounding things going on. And I'm also about 6 or 7 months pregnant. I go to the clinic presenting with these problems. And I'm not just some little girl who's inarticulate. I'm, a grown woman who shows up at the clinic to get some help because I'm ill. And the kind of treatment and the kind of behavior that I had to deal with in the clinic, was dismissive at first, and then it was, and then I'm in a fog. I'm kind of obtunded, they call, because of the hypertension. And so and unfortunately, that baby did not survive. And I was very ill for quite some time. His name was Bakari. And so with Bakari on my mind, I made a firm decision to go to med school. And I wanted to go to med school because I wanted women like me. And I was just imagining a young woman who maybe was alone or maybe, didn't have support, showing up at the clinic and having to deal with that same behavior. And so I said, I'm going to med school and I'm going to, even though at my advanced stage at the time, I was like, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that African people get the best kind of health care they can get. African people, working people, poor people, we deserve it.
Yes.
We built this country.
Yes.
And so the health care that's available, we should have access to it without the kind of nonsense that even today, fast forward, in 1983, that little neighborhood in West Philly had the highest infant and maternal mortality rate in the city and in the region and darn near in the country. Fast forward to 2022, the statistics are similar. You heard what I just said?
Yeah.
With 43% of the live births and 73% of maternal and infant mortality.
Yes.
What in the world? So I'm glad you let me share that. And it led me to do things like work with community health workers. Because if you got boots on the ground and you're knocking on doors, talking to people, and not speaking gobbledygook or science speak and trying to speak above people's heads, then you can affect people. I think the time that I spent in Cuba really informed how I wanted to practice medicine, because everybody is a participant in the healthcare. Everybody. I could have a conversation about things with the cab driver, with the sisters that cleaned our houses, our rooms. And so
Well, thank you so much for sharing that powerful story, Dr. Michelle. And to me, I just learned so much from that. And the reality is, those problems can be solved, but this system does not want to solve those problems. That's why the work of the Uhuru Kulea and the African Doula Project are so critical, because that is where the solution is coming from. And we really appreciate your contribution, you know, to all the information and your donation. So who wants to match Dr. Michelle and I? We really want people to come forward and support this important work. And, you know, this is, you know, it's by design. The callous attitude is the colonial mode of production, as Chairman O'Malley calls it. And that's the system, and it's not going to be able to solve itself. That is coming from the leadership of the African People's Education and Defense Fund and the Uhuru movement, and, you know, courageous leaders like Dr. Michelle right here.
But we have it in our hands to solve this problem
right.
ourselves. Because we don't, if we had our own clinic, the first time some snotty little intern says something inappropriate to a patient, they could leave there and go somewhere where people understand who you are, who can talk to you, who may be from your neighborhood.
Yes.
Who may be your neighbor.
Yes.
You know, or not, but they've been trained, unlike in this U.S. medical system, where students are not really prepared or trained to deal with anybody who doesn't look like them or who doesn't behave like them.
Yeah, and they go into the field to make money.
And the whole system is about money.
Yes.
Since the ACA, and I was so hopeful for that, you know, act, that Obamacare that they call it. I was hopeful and maybe really naive and unrealistic, but we didn't have health care, and I'm talking about my family, for years. We had little kids, it was dangerous, you know, so when the CHIPS Act came, we tried to grab onto a little bit of that. When ACA came, it was of course later, and you know, it was a little more secure, but I have lots of friends and family and acquaintances who didn't still have health care.
Right.
To this day, there are still 30 million Americans, or 9% of the people in this country, who don't have health care. And if you do have it, it's shot.
Yes.
So this health center in St. Louis, take me on, y'all. I want to volunteer. I want to come. We'll do whatever I need to do to help. Or, you know, maybe I'll just follow one of the practitioners around, see where I can help. Because it's important that we have them. So very important.
Yes.
And I appreciate this effort to run the funds up.
Absolutely, absolutely. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about I Am Science? Because I feel like it really is an important aspect of it as well.
Okay, so, excuse me, since I'm good at giving history lessons. In 2001, both my husband and myself, our fathers were both dead, but had both passed on. But one thing that they did do is provide support, a lasting legacy of support and encouragement. And so we named a scholarship fund for both those men, which we provide to it started out just young men. Fast forward to 2000, thank you so much. Fast forward to 2004. Excuse me, I was back home. I had been living overseas for a couple of years, working with the World Health Organization, POW, with the Pan American Health Organization. And then I knew I had to transition back to the States and do some work here. And I was teaching in universities, teaching courses here and there. And I saw just how poorly prepared our children were in science. But I didn't want to work on the university level. I said, if you want to dig this problem and eradicate it, you got to go to the roots. I said, I want to go to middle schools and elementary schools. And I enlisted all my daughters, my son, and my husband And we were I Am Science for many years. And I used to call us the traveling science show because we go down south and present 3-week programs. We come to Philly and do 2 or 3 weeks. Aisha was doing programs in Huntsville. And so our goal is to make young children, Black and brown children, see reflections of themselves in the sciences. And that's what we did. My daughter's a physicist. One daughter was a biology person. I'm a physician. And that's what we did. And so even today, we're still working to try to show young people that you are a part of the people who were the first scientists.
Right.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Yes.
This has been so powerful.
Yeah.
It just like flew by. So we have to move on to our next.
I'm so sorry.
You don't apologize. It was really powerful. So we're going to have to move on to our next segment. We just really want to thank Dr. Michelle. We definitely want to have you back more. We want to encourage more people to go on and donate at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. We really want people to donate, and we are going to go into our next video here, which we want to show some clips of some of the live show co-hosts that we have. And we're going to show Renda Fearington introducing one of the shows. We're going to show a short poem about African women by Latika Garrick. And we're going to show us a little interview with Raymond Thomas, where he's going to be showing some of his furniture that he has and how he's put his home together. And okay, so that we do have, okay, we've raised the $200, and then plus we also got the $50 from Raymond that he's going to announce. So basically, that means we only have $750 left to raise, make the goal.
100.
What?
I'm gonna do 100.
Renee's gonna do 100.
Woo!
Okay, great. So we only have $650 to make our goal for this segment. Uhuru. See, Dr. Strongfield, you've won a whole bunch of donations already. So now we are gonna roll.
Shut up. That's all.
We're gonna roll. We're gonna skip. We have to skip our PowerPoint, so we're gonna go right to media number 4. So if you could roll media number 4, Hallie. Here we go.
Uhuru! 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 What do we do? Offer programs of liberation for African self-determination. Uhuru means freedom! Uhuru! Uhuru means freedom. And I am so glad to be here and be back with all of you today. I'm your co-hostess today. I'm Renda Fearington. So I've learned so much about Uhuru's mission in helping the African community-led organization. And one of the things that I love is how they're growing and cultivating African traditions to heal ourselves through the Kulea Women's Health Center and program. There's one in St. Louis, and it is quite significant because the mortality, the birth mortality of Black babies is 2.3 higher than any other ethnicity. And I find that alarming. I was so unaware of that even when I was becoming a mom. I would have had no idea that that was, in our culture. I knew they didn't care about Black folks. I knew that we didn't care about how, babies come into the world and giving us that support. But the Kulea Women's Center, they're not just there, as a guidance through the birth, but it's like pre-partum, postpartum, it's trauma care. They provide all of these essential, the prenatal, the postnatal, and emotional support for Black women through this effort. So I would say whenever you see that posted on Uhuru's page, support it when you can, because that is just, you're helping Black babies be born into the world safely, and that's an amazing effort. But it is because of that we take this time to salute The woman who oversees all of these programs, we salute the APEDF president, Ona Zene Yeshiteli. She leads not only this store, Uhuru Furniture in North Philly, but over 50 institutions of Black community, economic self-determination throughout the U.S. and the world. So when you shop, donate, or share this show with your friends, you're supporting a positive new economy, and that is by and for the African community. So it is so, that's right, Uhuru.
This one is called Queens. How do you describe something so beautiful, unique in her ways, bold in her soul, to live life with her must feel like gold? Only know her for her presence, feeling like a fish that can't swim. I swear I just want to drown in her essence. An attraction not based off of lust, full of nothing but hope and trust. Knowledge leading to nothing but greatness. Blessings and lessons too good to fake this. Energy so strong to relight the candle. A power so great that no man can handle. Beautiful brown skin through and through. What can I say but Black women, I love you.
Well, I could tell you off the bat that I was very introverted. Naturally, I'm introverted. And when I started doing the live shows, I remember being paralyzed the first 2 or 3 of them. And I have to say that being a volunteer has opened the door for me to be a lot more outgoing when it comes to the live shows. I love informing people about furniture and, you know, how you can think outside the box as far as a home can look or what you can use different things for. And it just came out of inspiration one day, and now I just find myself trying to do it every time we have the live show. It's really nice when you know that you can make a contribution to something worthwhile. I mean, that I think is everybody's obligation on the earth, you know, find something that you can throw yourself into that can make a difference in the world in some capacity. I think we're all built to do that. We have those ingredients inside of us, you know. It was so nice to see the basketball court done and, you know, see some things come to life that, you know, you hear said, but you're like, oh, you know, when will that happen? I can say that one of the reasons why I just continue to try to make a difference, because the programs are so vital and necessary. It's so nice to know when you have employment programs or training programs or food programs. When we started seeing the videos and we started seeing the passion during news reporting and things like that, to talk about Uhuru and its movements and its collaborations, and it's such a rich organization. I have to say I've been bowled over with the productivity that has happened in the short amount of time that I've been associated, because, you know, it's really been almost 3 years. Just in a short amount of time, you see such progress. It's so overwhelming when you know that you make a difference in people's lives. And while I may not be able to do everything, I try my best to do whatever I can. What I'll say is this, you know, coming into the store is your own unique individual opportunity to find something nice that you can improve your life with, and just know that that financial contribution really goes towards some really great projects. I'm so happy to know that every time I go in, that, you know, anything that I find or anything that I want, or, you know, bless somebody else with, helps towards improving someone else's life in some way. It's such a thrilling thing to know that I can make even the smallest contribution matters. So if you're, you know, watching the telethon and you are deciding, you know, let's say you can't make a big, large contribution, just know that any small contribution added to a large one is even more. So don't be intimidated by that. Just come with the heart that you have, you know, act out of compassion if that's what you feel you need to do, you know, to contribute to the projects. I wanted to announce that I'll be making a $50 donation.
Great, Raymond. What a fantastic testimony from an amazing supporter and volunteer. So who can match Raymond's $50? want to call on everybody out there to go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center to donate right now. Be like Raymond, donate to Uhuru wa Kulea. So Uhuru, we're really honored to be part of this incredible telethon today, and what a program it's been already. And just really want to salute and appreciate Dr. Michelle Strongfield for that powerful presentation.
Yes.
Uhuru, Dr. Michelle. And we're here, I'm here with Bob Myers, who's a member of the African People's Socialist Party, who's also the truck team leader and Uhuru on the Move job leader. And we want to tell you today about Uhuru on the Move, because that is another incredible institution, a new institution of the African People's Education and Defense Fund that is the brainchild of Deputy Chair Oluzine Shatella, the brilliant, powerful leader of Black Power Blueprint and all the movement institutions, over 50 institutions and programs for economic development and self-determination for the African community. So I want to first off ask Hallie to play our theme song.
Uhuru on the move, give us a call, get in the groove. We're a safe and honest moving company. Uhuru on the move, give us a call, we'll help you move from where you are to where you need to be.
Uhuru, Renda Burrington, what a great theme song. So yeah, we salute our leader, Deputy Chair Oluzine Shatella. As I said, just relentless in creating different economic and political institutions for empowering the African community. And Uhuru on the Move is a relatively new institution. Can you tell us a little more about it, Bob? Like when it started, and how did you come to it? Were you experienced in moving furniture before that?
Sure. Uhuru on the Move is a newly program under APDF, and it got started from our courageous and powerful leader, Oluzine Shatella, at the beginning of 2021 last year. And my experience of doing this kind of work is 25 plus years. And I'm happy to render my services to such a powerful and mighty organization. So,
That's an incredible body of experience to bring, to this, to the African People's Education and Defense Fund to forward self-determination for the African community.
Do you want Hallie to roll the slideshow while you're talking?
Not yet. Okay. So, so tell us a little more about it. Like, how does Uhuru on the Move serve the African community here in Philly? And, how's it different from other moving companies? Because it's totally different. I want you to tell everybody about that.
well, first, Uhuru on the Move is very affordable. And you're going to get quality service. And as far as it being different, it's part of changing the world. It's part of the blueprint, and is driven by African self-determination. And I'm just glad to be a part of it.
Well, you're a leader of it, and it is. You bring tremendous professionalism. Every client that we have, we ask them to write a little statement, a little recommendation, and have their picture taken. I want to just read one of your most recent recommendations. This was from Daniel and Lilia just the other day, that you moved their whole house. And Daniel said, working with Uhuru is smooth as silk. They're fast, friendly, fuerte, which means strong, and affordable. Don't even bother shopping around. Go Uhuru. We know who we'll use for our next move. Gracias, Uhuru. Asante sana. And he said that means thank you in Swahili. So, you've built an incredible professional moving service that really serves the community under the leadership of APDF. And tell us more about how, your work on the truck and your team gets the word out about Uhuru on the Move and how it's building.
Uhuru. So if Not only am I Uhuru on the Move site coordinator, but also if there's no moving jobs, I'm the main truck that do the donation pickups for the store, the furniture store. So a lot of times when we doing donation pickups, we pass out the literature and everything, and we go in donors' houses and we see boxes packed, and we ask them, "Are you moving?" And he's like, "Yeah." We ask, "Do y'all have someone yet?" And he's like, "No, we looking," or whatever. And I'm like, "You got the information right here. Actually, here's the card." And it's like most of the time, maybe like it's God sent, and they call my management, Allison, and she booked the jobs, and that's how we've been getting it out, word of mouth. So
Great. And people are so relieved because they know us, they trust us, they know the Uhuru movement from years and years of work in Philadelphia and service in Philadelphia. And so they're not getting ripped off.
We just got a $50 donation from Jamie Hedman.
Jamie, be like Jamie. Go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Thank you, Jamie, so much for that great donation. So where are we at now, Ruby? How much more do we have to raise?
You would ask that. We've made 400. We've made $400.
Okay, fantastic.
And we have 600 more to go in this whole
We can do it. We're definitely going to do it. All right. Thank you, Jamie. So before I ask you another question, Bob, I want to ask Hallie in St. Louis to roll our slideshow, because we put together some pictures for you. It's not words, it's just pictures. But it salutes Deputy Chair Onizane Teller on leadership. It shows you pictures of you and your team working. We wrapped our truck. Keep going. Yeah, just roll it. So that was our truck before we wrapped it, and then we wrapped it with Uhuru on the Move, and people love our truck and get, call us from seeing it driving around Philly every day. And it'll show you the team working and also us going to St. Louis with the beautiful furniture from Uhuru Furniture for the Black Power Blueprint African Independence Workforce Program. So let's see. As one of the things that's important about Uhuru on the Move, I think, is because this economy, as everybody knows, is really precarious. It's really, the crisis of this system is clearly seen through the economy in the U.S. and worldwide. And so Uhuru Furniture sometimes doesn't have all the resources that it needs to be able to donate enough to the programs, be able to support the programs of APDF. So tell us a little more about how Uhuru on the Move is going to offset that.
Well, so one point is people always need to move and clean out services, as well as Uhuru on the Move can bring unlimited resources as it grows, and which can supplement the store's income. So we can get out more resources to the APDF programs, however the store is doing at any given time. One last point will be Uhuru on the Move can reach and develop a whole new base of support for APDF and African self-determination. We want to reach out to wealthier areas as well as the African working class community.
Uhuru, yeah, that's really important. Ruby.
Uhuru, Stella Dover donated $25.
Wow.
Onizane Yeshitela donated $100. So let's see, that means we've made $525. We only have $475 more to go.
Excellent. Thank you, Stella, and thank you, Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela. Wonderful. Great. So we're definitely going to do this and exceed it. We can exceed it. Just a couple more things. I just really wanted to, I agree about that. And for one thing, there you are in the snow. This was on the way to St. Louis, where we were stuck in a snowstorm in the Blue Mountains near Pittsburgh for 3 hours, and Bub was, we had to keep our spirits up. And we got there, and this is unloading furniture. So tell us a little more about that. I wanted to talk about that because that was such a significant trip that we made in April. It was so powerful that Deputy Chair called on Uhuru Furniture to participate directly in Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis by bringing furniture from here, and you did an outstanding job packing that truck. I think the chairman was kind of blown away by how well you packed that truck, and here he is unloading it with you and all the people from St. Louis. So tell us more about what that trip meant to you and to APDF.
Well, the trip was like an eye-opening experience. It was very liberating, and I was very humble. I was very, really humbled by it's so much that the party is doing in the north side of St. Louis. It's like it's so derelict, and to have an organization to put the boots on the ground and just to make it happen. You can't be nothing but humble. But that experience, man, it stayed with me for the rest of my life. And even the chairman, he got his hands dirty. He helped unpack the truck and everything, was carrying furniture and everything. And besides getting stuck in a snowstorm on Allegheny Mountain for like 3 hours, though, man, it was awesome, man. Seriously, man. And I'm just glad we both went and look at all the beautiful furniture, the Enzo pieces, and
gorgeous. And Deputy Chair always makes everything so beautiful, and those apartments just look amazing.
Just the work that's being done, period. That's the absolute blueprint.
Yeah.
You know, model for around the world.
There's Deputy Chair at the end of the day managing to relax in one of the armchairs. So yes, Uhuru, I unite. That was an incredible experience, and really an honor to be able to participate in that. And you know, one of the things I just think it's so important that Uhuru Furniture and Uhuru on the Move are in Philly. Like Dr. Strongfields was just saying, some of the conditions for the African community, you know, in Philly are worse than anywhere in the country, just about. I mean, it's always been true since I've been here. And, you know, one of the things, you know, that the programs that the African People's Education and Defense Fund are doing is really addressing those disparities. And I just wanted you to say a little more about what Uhuru on the Move and Uhuru wa Kulea, what's the connection between those two things?
Well, it's part of the blueprint. Uhuru on the Move to bring in the resources to also be able to help to not only the wa Kulea, but all the different programs under APDF. And so, you know, I mean, you got a quality movement service. We have an excellent team, and you know, I'm just glad.
Karen.
I'm just glad, like I was able to just land not only on the job, but for African self-determination and be a part of something that's changing the world. And I'm just honored.
Yeah. And you bring incredible skills and unity and strengths to it. So we really want to salute you both. And also we want to call on people to go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and make a donation. We've almost made our goal. We're getting there. We're really close. I just want to say I'm going to donate $100 today. So where does that get us to, Ruby?
Okay. Oh,
okay. Sorry.
We've raised $675 so far.
Excellent. Do you have anything you would like to do?
Oh, I would like to donate $100 as well.
All
right. 775.
Oh my God, that's great. So we just have 225 to go, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Excellent
And
math skills.
did you count the mouse donation?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay. So, all right, great. We'll go on and donate. And I just wanted to ask you one final question. What do you see in the future? What's coming up for Uhuru on the Move?
Well, Uhuru on the Move is getting ready to take on his biggest job yet, and that's the Yorktown Arms 64 units, senior rental apartments.
Excellent. That's coming up really rapidly.
What we're gonna do?
So,
we're gonna move.
Great.
We're gonna move them because they're renovating. Oh, so yeah,
that's going to be a big job.
big job, biggest
Get
job
ready.
yet.
Yes. So once we finish raising this money for Uhuru wa Kulea, we can focus on that. But right now, we still got to raise a little more money. So, you know, I just want to say too, I want to donate as a North American woman, as a white person, because it's like these statistics are real. Like what you were saying, Dr. Michelle, It's like this is affecting real women and babies in the world, and it's not a natural thing. It's not a normal thing.
Yes.
It's not like in the wild where, you know, animals lose their babies because they have natural predators. This is man-made. This is created by this system that is a predator itself on African people, and, you know, exploiting and oppressing African people. And it can be changed, but it's not going to be changed by, you know, white people. It's not going to be changed by charity. It's going to be changed by supporting African people, African liberation, you know, organizations like the African People's Education and Defense Fund that is fighting every single day to change the conditions. And look what APDF has done just in 5 short years. And now this is another incredible program that's going to change the conditions completely for the African community. So, you know, I really want to call on people to donate, you know, you know, we can't assume that this is going to be how it's going to be. It's not. The world is changing, and we got to get on board with it. And the way we can do that is donating, supporting, being active, and, you know, really coming forward right now to support Uhuru Kulea and all the programs. So go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate right now and be on the forward side of history with us. Uhuru, Ruby, did you want to say something?
Uhuru, yeah, I just wanted to add that from Uhuru Furniture, our overall goal is to raise $6,000 towards this project. We're doing it in multiple ways. This telethon, you can also come down and donate at the sales desk at the furniture store. And we have 16 people that are hosting their own personal fundraisers. And, you know, and it's not too late. You can start one as well. And we want everybody to participate in helping raise this money. This is the way that these problems can be transformed under African leadership.
So now we're going to call up Ali Huntley, our sales and operations manager at Uhuru Furniture and a party member, and to join Bob to show us our Enzo section and our Black Power products.
Uhuru. Thank you guys for that beautiful presentation. Uhuru, everyone. My name is Ali, and I am the sales and operational coordinator here at Uhuru Furniture and Philly Collectibles in Philly. And I want to, welcome my partner and party member and comrade and leader of the truck team, Mr. Derek Bob Myers.
Sure.
Okay, and as you can see, we are here today from our beautiful Enzo area. Enzo means home. We're featuring stunning, one-of-a-kind, hand-painted furniture with African designs, handmade pillows, portraits of African leaders, greeting cards, and African art. Right here, we have 2 beautiful pieces I can show you right away. Is this lovely end table from our, one of our pieces. You know what I mean? And they stand out in your house. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, they're very attractive. And then we have another piece right here. It's a little end table with an African design on top of it. It makes a nice little piece, and also they make great gifts. You know what I mean? Okay. So now through the end of 2022, our Buy Black Power sale, this is our biggest discount of the year. 20% off store-wide, and our BOGO, buy one, get one free, including all lamps and artwork. The used furniture and houseware are on sale also, but our Enzo pieces, Buy Black Power products, are not part of the sale at regular price. This is a great place to shop for one-of-a-kind holiday gifts and gorgeous African home decor, and the perfect gift for anyone in your family, friends, or guests. Also, you can purchase a gift certificate to your Uhuru Furniture to give someone. Now, I would like to ask my comrade Bob to take and show you some pieces from here, and then I'll come back in.
So, what we have here is some beautiful Enzo pillows that's made by Bridget Williams. They comfy. They're only $28 a piece. They make good for gifts. Let me show you a couple more. The designs is great. They absolutely are stunning. This is just one of many that we have. They are gorgeous. Also, we have some beautiful fabric. $10 a yard. Beautiful African fabric. $10 a yard. Also, we got a couple of shirts from Uhuru Planet and Apparel. Capitalism is the virus, socialism is the cure, colonialism caused by climate change, reparations now. So that's just, some of the things we have in as
Uhuru. Thank you, Bob. And we're gonna keep showing you some more beautiful pieces. How about check out our beautiful Buy Black Power case with all of our future and other institution products. We have the colonnades from our annual women's organization. We have Uzi bracelets, Vanguard 7 lipsticks. We have bandanas, bumper stickers, window decals, buttons. We also have some red and black and green flags you can hang in front of your door. Also, again, these are great gifts for the holidays, you guys. Again, you not only you're buying a gift for your family or friends, but you're helping a good cause. You're on the move in APEDF.
Also, we have a couple of pictures of our African leaders. Here's the chairman, and here's owner Zane. Yes, to tell
her. Also, we are so happy that everybody is tuning in today, and thank everyone that is tuning in and who's donating. And again, like they say, just go to Buy Black Power Blueprint/Health Center and make a donation. buyblackpower.org. Blackpowerblueprint.org Health Center and make a donation. And with that, we're gonna move it on to our next segment. Okay. Our next part is what we all been waiting for. Is again, I'm gonna say Uhuru, and we're so excited to have you here on Giving Tuesday Telethon, and also with our incredible guest and friend for a long time, and shopper Karen Magic Smith. I'm gonna ask her to come up now, and we're gonna give her a great big welcome. Yes. Woohoo! Uhuru, Karen. Yes, that's right. That's right. Karen has been a supporter of Uhuru Furniture and the Uhuru movement for many, many years, and contributes her tremendous talents and skills as a musician at all our events.
I think you know me already. So you can
Yeah. See, all right.
Talk to me right now.
Talk to you right now, baby. All right, there you go. See, that's what I'm talking. That's what we do here. We have fun. All right. So again, we're gonna keep it moving, Karen. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. Tell me this. Tell us all this. Can you tell us a little bit more about yourself, how you got into music, and what it means to you?
How I got into music, I think because music has been so much a part of my household that I grew up, all kinds of music. So it was really a matter of choosing which style of music that you really like. So music was very much in the beginning of my life, not so much being a musician or being an artist in that way, but just being able to appreciate music. It was definitely very instrumental early.
Uhuru, I appreciate that. And they say, especially, in our culture, music speaks to you.
It does.
It speaks to you about, your culture, our way of life. So, it's just another honor to have you here. And, we will hear from her a little later on down the line. Next question. What draws you to the Uhuru movement and the programs of APEDF?
What draws me? I mean, all this. If you can see all these signs around here and all the different programming that's under the umbrella of, is everything to kind of draw you in. But the system itself and the brokenness of it, and what Uhuru does, as well as all the I guess, the entities too that's involved that do their part. So I have to do my part, because the system is very broken. And the system is not just broken, it doesn't make any sense. So that's here, I feel like we're doing something to make the world better for our future, and also to give back. It's so important to give back. Everybody can do their part, and I'm doing my part wherever I can, not just musical.
Uhuru, appreciate that, and just like you said, we don't just do the work. We on the ground, and being a part of that, like you said, even with myself, it's just so unique, because you can actually see the work being progressive.
Exactly.
You know what I mean, and making changes, in the community.
Daily. You just having that big truck out there.
Exactly.
Everybody knows who's
Right.
on the move.
Exactly. And people come up and they stop and look at
That's
it.
right.
And I've seen it. Some people come up or they come by, they walk by and they see the truck, they see the door open. Oh no, and they stop in and they say, "Oh, this is my first time here. This is so beautiful."
Yeah.
So you can see and feel the change that we're actually making. All right, that's very powerful. One more question before we have Karen play a little tune for us.
Maybe two more.
Maybe two more. All right, okay. Why should our audience support the Uhuru Kulea Freedom to Nurture African Women's Health Center in St.
I don't
Louis?
even have to say anything because Dr. Michelle said it.
How about that?
It's like she said it, her story by itself.
Yeah.
Still, the stories exist. Until those stories do not exist anymore, then we have to continue to do things like this. This center is like a step to what can be all over the world. I mean, should be worldwide. It should be something that has to be planned. It's obvious that it's very much needed. And who's the first folks that do not get the services is people of color, and then add on the poor part. But yes.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hold on.
There's a question that on Zoom that asks, does UFC Philly have an online shop to buy furniture?
Do we have an online shop? No, we don't have. We have a website that you can go to, uhurufurniturephley.blogspot.com, and you can go on there and see stuff, and you can call in and purchase it that way, and we can arrange delivery or pickup. But yes, we do. It's called uhurufurniture.blogspot.com. Uhuru Furniture, Uhuru Philly Furniture, Uhuru Furniture Philly.blogspot.com. Y'all know me. You know me.
Soon we will.
Soon
we will.
Soon we will have a regular website.
Yeah, we'll be able to sell online this year.
Okay, we will be able to sell online coming into the new year. Okay. So with that, we're gonna hear a little sound from Karen.
Right.
And then we'll come back and we're gonna see if we can make some pledges and get some donations. Uhuru. Karen, take us away.
Did you get any pledges since we? Okay.
Yeah, we get some. We're gonna tune them up. We're gonna hype them up a little bit. We're gonna get them motivated.
If you dance, they will.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes, we go. Yes, we go. Play the tune and I'll get Yeah, come on, y'all. Tune in. Donate. $1,000. Yes. Also, so now, like, you know, again, we ask for our donations. I myself, I pledge and donate $25. Whoever can match it, let's match it. Keep it moving. I'm matching.
Okay, so we're at 825 now.
825.
Check it
Oh,
out.
yeah. 827. Yes. Again. Thank you, Steve. Steve. Okay, Steve just offered, made a donation of 25. And he matched me. Okay, let's see what our lovely Miss Karen Smith is doing today.
What's the balance?
What's the balance?
Oh, wow. The balance is, we're at 825.
So 175.
175.
Karen?
175. So people are having trouble hearing because of how loud the drums are. So maybe just teeny. You can do it a little bit louder, but.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yes.
We made our goal.
Yes.
We made our goal. We shoved it to $2.
Yes. Yes.
We're gonna come up and close it out. Uhuru, thank everybody for donating and supporting Uhuru Kulea incredible telethon. Uhuru. We want to thank all our donors, like Ali said, for today. Dr. Michelle and I Am Science. We want to thank Jamie Hedman, Raymond Thomas. We want to thank Malbec Temba. We want to thank Karen Smith, who was our biggest donation of the day, $175. Bob donated. Allison donated. I know I'm forgetting people. Marie donated. I donated. And Lynn donated. Deputy Chair donated 100. We want to thank everyone who donated and who have donated offline, like my stepbrother Mark Bonatti, who donated $1,000 to support the Uhuru.
And like Willie said, we've been saying all the time, you can do your own, you know, a solo fundraiser, you know, and share with your family and friends. So let's raise this money.
Uhuru. Okay.
Uhuru, Uhuru, what do we do? Offer programs of liberation for African self-determination. Uhuru means freedom. Uhuru means freedom.
Uhuru.
That's a wrap.
That was great. That was great. That was excellent in every way.
You can dance. Why not dance? She needs to dance.
Good.
That's how.
Uhuru!
Uhuru!
Wow. Uhuru, Sarah, so good to see you.
So good to see you. I haven't seen you since the summer intensive, the first annual USM summer intensive in St. Louis, which was incredible. So it's so nice to see you, comrade.
Yes, same here. My name is Ali. I'm a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. located in Oakland, California, and just want to salute that incredible segment by Uhuru Furniture Philadelphia. That was brilliant, Uhuru.
Agreed. Yes. And Uhuru, everybody. My name is Sarah. I am coming to you from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I am also a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And a huge shout out to all the comrades in Philly at Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles. It's so inspiring to see the party working in that way, negating that colonial mode of production all around the world. So a huge salute to folks out there. We're going to keep things moving pretty quick so we stay on time. And our next segment, we're going to welcome on Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa.
Uhuru, welcome Secretary General Luwezi. Luwezi Kinshasa is the Secretary General of the African Socialist International, who is building political and economic power in the hands of the African working class around the world. So Uhuru, Secretary General Luwezi, thank you so much for being here today.
Oh, comrades, thank you so much for inviting me to this wonderful, dynamic programs that we really need to succeed. And I just want to salute Chairman Omar with my leadership and the leadership of the African Revolution around the world. I also want to salute Desiona for being the architect of this powerful program of Uhuru Kulea, the African Women's Health Center. And I want to salute all you comrades in the Uhuru Solidarity Movement for putting this program together. And of course, I want to salute the drumming I just listened to that really helped, to galvanize, anyone who's listening to this program. And, it's just incredible. We are in a critical time in the world history, and this program is critical, and it is a part of the world that needs to be changed, because we all know the world is changing, and the African People's Party is part of the change, and the positive change, the change that is creating a new relationship between the African nation and the colonizers. The programs we are experiencing right now is a part of negating the power of the colonizers. So it's a part of the change that we need to see throughout the world. So that's basically what I can say in the introduction. I'm not sure should I carry on, or you have questions for me?
Yeah, well, before you carry on, Luwezi, I just want to join you in saluting the leadership of the chairman and deputy chair, and also want to recognize some donations that we received already that have come on. And we have a $500 donation from Cyan McDermott, who donated to Erica Ruby's fundraiser. So Uhuru Cyan. They have a $100 donation from Janet Van Fleet, $15 from Rebecca May, and $25 from Jessica Russell. So we are making headway in raising money for the Uhuru Wakulia African Women's Health Center, and just really want to salute those donors. So SG Luwezi, you're the Secretary General of the African Socialist International, living in London today, but born in the Congo. Could you talk about what the African Socialist International is and how you came to be a leading member of the African People's Socialist Party and the African Socialist International?
Yeah, I'm here because of the success of the strategy the chairman of Marichela puts in the world. Everyone now talks about reparation movement. In fact, the USM is a concrete example of the success of the strategy the chairman put out to win white solidarity to Black Power struggle for African self-determination. So the tribunal that the chairman organized in 1982 produced a book. And in that book, came across it in France, in Paris. That's basically what led me to this extraordinary incredible journey. And of course, part of the strategy of the chairman is to build an international revolutionary movement where all the revolutionaries we want to complete the Black Revolution will be in a united organization with a united, discipline, vision, philosophy, and things like that. And that basically what the chairman wants to do. And let's say from the late 90s, basically, chairman was in and out of England. Then we were able to pull together the first the first African Socialist International Conference in 1999. And we did after that, I think, 5 more subsequent ASI conferences. We had a 2001, 2002, 2004, 2005, and 2006. And we were able to also open a new front in Africa. We've been out of West Africa many times. And we have continued to work in Africa. And now we are in Southern Africa. Of course, I would mention West Africa. We are in East Africa. So we are in more places than before. Just I can name very few quickly. We are in South Africa. We're in Namibia. We are in Swaziland. We are in Zambia. We are in the Congo. We are in the Cote d'Ivoire. We are in Benin. We are in Liberia. We are in Sierra Leone. How about you didn't leave anybody out? Of course, we are in Ghana. So you can see the African Socialist International, let's say from 1982, when the tribunal took place and the book was produced. And from the time I bought that book in the 90s, the ASI now is a reality. It's not just a vision, that was in the first African People's Socialist Party Congress in 1981. That was the first time basically was spelled out. It was put on a paper, as a main, one of the resolutions basically that came out of that Congress from 1981. When you see where we are today, now we're talking of building it, concretely building it throughout Africa. And this is happening. So when we say we are winning, it's real because it's happening, with difficulties as anything that's so fundamental, but we are winning, basically. So it's happening. So these are some of the things I can say for anyone who is not familiar with African Socialist International. You just have to understand that we're trying to build the African People Socialist Party in every country, in every community where Africans are located. And all these African People Socialist parties around the world, when they come together, they constitute what we call the African Socialist International. So basically, it's one party in many fronts with one discipline, one philosophy, one aim: complete the Black Revolution of the 60s, unite Africa under the leadership of the African working class, and bring a new basically, you can say, world order. We can make all like that under the leadership of the African working class. And that will definitely end the colonial mode of production as we know it today. A successful African revolution will end it. So, yeah, that's what we can say. Or
Uhuru, thank you, Secretary General Kinshasa. It's so inspiring to hear somebody at your level say, the party is winning, and give the concrete examples of everywhere, on the continent of Africa that the party is, and making concrete world changes to the world order. So thank you so much for that introduction to your introduction into the party and ASI. So next question that we have for you: in the past 2 years, especially since the murder of George Floyd in 2020, and more recently with the death of Queen Elizabeth II, the colonial question really has been pushed to the surface in Europe and in the US by the resistance of African people. We're seeing statues being torn down. We had in 2020 in the US and more recently in Europe. just to give a couple of examples of those slave masters. And could you talk a little bit about the significance of the party's role in raising this question of colonialism?
One thing is clear throughout Europe. Basically, you see the evidence. I can say that again. We are winning, so you can see the evidence everywhere. The colonial question is being mentioned. Almost no university professors from the main place, the urgency, all those places. There are so many articles you will see. They're referring to things like the pollution, the climate change being caused by colonialism. We are the one who said it. Nobody said that before, and everybody else I know. You go to France, the main opposition, let's say, not necessarily the main opposition, but you can see differently even amongst the French bourgeoisie, the critics of the French government. They are more and more using the word colonialism, or saying the end of the West, the decline of the West, irreversible decline of the West. So the bourgeoisie is saying all those things. The chairman said as early as 1981. Anyone who has read the Nice Equilibrium, they can see the chapter where the chairman is talking about it, 1981. And the same way also when you look at the African liberation movement itself, you see everybody's talking about colonialism. Almost everyone I know who is playing some critical role, be in Africa, be in France, being in England, they are referring to colonialism as being the main problem. And for you to listen to anything like that, you have to go to the 60s. But since the defeat of the Black Revolution, only the African People's Socialist Party, the chairman, kept the Black Revolution alive, kept colonialism as the main contradiction alive. So basically, the impact of the party is really growing, is bigger than anybody can imagine, because our narrative, is out there in the world. And also the crisis of European colonial capitalism, that's the case of England itself, basically is confirming it, that the colonial question is the real question. From Brexit to COVID-19 to the ongoing crisis in Britain, just incredible. The level of crisis is just profound. And everything you see, you look at it, you can see Britain is in crisis because it is no longer the leading colonizers in the world. You can see that you can follow the decline of Britain as it loses influence in being unable to control the colonies, being unable to rule as in the old way. You can see the evidence, the decline in industries everywhere. And the bottom line is that British is no longer capable to control his colonies as they used to. He has to share with the United States, he has to share with China, he has to share with Turkey, he has to share with India, he has to share with so many forces, so, and he's not able as he used to do. Remember, Britain used to go to war to silence any challenge. They can't do that anymore. They can't go to war against the United States, of course. They can't go to war against China by themselves. They can't go to war against Russia by themselves. They can't go to war with Germany by themselves and things like that. So the crisis is severe, it's profound. You can see that here. And in terms of, I think I might say more, but I'm not sure if you wanted me to go through to things like the distraction by the approaching of statues and things like that.
Absolutely, yeah. Please continue.
Yeah. So one thing also we saw with the consequences of the impact of the struggles that started in the U.S. With the rise of the Black Liberation movement there. or everyone refers to that as George Floyd's, struggle or something like that. So we have seen a lot of forces, moving forward using, the thrust that came from, all these demonstrations. We have seen on the TV statues like of Leopold II in Belgium, being, uprooted or overthrown. We have seen the statue of Edwards Colson. He was known as one of the biggest slave trader in the UK. His statue was thrown into the river. For for England, that was symbolically that was huge because they have all these statues around the places, and it became basically the main debate. You cannot overthrow these statues; they're part of history and things like that. But they ended up being thrown into the river, and basically the struggle we want to see is basically to win now white people basically in to be in solidarity under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. That's really is a really struggle because we know why people can, take down statues. We know they can do that. They can block roads. They can do those things they can do. Like now, there is a group called Stop Oil or something like that. They want to stop the use of fossil oil. So there's blocking roads and things like that. But the real contradiction, if you really understand the colonial question and you unite with the struggle to end colonialism as the mode of production, or you want to be in solidarity with African people, you have to accept that the class question is concentrated in a colonial question. So that's really the struggle that needs to happen. It needs to be deepened so that all these new forces, particularly as young people, white people, being involved, they have to discover the whole movement. They have to discover the chairman. They have to discover the party, so they can basically be one to build the solidarity movement in the UK. I would say the conditions are ripe, more than ripe. When we are on the street, we sell the newspapers, we give the flyers, we get contacts. There are more white people come to you than before. So the conditions really ripe, and I think in France, I think Belgium do that. Just through Europe, the crisis of colonialism is so severe that they will never experience or have again a colonial future as the experience, 50 or 100 years ago. The world has changed, and Africans, from what I understand, are determined to end colonialism. They don't yet understand the way we do it. They have not yet discovered African internationalism in a way we would like them to do. But we know in a place like Mali, Burkina Faso, the people don't want to see French colonialism anymore. So we go win everybody to understand that colonialism as a monoproduction has to go for our freedom to be real, for the world to be really in a new place, a new world order. Colonialism has to go as a monoproduction. You have to win everybody to that extent, So the struggle is on, and they make it, to the point that definitely next year or the year after, we should be challenging the white people in Britain and other places to be in real solidarity with Black Power movement and our leadership. That would be the really change we want to see.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, Eshiawezi, thank you so much. That was brilliant. And other people, I really reunite with what you said, and other people are also uniting with what you said. We have Karpani in California who just made a donation of $50, Uhuru Karpani. And we have unlocked $3,000 worth of the matching funds. So thank you to Leah, Jesse, and Amanda. And we have $1,628 more of the matching fund from Zoya and Angelica. So Uhuru comrades, this means we've raised a total of $10,354 for Uhuru wa Kulea and have $39,646 left to raise. And I know that we can do it because we're only just a few hours into the telethon. So Last question we have for you, Ashulawazi, is the African People's Socialist Party in Europe has done a lot of work demanding reparations from Belgium, France, England, and Europe as a whole, as well as the US, for its role in the genocide against African people. Could you talk about the work to demand reparations for imperialism's atrocities in Congo, which are going on today?
Yeah, I will say very quickly, there are a lot of things to say about that. People need to know there are two major period of genocide. The one of the Leopold II, that's between 1890 to 1908, about something like 12 years. And then we have the ongoing genocide, which is happening right now. So you have the Red Rubber genocide and the Red Coltan genocide, or you can say the Blood Rubber or the Blood Coltan. So coltan is now. And the coltan is basically something to do, is a mineral that is in your mobile phone and laptop. So without which your mobile phone will be too hot, you cannot handle it, it will melt. So it has a lot of industrial use, but that is basically the basis for the United States to have gone to Congo since 1997. They overthrew Mobutu. They put in power in the 60s after overthrowing, killing Patrice Lumumba. So we have over 20 years of massacres and killing. Even as we're talking to you, killing taking place. Every minute an African woman is raped in the Congo. So just to be brief, people just need to be aware that the success of the Silicon Valley, which means the success of Apple, Microsoft, the Samsung, everything electronic has something to do with the genocide of 10 million of Africans in the Congo. So it's made in the US, and the cost of the success of those companies, the genocide in Congo. And the strategy of the United States is to use proxy wars in the Congo. And they're using two neo-colonial states, the state of Uganda and the state of Rwanda. So they are the two states they're using to make war in the Congo. And those two neo-colonial states, they also have access to what they call armed groups. The most known are ADF, and M23. M23 is a Rwandan army detachment in the Congo, which is making more as I'm talking to you right now. And the US, UK, the EU, the UN, everything they support M23 by they saying basically the government of Congo, which is a neo-colonial government, must negotiate with the terrorists of M23. That's the position. That's basically how they support that movement. And the ADF is a terrorist organization from Uganda, as I say, is supposed to be in opposition to the government of Uganda, but it does not do any war, any fighting against the government of Uganda. It does all its wars against Congo. It does not make sense because it's supposed to be in opposition to Uganda government, but it's not. All the wars they're doing in Congo, killings, burning villages. So that's basically the US war. There is no time to go in details, but I just want people to know that. And what we're trying to do, we're trying to combine the two. Belgium must pay for its genocide of last century because that is the template. If there was justice, reparation against the genocide of Leopold II, the genocide of today will not happen at all. It will not happen. But because the genocide of Leopold II happened and nothing has been done, there is not even a recognition by the government or the white people of Belgium that this is a genocide that needs to be dealt with. Justice must be done for the Africans in Congo. There's nothing like that at all. So a struggle has to be done. So we're working on that. But we also want to make sure people understand when we mean genocide, we don't just mean Leopold II. We mean the mobile phone and laptop genocide, because this is current, it's happening right now. So that's basically something you're going to hear us talking more about it in the months to come. We have plans for that to expand aspect of the struggle, basically. So, that's basically what I can say. And asking everyone who's listening really to donate to the Uhuru Kulea. That's really critical because we're talking about the African Women Health Center. Think about what Leopold II teaching the Congo, killing women, catching the bellies of women, and what's happening right now. The soldiers, the foot soldiers of the United States government are killing women, raping women every minute. African women is raped in the Congo. So if you're in solidarity with the struggle for African liberation, you should donate now to Uhuru Kulea, so that the African women can have a health center in St. Louis. So that's what I can say, and I really appreciate being on this program. And we are winning.
Uhuru,
we are winning.
Secretary General Luwezi. Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa, everybody. Thank you so much for being on. I could learn from you, I think, indefinitely. So I wish we had more time, just to learn from you and your experience. So it is incredible to see what the party is doing to overturn the conditions of the African people that they face around the world. What SG Luwezi just outlined is, only a little snippet of it. So we'll continue to move on. Illinois, $20, and Catherine in St. Paul, $50. So that's fantastic. Uhuru, thank you so much, folks. We've now raised $10,424. Excellent. So that's very exciting. All right. So we are going to continue moving on. We're going to take a look at an interview with Grace Jones, a St. Louis poet and doula, and a participant of the African Doula Project.
Uhuru. We are talking with this amazing comrade, Grace Jones. I am your questionnaire, Poet Fofi Ushairi Alkibulon. And I am so proud to be here today and talking with this comrade. She's amazing. First of all, I want to thank my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshatela, Deputy Chair Ona Zene Yeshatela, and the Uhuru organization.
Yes.
Grace, how are you today?
Hi, I'm doing so good, so much better than I was yesterday. Thank you for asking.
I'm so glad you're feeling well, because
yes.
All right, Grace, let's get this started. Can you tell us your background? What led you to become a doula?
I sure can. Well, I'm gonna say, I became a mother at the age of 14 years old. And I was just a baby having a baby. My experience was traumatizing because of lack of support, and people, they look down on me because of my age and ethnicity, So I told myself, whenever I get the opportunity to help and support women and young mothers to become their best in motherhood, and just to be an encouragement and light, I will be that. So that's what made me become interested in helping and becoming a support and becoming a doula. Because I didn't have the support when I was having a baby or expecting a baby.
Okay, you want to give that back to the community.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
Can you tell us, how did you first hear about the African Doula Project, and how did you get involved?
Okay. Well, I heard about the African Doula Project through Zandele with Black Power Blueprint at the One African One Nation Market. So yeah. So it was there that I received the information to become a doula. And I called Zandele up and asked her about how do I become a doula. And she signed me up, and we just got classes started. And the process was very simple.
Great. Yeah. Great. I'm glad it was easy for African women to come into the project
Yeah.
and gain that knowledge that they needed. Talking about the knowledge, what was the training process like for you?
Training process was phenomenal. I'm currently still in training, and I just cannot wait till my certificate, till I get my certificate. But I'm working with 3 mothers now.
Okay.
But you have to have, yeah. So you have to have 5 mothers to have a live birth to become certified. So I'm working on it, and the experience has been eye-opening, you know. So yeah, I'm working on it.
All right. So you got 3 down and 2 to go.
Yes.
Yes, you get to that finishing line. How has it affected your life since completing the program?
Well, like I said, I'm not quite complete
right
with the doula program, but I'm working on it, and I plan to create my own doula business in hopes that it will create a safe and nurturing and supportive circle for new mothers and mothers with their babies. So
okay, was that also part of the program, how to start your own business?
Yes, it was, Fofi. There they talked about how you can become in business with your experience of being a doula, and you could take that and have your own business, which I thought that was so phenomenal. That they showed us how to do it step by step, you know, and I just thought that was just so awesome. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Tell me, what would you tell our viewers about why it's important to support the Black Power Blueprint and the Uhuru Wakalia African Women's Health Center?
Okay, well, I want to be a part of eliminating racial disparities in maternal and infant mortality. African Americans have the highest infant mortality rate of any racial or ethnic group just in the United States alone, with pregnancy-related complications. So that's a reason why I want people to get more, involved in things like that. And to have these programs to support and liberate African people is very important, while organizing and strategizing with Black Power Blueprint will bring more awareness and education and support. So not that just me, but just everyone, they have an interest in eliminating racial disparities, get involved. They can donate, they become a member or a volunteer. It will be a great, great help to the Uhuru movement.
Uhuru. And being
Uhuru.
a great help to the Uhuru movement is being a help to the African nation.
Yes.
As a nurse, I can unite with all the things you've said, Grace. And the more we get into taking control of our own health, the better the outcome will be for all Africans.
Exactly.
What you don't know, another African knows. It takes unity to bring the knowledge, to bring the work and everything together. And I am so grateful that you is the one I'm interviewing today. Correct.
I am too. I'm excited.
What I like to ask you, because not only are you a doula, but you're also in ABDAP Black Unk.
Yes.
You play an important role in the Black Unk. And this is a project that in St. Louis, I will be leading the Black Unk project. And I'm so happy that you are a part of it right here on the ground. What brought you into the Black Unk project by ABDAP's Black Project Back Up?
Wow. A lot of reasons. But one of the reasons is because when we have our own catastrophes and just it's many of Black African people that get hurt. They're not sending out support. They're not. I mean, you can tell like this is a issue, So I thought, wow, what a creative thing for me to become a part of, creating a program, help creating a program that will relieve catastrophes, or just being involved with, stop the bleed, and just letting people know how they can prepare themselves when something happened, in a disastrous way, because some people don't know what to do. Some people don't know, how to stop a bleed or, it's a lot of things that people need to know about. If something was to happen, where do we go? Who do we call? How do we do certain things? So I just thought that this AppDep was, not AppDep, but AppDep too, because I'm a part of AppDep, but the Black Unk Project was a unique and very beneficial program to get involved in. So that's why I became a part of that.
Thank you. Because the African community has been left out.
Yes.
Everything because of colonialism. And once we get together and we educate our communities on how to save themselves, they will not call Red Cross. We tell them to get lost because the Black Unk is there. Yes. And with the clinic, the Uhuru Kulea clinic, that is a new horizon. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for us to take our well-being back in our own hands.
Yes.
Back in our own hands. So, Comrade Grace Jones.
Yes.
It's been a pleasure to talk to you about two of the subjects I love: health, African people, and unity.
Yes. I unite.
I do believe, Comrade, that you'll be asked to do a poem because Grace is an awesome poet, Comrade. Awesome.
Okay. This piece I just wrote, it's called Bite the Bullet. And I just want to share that with you all today. So it goes, bite the bullet. Only if we can bite the bullet and alleviate the stress. Alleviate the stress, I said. Now your mama's picking out a black dress to dress in. You laying down, dressed up in a casket. Her black shades will hide the last goodbyes of you. Her cries will be forevermore. T-shirts RIP in your name. Your face will appear on it like it's the latest trend. Tell me how did dying become so fashionable? Suitable for black men to savage their life, to be the one behind the gun, but you are the one in front of it. You wasn't made to be target practice. Tell me, how did it get like this? Tell me why the hit didn't miss. You became another sad statistic, so tragic, ain't it? How did visions of you become candlelight visuals and balloon release ceremonies, selling plates to cover the cost for the funeral service? No life insurance, not everybody's nervous, clenching their pockets and their purses. Child left fatherless with just a picture of you. How would they know a real father's love, or to be shown that life is so precious and you only have one life to live, so don't be reckless. Ain't you better than that? I know that you are. I know you wasn't given the opportunity to shoot for the stars or shoot your best shot. Growing up in an environment with trauma and drugs and give me all you got. Body found on a vacant lot. 3 shots to the head, left dead. Breaking news. And all Elliot Davis is saying is you paid for it. Media will get you famous for your lifeless body. Media would get you famous for your lifeless body, victimized by accessible weapons, compounded with charges of genocidal conspiracy out to destroy you. Your grandmother adored you. This is not what she prayed for. Ask God to have mercy on your soul for. I thought you learned your lesson, son. No class was in session when it came to you. You were dismissible and disregarded. You only wanted your father to protect God and guard you, but he wasn't around you to fill in the holes, to drop seeds in you and watch you grow. So you became angry and confused with yourself, crying out for help, but no one was around. You picked up a gun because Grand Theft Auto wasn't fun no more. You wanted to play the game in real life, not knowing you get real life in prison with no parole. And that's just how it goes in the neighborhood. No Sesame Streets. Red light, green lights became red light, blue lights from police squad cars, and gun violence is the norm, and silence is the G code because snitches get stitches. Everybody asking who did this, but ironically, no one knows. Now you're all dressed up, laying down in the casket dead. I'm just asking, can we bite the bullet and alleviate the stress? Alleviate the stress, I said. That's that piece.
Uhuru. Comrade, I can't snap, but I can clap.
I'll snap for you.
Conrad, we so appreciate you and your amazing talents. And I'm looking forward to seeing you with your doula certificate.
Cannot wait.
And your own company.
Yes.
You know, the Uhuru movement, the Black Power Blueprint, DC owner Zanae Yesitela is a brainchild that is a treasure to the African community.
Yes, she is.
Conrad, I want to say thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you too.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Each year, the number of babies that die during childbirth in St. Louis could populate 15 kindergarten classrooms. The Black community in St. Louis suffers from an infant mortality rate 3.3 times that of white people. In a city that is home to some of the best medical care in the country, African women are denied access to prenatal and postnatal care. There is nothing natural about this. These are symptoms of an unjust colonial system. Our power and our self-determination have been taken from us. But we are fighting to take back the power over our own communities and resources and the futures of our children. The Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center is the latest initiative of the Black Power Blueprint, a comprehensive neighborhood revitalization project that is transforming North St. Louis through renovation, self-sustaining economic development, and political power by and for the Black community. Uhuru wa Kulea, or Freedom to Nurture in Swahili, will be a Black-led wellness education center to empower Black women and girls in caring for our physical, mental, and emotional wellness. Our vision is to provide health and self-care programs that reinforce our traditional African culture. We are investing in the future of our community with doula and childbirth educator certification programs, along with opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. Our programs will address the mental and physical health of Black girls and women, including prenatal, birthing, and postnatal care, trauma-informed yoga, an annual African Girls' Day event, a medicinal herb treatment program, and more. We have already begun training 15 African women from North St. Louis to become certified doulas. We've acquired the land for the health center, and now we need the funding to begin construction and bring this much-needed respite to our community. When we have power over our own communities, our resources, and our own healthcare, no African mother will have to mourn the loss of her baby, and every African child will have a future of prosperity and peace. Support this innovative and empowering program. Donate today.
Uhuru, what a powerful video. And also just want to really salute that presentation by Grace Jones, interviewed by Fofi. That was incredible, inspiring, and the poem, a beautiful poem as well. So this has been a fantastic program so far, all supporting the amazing Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center. And so let's go ahead and raise some more resources today.
Let's do it, Allie.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Because as we know, today's Giving Tuesday, which is our global day of giving, and we're making this a day of reparations and solidarity with African self-determination. Wow. So our goal today is to raise at least $50,000 for the Black Power Blueprint, which will go towards the Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center. And so far, we have raised $10,424, and we are just a few hours into this 24-hour reparations telethon. And to go along with that, we have a matching fund today. I really want to appreciate everyone who has contributed to the matching fund. And there is $1,558 left of that matching fund. So if you donate right now, your donation will be doubled by that matching fund. And how can you donate? You can donate by going to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. That's blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And you can join the thousands of people who have made the decision to support this incredibly unique program of the African working class. And the Black Power Blueprint, under the leadership of Deputy Chair Ona Zene-Yeshitela, has been growing for 5 years. It has initiated a dynamic process of acquiring and renovating properties and turning them into institutions and programs. And this is a unique project because it's really building political and economic power by and for the Black working class community in North St. Louis and around the world. So Sarah, I just want to turn it over to you to tell us a little bit about why you're supporting Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center today.
Uhuru Rally, I think the simplest way to describe it is, and we heard it a couple of times, you just said it, we heard it in the interview with Grace Jones, that this is Black power for and by the African people, for and by the African working class. This is not charity. I've spent enough time in my life donating to charities that don't really do anything, right? Because of some white guilt I have or trying to do the right thing, right? But that's not what this is. This is actually at a critical point in history where the African People's Socialist Party is changing the world order. And we as white people can take our proper stance, in the background, in a supportive role to raise those white reparations in our community to give to this change that is coming, that is, being built by the African People's Socialist Party, by the Black Power Blueprint. This is it. It's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only thing that explains the world as it is, not how we as white people want to see it. It's the only thing that's bold enough to say, hey, this is how the world is. This is the world under colonialism. It's broken. It doesn't make sense. We're going to fix it, right? We're going to change it in this way. And, I've been a member of USM for 2 years and learning exactly what USM is under the leadership, us white people under the leadership of the African working class. It's why, it's why I joined and why I continue to support in this way. So when you today go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center, and donate to this health center, you're making a statement that you do not accept, just as I do not accept, just as Comrade Ali does not accept, as normal. The disparities that exist between what we experience as white people and what African people experience under this social system. And so, just in a very short statement, that's why I support Comrade Ali. What about you? I'll turn it right back to you. I think
right on. Yeah, no, I just totally unite with what you're saying. And if you feel the same way that Sarah feels and the way that I feel, you can go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate today. And yeah, I mean, you said it right there, Comrade. And the Black Power Blueprint is not just talking the talk, but it's walking the walk. And I want to tell you a little bit about what the Black Power Blueprint has accomplished most recently. So you can see that this isn't just some myth that the Uhuru movement is talking about, but this is the real deal. So the Black Power Blueprint has created the Black Community Basketball Court, which was the focus of the Reparations Telethon last year, which so many of you donated to. African Independence Workforce Housing is fully furnished thanks to Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles and the support of volunteers and donors. The Gary Brooks Community Garden is growing fresh fruit and vegetables and is counteracting the food apartheid in the Black community. The One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market is weekly and provides an accessible space where African vendors can sell their merchandise, bring resources and community commerce into the North Side. They have 2 beautiful murals by Jamie the artist that overlook the garden and the basketball court. And all of these programs are part of the strategy to contend with the colonial economy that oppresses African people by building an economy that is by and for African people. So it looks like we have to wrap up, but Sarah, do you want to just say maybe 1 or 2 things about what has been accomplished so far in raising the resources and where it's going?
Yes, so far we have, as you saw in the video, we purchased the land, we finished the rendering of the building, we have trained 14 doulas, which is incredible, right? Like, woo! On the ground doing the work. Enough money has been raised for property survey, architectural plans, building foundation, the kitchenette, I think 2 offices, right? And what else? We've got, we need resources for windows and doors, products, rooms, plumbing, electric, the main lobby, 4 bathrooms, my gosh, yeah. So still a lot left to raise money for, but we are doing incredible work. We have $1,558 left of the matching fund. Laura Brown, $500. We just got it.
Uhuru, Laura.
Thank you so much. Beautiful. All right. Well, I think we are at about time for this. I think I'm going to turn it over now to Chair Jesse to introduce our next segment.
Uhuru.
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 Laura Brown.
Yes, Uhuru, Laura Brown. That's our comrade, a USM member out in Detroit, Michigan.
Oh,
great to hear from you. Great to hear from you, Laura. And just want to say, Laura was there when the Reparations Legacy Project was first getting up and running. And she was a really important part of it. And we're really glad that you're here tuning in with us for the Reparations Telethon this year. So, Uhuru, Laura.
Uhuru.
And I'm very honored and excited to be joined again by representative of the Midwest region for the African People's Socialist Party, Kalumbai and Danette.
Excited to be here.
And just shout out to our amazing MCs, Sarah and Ali, of course. And I believe, okay, now we are joined by the Director of Organization for the African People's Socialist Party, Chimaranga Selambao, Uhuru Chimaranga.
Uhuru Chim.
Uhuru. Uhuru. And here we are also joined by the Director of Agitation and Propaganda for the African People's Socialist Party, Akile Anai. This is a powerhouse panel right here. And what all of these amazing guests have in common is that, one, they are all leaders of the African People's Socialist Party. 2, they have all run for office as candidates on an Uhuru platform. That I also ran leadership of the party. And we're excited to talk about this, like what this means and how Chairman Amalia Shatella has developed a strategy to actually use the electoral arena to advance the struggle for the liberation of African people. And Representative Kalumbai ran for alderperson of Ward 3.
Yes.
Here in St. Louis, a powerful campaign. Director Akile ran for District 6 in 2017 of City Council in St. Petersburg and District 7 in 2019, 2 highly influential and profound campaigns. And Director Chimaranga here was the campaign manager for all of the above, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And also was a candidate more than once for various offices, including school board and I believe the county commission in Pinellas County in St. Petersburg, Florida. So we're very honored to be joined by these amazing guests to talk about the electoral arena and how the party has entered into this arena and used it to move forward the struggle of African people for power and liberation in their own hands. So it's an honor to be a part of this discussion, and I know we have some questions from our MCs.
Uhuru, yes, it is such an honor to be part of this panel and just appreciate having Director Chimurenga, Midwest Rep President Klambai in the net, and Director Akile Anai. So the first question that I have is for Chimurenga. As a longtime African People's Socialist Party member, candidate for office, and campaign manager for the Uhuru candidates over the years, as was mentioned, could you talk about why it is important to the party strategy to run candidates for office?
Well, thank you, Ali. I really appreciate the invitation to be a part of this panel. I think one of the important reasons that we jump into the electoral arena is because, one, that's the way that people are influenced by ideas. And up until recently, it has been dominated by the Black petty bourgeoisie in the African community. And of course, the bourgeoisie is behind many of those African middle class candidates. And they just dominate the narrative about what the issues are. And of course, the issues are never what the issues are in the African community for the African working class. So this is part of our weapon to fight against colonial capitalism and do it on their own turf. So this is where the bourgeoisie and the Black petty bourgeoisie have dominated. And we felt like we cannot leave any platform open for them to dominate. We must intervene. We must challenge the old ways, the status quo, because that's what the bourgeoisie is, the status quo. And they bring along their African minions from the African petty bourgeoisie who carry that same narrative. And the party, as a revolutionary party, has an obligation to fight that narrative and create a new narrative of reparations, of Black community control of the police. And we do that with our own candidates because we know that's who can carry the weight of that kind of high ideological kind of battle. So I think it's been absolutely necessary to do that. When I ran for office, I didn't know very much about electoral politics. As a matter of fact, I knew nothing about it. So it was a real pleasure to start managing campaigns from our party. Akile and I, Director Akile and Kalambayi Antoinette, Representative Kalambayi, two great candidates. It was just a pleasure to, it were different kind of candidates, but I think it showed our ability to be really flexible in our approach, but at the same time, keep the same issues out there: reparations, Black community control of the police, two different atmospheres: St. Petersburg, Florida, St. Louis, Missouri. St. Louis, majority African city. St. Pete, majority white city, very small African population, 58,000 people. So it was a lot different kind of atmosphere that we had to engage in that battle with. But I think I learned a lot from it. I know our candidates learned a lot from it. We didn't get as many votes, but we definitely won the ideological war.
Uhuru, thank you for that, Director Chimurenga. And first of all, let me say I'm humbled and honored to be even just on the same screen as all these powerful representatives. So thank you so much for joining us here today for this telethon. Our next question here is for President Kalambayi. Could you talk a little bit, President Kalambayi, about your platform, campaign slogan, and the response from the community when you ran for office?
Yes, Uhuru. I want to say that I consider it an honor to be on this platform too. To be here, and really want to salute Chairman Amalia Shatella that is responsible for bringing me into political life, and to even have the experience or the opportunity to run for office, because that was the farthest thing from my mind, or didn't even know that our city had older people. And so I think that this is a something that you're going to continue to hear with all of us, is that we from the African working class that have been shoved out of political life and have not had a vehicle of our own. And when I met Chairman, and the party strategy is the only way that I had the confidence or the know-how or the support to run for office. And my slogan, Chairman, I is responsible for my slogan, and it was revolutionary times, revolutionary solutions. We are living in revolutionary times and revolutionary solutions. And I think that that just led it all, my campaign. And we use the struggles that, forced us to go to the town hall meetings because of the land, the LRA properties, and the Black representatives that was looting the Black community here in St. Louis, because St. Louis is a very Black city, and it's not ever had an issue really with Black people being in office. So we had to have a strategy to expose that just a Black face is not the solution to the contradiction that Black people face. So we had to be able to speak to the contradictions that, these are Black people that's looting our community, and how they loot in our community, and why our community look like that. So reparations was on our platform, economic development, like a real economic development that do not lead us into in the hands of Paul McKee or big developers to develop our own community, but in the hands of the African working class to develop our own community. On our platform, we spoke highly that the Black community have to have Black community control over the schools. Because here, when I was running for office, and still now, St. Louis City, I believe, had shut down like 5 or 6 schools while I was running for office. And in my ward, in the ward that I was in, schools were being shut down, and an historical school here in St. Louis was being shut down. And so we were saying, no, it's not just a fight against public or versus charter school, but it's an issue that the Black people don't have power over the school system, is why our schools are in shambles. So not only did we say Black community control of the schools, but we had a whole plan on how to control and have schools that will have a curriculum that speaks to the interests of the people that go to those schools. And, we said, I was running against a person that was in office, family was in office for 60 years. For 60 years, this person, family had been in office. I mean, the mama, the sister, everybody was somehow in office. So they knew how to win elections. So we had to expose and show, like, concretely, and this had no campaign like this had ever been done. Everybody was paying attention to the alderman. If you didn't know who an alderperson was, you knew now. And the people that voted for us were the African working class. And a lot of the people that voted had never voted before, because they had never had anything to vote for. And we also stole votes of, what do they call the golden people who vote? I don't know.
Super voters?
Super voters. The golden votes, the super voters. And I was just recently preparing for this webinar, and said I was really super stoked about what we were actually able to do, because when I was looking at the numbers of the votes in the first election, to even be able to qualify to be on the ballot, Chimaranga is amazing. He was with me. He would tell you the first time that I had to speak, I would melt down like, I can't do this. I cannot do this. The party can put me anywhere else, but don't make me do this. And, you know, Chimaranga, he literally held my hand through the whole thing, but we got sued. We got sued because I didn't own property, and it was to embarrass me in court, because I had exposed and told, that the contradictions that most Africans experience in school, that I had an issue with reading. And so they dragged me into court to embarrass me, to try to have me read something, to, you know, slander me and to, you know, embarrass me. We had this person to reach out to the police and said that I was trying to kill him, that I said a chant that was, you know, a threat. And this was all before to even qualify to be on the, we didn't even know if we were going to actually be on the ballot, but we actually made it to the ballot. And even after it, with the numbers had doubled from the first time people voted for us. Wow. So we seen the hustle. I seen the fight on the grounds and how we pulled it all together, and we had to look at it, and we had to move differently in our strategy and things, but we never ever changed our message. We never compromised. And I appreciate Chairman, because I thought like maybe we should just say it a different way. And I just really trust the party and appreciate the confidence that the African working class got from myself, and everybody that experienced it believed that the African working class can lead through the campaign that we ran. And we seen that, you know, even the mayor had to answer to reparations because of our campaign.
That's right.
You know, and we hear that loud and clear. So,
Uhuru, I really appreciate your summation of that, Representative Columbine. And I actually had the honor to be here for the last like 2 or 3 weeks of your campaign, and it truly was revolutionary times. It was dynamic to be on the ground here and see the movement that emerged around this campaign. And we want to take a quick look actually at your campaign ad. We want to see a little video. It gives you a little snapshot of what it was like to be here for this historic campaign. And we're going to take a few more minutes to finish out this panel, because we definitely want to talk to Director Akile as well. But before we do, let's take a quick look at the campaign ad from Representative Columbai's election just last year for Ward 3. Whoa.
My name is Herdosha Kalumbai Bentham, running for alderperson in the 3rd Ward. I was born and raised right here on the north side of St. Louis. Our community is good. I lost 2 brothers that were wonderful people that got caught up in a social system that did not work for us. I disagree with the racist assumption that Black people are bad when we were forced to fight just to survive. I believe we can solve our own problems by creating power over our own life. Our neighborhoods are being looted by the city, big money, and those that work with them to push us out. My pledge to you is when I get to City Hall, I'm gonna work for you because I am you. I am demanding that the city pay reparations to the Black community for genuine economic development that uplifts all of us, not just a few. I will fight to stop the efforts of the city to make St. Louis white. I will fight to overturn the violence in our community by going to the source of the problem, poverty and powerlessness. We need the power to feed, clothe, and house ourselves. We are a vibrant community that built the wealth for others. Now it's time for us to build the wealth for ourselves. I am Herdosha Kalumbai Bentham, and with your support, I will be the next alderperson of Ward 3 in St. Louis. Vote April 6th.
Uhuru. I love seeing those videos. It's so inspiring to see boots on the ground like that, the reparations now and demanding reparations in the cities. So I think the next, I think we'll share another video clip actually to introduce Director Akile, yeah? We'll take a look at a famous video clip of Director Akile controlling the narrative when asked by a reporter to talk about the elephant in the room, quote unquote.
You want to be the next
A
District 7 council
non-factor other
person?
candidate
Well,
made
I
negative
feel like my
remarks about
platform,
the
Reparations and Economic Development to the Black community, is the only platform in this entire race that stands against the Black community being gentrified out of existence in the city. The Black people right now are under attack by the city government. We're being pushed out by people, gentrifiers, land developers, the politicians in office. They work for them. They're being funded by them. My opponents are being funded by these big developers. Rents are going up. Luxury apartments are being built everywhere. No genuine affordable housing. And Reparations and Economic Development is the only genuinely progressive platform that speaks to social and economic justice for everyone in this city by ending the oppression of the Black community. And if I don't do it, if we don't do this right now, there won't be a Black community in 2 years.
Okay. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Your opponent, Chico, you're familiar, he has made statements that he doesn't support the gay agenda, as he calls it, and he plans to make sure that taxpayers don't go to support gay-supported things. What do you think about all that?
Well, I want to redirect this discussion because I think that this whole thing about, this non-factor candidate who hasn't raised any money in his campaign, he's not running a real campaign. He's not the person I'm fighting against. In fact, as offensive as his remarks are, the reality is the elephant in the room is the oppression of the Black community. And the media is attempting to divert everyone's attention away to the real fight, which is the fight against these big developers, these gentrifiers that are pushing out the Black community. They're trying to divide the people of the city by making the Black community the face of anti-LGBTQIA, but that is not what this fight is about. This fight is with us and the big money politicians and the big money developers, and I won't even engage in a conversation about a non-factor when my real opponent, the incumbent, is the one that is responsible for opening up the door for these gentrifiers, for people like Carl Nurse to come into my community and push us out. That is the fight. That is what the people are talking about, not this nonsense that the media is trying to tell people that is the problem. That is not the problem. That is not what I'm hearing when I'm going door to door talking to people. They're talking about their rents going up. They're talking about sewage in their water. That's what people are talking about. So if the media has their ear to the ground and is actually listening to the people, you would know what this fight is about, and it's not what this person is saying.
Fair enough. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Uhuru. Wow. I love that video, and that reporter was startled by what Director Akila was saying.
Yes.
That African internationalism, and it was brilliant. I saw that video and I was like, oh, I gotta get my butt down to St. Pete and be part of that campaign. So that was really brilliant.
You hear me?
Director.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, I gotta cut in real quick. I just want to say one thing about that video. So the reporter there, Mr. Okay, that guy, he never aired that interview. That never aired. Surprise on the news, but we captured it and uploaded it to Director Akile's social media. It went viral. So many people donated to Akile's campaign that week that when her campaign treasurer submitted the campaign finance report, it crashed the city's server because it had so many donations. Go ahead.
Uhuru, yeah, that's amazing. So Director Akila, I want to turn it over to you and ask you if you could talk a little bit about your platform, campaign slogan, and the response from the community when you ran for office.
Uhuru. Well, just want to again express my appreciation for being able to be a part of this telethon. Want to salute the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and of course my leadership, Chairman Amalia Shatella. In fact, when that whole thing happened and they were putting that out in the news, and they wanted questions for comment, I was on the phone with the chairman. What is the message? And getting that political education to be like, okay, this is what it is that we have to do, and we have to stay on message, which is just a huge part of being running a campaign. But in 2017 was the first time that I ran for office on behalf of the African People's Socialist Party here in St. Petersburg, Florida. And it was a very incredible campaign. And actually it was ran in tandem with Comrade Jesse Neville, who's the chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And Jesse ran for mayor, and I ran for District 6 City Council, District 6 being one of, at the time, one of the districts with one of the highest African populations. And so it was this election that happened, you know, where it penetrated both the African, the colonized community, and the white community, the colonizer community, and raising up the question of reparations to African people. And reparations was the cornerstone of our whole platform, because it raised up how first of all, the historic crimes committed against the African community is responsible for the conditions of poverty and oppression that we experience today. And so reparations to rectify this, that legacy of slavery and colonialism, but also genuine economic development versus a policy, the current policy of police containment of our community. So reparations was at the center. It was on the ballot, and it was the first time reparations appeared on an electoral ballot in this country. And so the party's responsible for that. And of course, so this campaign helped to popularize the reparations demand. But it's important also to note that the party and the chairman set out to do that well before 2017. In fact, in 1982, with the first World Tribunal for Reparations. So we were building on that whole history of the reparations struggle when we put reparations on our platform, bringing it to this arena that's normally dominated by the bourgeoisie and the African petty bourgeoisie. We were able to penetrate this arena and also raise up this demand and win support, mass support for the demand for reparations to African people. And the slogan in 2017 was radical times, radical solutions, and unity through reparations. And in 2019, it was make the South Side Black again, which is very explicit. So, you know, this is an anti-gentrification campaign that challenges the whole question of, you know, police containment in our community, the food deserts in our community, and all of these other crimes that are being committed against Africans to push us out, to make way for, you know, the white retirees and such to come into this city. So it was a very incredible campaign. One, like I said, masses of people, it was mentioned, we crashed the system with all of the support that flooded in. And in fact, this campaign was so powerful that in 2022, it got us attacked by the FBI. So, you know, it's a really profound, and it was putting in the electoral arena, it was putting forward the Black agenda, you know, the agenda of Black people that had been crushed and taken off the ballot following the defeat of the Black Revolution of the 1960s. And that history is really important to understand our participation in the electoral arena today, because Africans, you know, fought and died in this country for the right to vote, but in order to push our own agenda, but that agenda was wiped out when they killed our revolution in the 1960s. And so we brought the African agenda, the genuine agenda of African people, back into the electoral process, and, you know, also embolden other Africans to be able to run for office and stand for something, you know, without having to belly crawl. So that's what I would say in summary about the significance of those campaigns and what we did and those two runs.
Uhuru, indeed. You know, I think next year we're going to need to double in time our interview segments here, because I honestly, everybody that we've talked to so far, Comrade Allie, I'm like, no, we need more time. I need to hear more of what they've got to say. But unfortunately, we do have to move on. And so I'm sending a huge thank you to Director Chimaranga, President Columbai, and Director Akile, Chair Jesse as well, for joining us in this segment. Such powerful words and such powerful memories of boots on the ground, only the beginning. I'm sure many more campaigns and reparations on the ballot in the future. Uhuru. Uhuru. Awesome. All right, for our next segment, we will be joined by Comrade President Matsamela Odom from San Diego. This is exciting. Matsamela Odom is the newly elected president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, or INPEDUM. He is also a professor in the history department at San Diego Mesa College. Welcome, a huge Uhuru welcome to President Matsamela.
Uhuru, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, President.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to be speaking with you and to meet you virtually in this platform. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's just clarification. I teach Africana Studies at Mesa and San Diego State.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification. Very important distinction. And so if you don't mind, we'll jump right into getting to know you a little bit. So
Sarah, before we jump into the questions, I just want to make an announcement that Black Star Industries has contributed $1,000 to the Uhuru Kulea Health Center, and just want to give a round of applause to that. And you can be like Black Star Industries and go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate today. So that means the full match has been raised. So we have raised $14,099. Uhuru. That is amazing. Wow, that is really fantastic. But I will let you go ahead, and Uhuru Matsumoto, great to have you here. Sarah, I'll let you go ahead with the questions.
Uhuru, thank you, Allie. Important to keep on track and know, track our success here for this telethon. So, Matsumoto, please tell us about yourself and how you became involved in the Uhuru movement and now lead as president of Impedum. Just having a little bit of a technical. There we go.
Yeah. So, can I hear the questions again?
Yes, of course. Just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you became involved in the Uhuru movement and now as the newly elected president of Impedum.
So Uhuru, So, born and raised in California, born and raised about 100 miles north of here in Long Beach, California. Came down to San Diego for college. I was a college athlete as well as involved in, campus organizing as an African student with what's called the Black Student Union and other things and stuff like that on campus when I was and that would have been the late 90s and early 2000s. That's around the time that I first learned of the Uhuru movement, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and by way of organizing that had been happening here. So that's the first contact that I had. I think, like most people in my generation, the first contact I had with the movement was through hip hop and the music of Dead Prez. Not even quite understanding that was Chairman Omali Yeshitela on the album, but really familiarizing myself with African internationalism. But actually, to take a step back, it was when I was in high school that we had took a trip to Northern California, and I was driving on MacArthur Boulevard. I guess that would be north of MacArthur. And to the left, we saw what we thought was the Black Panther headquarters, but later on found out was the Uhuru movement. So I feel like that's important because in so many different ways I was immersed in contact with the movement. So later on, there was a lot of organizers that I was very close with out here who were involved in the movement. One guy's named Kwaku Abdullah. He was a student at San Diego State across town from where I went to school. There were other things like that. Well, long story short, in 2008, I had left California. 2011, I returned as a graduate student for my doctoral program. And I started linking up with the movement then, attending events, spear studies, things like that with some local organizers. The local organizers really had asked for myself to, see what I could do to support the movement. So as much as possible, I had already come in unity with the movement, perching the spears, going to Sunday rallies, to demonstrations led by the movement. But the thing that really kickstarted my involvement with the movement was the African Charged Genocide campaign. This is a very important campaign to understand about Impedum because it really took the charge of genocide against the United States government and place it into the hands of the African working class. So I came in organizing a local working group here in San Diego around African Australian Genocide, and eventually became the coordinator for the African Australian Genocide International Campaign. By way of that, I ended up joining the African People's Socialist Party and being a member of the Impedum IEC, and now I am the president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. So that's kind of a little bit of who I am and what I do. I guess, I teach Africana studies. I've got some, research and publication and stuff like that, but I really see it as an ability to bring African internationalism to as many people as possible.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Matsumoto. I really appreciate you telling us all that. And that's really brilliant. Even being able to bring the movement into the school system is so important. And you talked a little bit about Impedum's campaigns, and you're the president of Impedum now. Could you tell us what actually is Impedum and the role of Impedum in the Uhuru movement?
Yeah, thanks for that. Impedum, IMPDUM, is the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. It was formed theoretically in 1991, April 6, 1991, in Chicago, Illinois. Chicago was the site of the assassination of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark. April 6, 1968 was the day that Little Bobby Hutton was assassinated. So when we think about the assassination of Little Bobby Hutton and the bookending of the assassination of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, that really sort of summarizes and brings the U.S. attack, the U.S. counterinsurgency against the African Revolution, the African Revolution of the 1960s, commonly known as the Black Power movement. And we know that the African People's Socialist Party was created to revive and complete the Black Power movement, and Impedum was created as a mass organization to facilitate that process by bringing the African working class back into political life. We say that self-determination is the highest form of true democracy. So our campaigns are centered on fighting for the democratic rights of and defending the democratic rights of the African community. We have a platform of over 40 different points called the Revolutionary National Democratic Program that we use to guide the work of Impedum. But it's important to note that we were formally formed in 91, but it was the outgrowth of the work that the party had been doing in Oakland for over a decade by that time. And there was a group called the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, which was a local organization in Oakland that in 91 became a national organization theoretically, right? Even though the United States isn't our nation as African people. And then in the late 90s, early 2000s, it became the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. And we're now located on at least 3 different continents. We're located in the Caribbean, North America, Africa, and Europe.
Amazing. President Matsumoto, I can see why you're a professor. You have this incredible, that was the best description of Impedum I think I've probably heard. You have this great way of packing a lot of concise, comprehensible information in just a little bit. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I take that as a real compliment. Thank you.
Absolutely. Could you talk now a little bit about kind of marrying the 2 things that you do, one as the president of Impedum and 2 as a professor of Africana Studies, and your work to bring African internationalism theory and history, Africana Studies into the university classroom?
Yeah. Well, you stand behind you is the poster of Malcolm X, right? And Malcolm's a person who never been to college. I don't even think he graduated high school, but he lectured all around the world, and it's the sort of it's the trail blazed by Malcolm that we know Chairman Omali Yeshitela has taken up that mantle as well. Both of them, taking African internationalism, African revolution to the mantle of bourgeois academia, which was Oxford, and really forwarding our revolution and understanding that it's that sort of international notoriety why the party came under attack on July 29th and things like that. Well, we have another mass organization called the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, which really is about African people bringing their skills back to the African Revolution and stuff like that. And in many ways, with the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, that's what I feel like I'm able to do in terms of some of my professional training, bringing it back really with a love and an interest in things like political education and a love and interest in things like study and writing and the Burning Spear archive. I think I probably read every Burning Spear going back to 1969, December 1969. I can't find my hands on any of those mimeograph ones that took place in 68. But if I can find some of that stuff, I'll read that stuff too. So I think that's sort of really bringing that love, right, for African internationalism, for the writing of Chairman. I got my dissertation around here. I cited Chairman in my dissertation. I've cited Chairman in a lot of the other work that I've done, understanding that, this can take African internationalism out there to the world. But it's kind of complicated at times, right? Because I don't tell all my students that I am an organizer, or I don't lead with it and stuff like that all the time. Sometimes I go by my first name. Matsamela is my birth name, but it's my middle name. Michael is my first name. So sometimes, it's about how to sort of juggle that. But one way in which I do that is bringing the literature of Chairman Omali Yeshitela into my classes, bringing publications, the podcast that we do. I'm also the co-host of the Black Power Talks podcast. I bring that stuff into the classroom. I bring speakers into the classroom, and then I also really serve as an example towards the responsibility of other African students and African professors, and actually all professors and students who unite with African internationalism and African internationalist worldview. Just in short, one thing that I realize is really uphill battle that I'm constantly doing is bringing forth the understanding that colonialism is the central contradiction that African people face. The colonial mode of production, introducing that into my classes. We read the Burning Spear newspaper as part of my lectures and things like that. So it is an uphill battle though, because people have been taught to think about the central struggle of African people as being one to overturn racism. So we look at that, and then I really appreciate my classes because I'm able to engage in what we can really understand is a long history of African anti-colonial struggle, going back towards the 1700s and even back towards the initial point of contact and things like that. So I really have wedded both together, and I've created a curriculum. I really created a curriculum that can go back to the 1400s all the way through the present, which can allow us to tell an African internationalist history of really African internationalist telling of African history and Africana studies. So that's a lot of what I do, and how I try to meld both together and things like that. But the biggest thing we doing is in the spring we're going to have a campaign in which Impedum will be Impedum branches and members will be out tabling and taking the African Revolution to the campuses and telling the African students that they need to build Black power on the campus and in the communities, and that Impedum is the organization through which they should do that through.
Wow, that sounds incredible, that campaign. And also just to have that curriculum that you developed in the school system. I know I would have loved to have had that in my college courses, because you're right. I mean, there's nothing else that's like that in the world, and having African internationalism in the classroom is so important, and I'm sure really allows students to be able to grapple with the news that they're hearing, and and also just understand the world as it really is. So on that, kind of segued into it, you talked about this a little bit already, but what would you say to students who want to be part of the revolutionary process?
Well, first thing, support her any way you can. You know what I'm saying? If you can't support in public, support in private. If you can't organize, then become a sustainer. Subscribe to the Burn Spring newspaper. It's only, and if you don't, you subscribe, you get it delivered to you $2 for about $2 a month. If you know some local organizers, then you can get it delivered to you theoretically for $1 a month. Study, but then study things that are relevant towards liberating ourselves as African people. So it's very important for you all to get involved, to study, and to deliver your skills back. Be organized. Challenge your fellow students to be organized as well. Understand that the role of being that the role of a student is either to they either want you as a student to solve the problems of colonial capitalism, but to use your knowledge to solve the problems of African liberation that African people are facing. But it's only $10 to join and impede them. So I eventually say, go out and join the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. If you're a student, the membership is only $10. But I just want to say it's directly related to the Uhuru Kulea Health Center. This idea of the role of students is directly related to the doula program and stuff like that. They can, if you can't get involved as a member, get involved as a volunteer. Do whatever you can to forward the African Revolution, because we all have a role to play.
Uhuru, I love that message, President Mascot. Just do whatever you can, whether it's soaking up as much knowledge, whether it's volunteering, making that $10 pledge to be a member of it, absolutely. I know that all I want to do is soak up information and continue to be a student of African internationalism. Absolutely. I'll say it again. I wish we had so much more time for these interviews, but unfortunately we've got to move on. So President, again, Matsamela Odom, such an honor to have you. Uhuru, thank you so much for joining us on this telethon today. Looking forward to when we cross paths again.
Uhuru! Incredible day so far. We have been here 7 hours. We're just getting started. But to see the depth of the Uhuru movement and all the work and all the fronts and all the continents and everything that this movement represents, it is an incredible honor today to be here. So I just really want to salute all of the segments that have come before, and that last segment that was dealing with the question of the elections. Before I go further, we need to thank a donor, Caspin, $100. And we're getting there. We are getting there. So just very, very, very excited about that, and really appreciate all the donations that have come in today that have been very, very powerful. So,
so I also want to jump in really quick and just take a moment to thank some of our sponsors of the telethon today.
Yeah.
We have Tumbelow Books in St. Petersburg, Florida, and you can shop there in St. Petersburg at 2153 First Ave South. Bishop's Cuts and Color, and get your hair done in St. Pete at 689 Central Ave. And South Point Community Acupuncture at 1828 East 38th Street in Minneapolis, Minnesota. They offer sliding scale acupuncture treatment, self-care for the revolution. So I just wanted to thank all of those, amazing telethon sponsors.
Yes.
And, next up, we have a really special panel, and I just want to welcome back Midwestern Rep. Columbai Antoinette, and want to welcome
I don't want to leave.
And I also want to really welcome, very honored to have Black Power Blueprint and lifetime member of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, Ward 18 Alderman Jesse Todd.
Yes, I just really, really want to welcome you, Alderman Todd. It is an honor to have you here today, and certainly
you are the most esteemed member of the city government and just, really represent an honest and principled relationship to the African working class community, and just really, appreciate you so much. So, President Mbite, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I wanted to say I agree. I unite with what Chairwoman Penny is saying about Alderman Jesse Todd, and just even you being here today. And I understand, we know what it is being colonized and the different things that we face on a daily basis. So I really appreciate your fight for the community and putting the community first, even all the time. You know what I'm saying? Because I know Alderman Jesse Todd on a personal level, and I just really salute and appreciate this comrade, because you extored my confidence in the elders of the city. Because the first time I went to the border, all the people, and seen all them black faces, I said, well, why is our city like this? And we seen Alderman Jesse Todd fighting down there for the 18 wards, for 28 wards, for the 28 wards. And I said, who is this African man? So I guess my question for Alderman Jesse Todd is, can you tell us just like a little bit about like your early beginnings of organizing here in St. Louis?
Well, actually, I've been organizing since I was about 20, 21 years old. I started off actually in what was called years ago the Zulu. And what happened is the late James Foreman, he was taking over Riverside Church. He was demanding reparations then. And then he sent down to St. Louis because I was a member of the Zulus, and he asked our organization to send someone to Trinity Church, to some of these churches, and they asked me what they sent me to the church to demand reparations. And so I went. That was the first time I knew about actually reparations.
Oh wow!
And so we demanded reparations, and so they they started hiring people, and they actually asked me would I become an organizer for the, it was called the poverty program then. And so I was a youth, and so I say I would work, I say yes, I will. That's how I actually got into community organizing, by the late James Foreman sending me to the church. And back then, so I was able to, out of the program, even though it was a government program, I took these are tax. I always had the theory that this is our money. I'm not going to let the petty bourgeois, I didn't use the word petty bourgeois, whether using those terms, I didn't know they existed. In fact, I thought they were pretty good people. Well, I didn't know who they were. I just thought somebody going to do the right thing. I have to be perfectly frank. But also I said, look, one thing Africans need are some jobs. It's the money. I always realized that. And so what happened, and so I got the job and set it up. We had program where kids would, young people in poverty would come in, and they would get paid. The teenagers would get paid to supervise younger kids, and and so and I was the head of the whole program. So I was what was called a youth specialist, and they got me as a youth specialist because I could work with African kids. Asked me, I could work with all kinds, especially poverty-stricken African kids. So they figured I was a good fit. But the point is, it did one advantage. It did give me a good start. It brought some resources into the African community. And so I continued with the program, but the capitalists, they took the programs out. Actually, I mean, we, like you saw me, so we had, that's what happened. They took they had all these programs. Now the program was put in by the government, of course, to co-opt the Black Power movement. But my theory is that you don't have to get co-op. Nobody forces you to get co-op. So they took all of these programs out. And I was a youth, and so I led thousands helped organize thousands. There were other youth programs. We had what was called centers.
Right.
In near South St. Louis and all over North St. Louis. So all of it were young people under 25 and under. And so what happened is I organized the whole, we got together and organized the whole city to fight the program out, and we went to City Hall, and of course I got locked up. I went to jail, and I was the only one. Who was actually working that got locked up. But when they locked me up, they didn't fire me because the program, we had what was called a board. We worked for this. It was a board, something like the boundaries of the wards. And it was called, and so. And then we actually elected blacks to the board. African, anybody could sit on the board, but I was predominantly African because it was in predominantly African community and a little part of the Central West End.
I just got one more question. I love this, and I think that it's gonna go with what you're saying. My question for today, and that's my last question, is Alderman Josiah, you've been here in St. Louis, and I know you came from Mississippi, and a lot of times I have heard you say you was beyond poor. The poor people made fun of you,
right?
Because that's how poor you were. And you met the Uhuru movement as we met you. What was it about the movement that you became a lifetime member, which we appreciate so much? And what have you seen from the Black Power Blueprint in this city since?
Well, first, let me say that I agree with the 14th Point program with the African People's Socialist Party, and I agree with the Uhuru movement. During the time I was in that program, also I was working with the Panthers too. So and one thing I had to say, and they we all lived together because they were in East St. Louis and moved over to Missouri, and we all lived. They lived in my house. It was so many of them. It was really crowded. But the point is, it reminded us that it was first, I agreed with the comrade, but then it was the very well organized, done very professionally, meaning serious. And so, in agreeing, I figured I always know, and also it helps me in that it when you're working around a lot of petty bourgeoisie, I needed the guidance in the sense that you can go off course. Anybody can go off course. So, so the point is that I agreed. I figured I could make this even more contribution to the Uhuru movement. This would help me make a contribution to the community, and that the Uhuru movement is making a contribution to the community. And then too, I bring a very long record in St. Louis of actually winning some battles. And then I figured I could loan my experience, to the Uhuru movement. And also, I know that the FBI, police, and other state agencies try to bust up groups. And I've had the experience of how they've tried to bust it up. And then too, being an alderman, I figured I can give my skills as well as its credibility to the Uhuru movement, because what they tried to do is they say, well, this is just a little group, and try to isolate, then assassinate, and then run. I saw it deliver and then run you out of town. I just labeled it different than what we are. So I saw where I couldn't resist joining because of the fact that I agree. First of all, it is really the only solution. Let me be perfectly frank. It made a lot of sense when independence. I've always believed that we should control our resources, at home and abroad. So, and I knew, even being a Democrat committee man for more than 20 years, and being successful even at winning that the only way that you can do anything is to either get your resources from people who agree with you, like the Uhuru movement, the Solidarity Committee, or have your own. You have to have independent resources, and I knew the history of the civil rights movement, because I was part of the civil rights movement. They
Right.
couldn't speak out. Even I was part of, member tried the Nation of Islam, tried CORE, NAACP. I mean, these groups, but the only thing they couldn't speak out because they were getting money from groups that were was not working in the interest of the African community. So
Wow.
So the point is that so I recognize that the Uhuru movement was speaking truth, or what I call truth to power, and the supporters were also in support of the Solidarity Committee, the African People Solidarity Committee, and the Uhuru Solidarity Committee was truly in support of independence. And so that's why I joined.
I just want to salute Alderman Jesse Todd, because Alderman Jesse Todd is a lifetime member of EPDOM, but he
amazing.
never stopped his
Yeah.
paying membership. Every month he sends a check to 4101 West Florissant,
Wow.
to continue over, the Marcus Garvey level. And I just really want to appreciate you, Conrad, for the work that you were doing on this ground before we were here, and being able to hear, and saying that, a lot of times as organizers, sometimes people can get their egos and all this stuff, but it's about the people.
Right.
And when you seen the 14-point platform and you seen the professionalism, you seen that the seriousness of the movement, you said, that's where I need to be. I remember.
Exactly. So I saw the seriousness in the platform and the people, and then to building. I mean, it wasn't what you were saying; it was what you were doing all the time. I mean, and the way you conduct, the way that the movement conducts itself, and then even I was impressed when you gave me the platform where the pledge,
Yeah.
I mean, the pledge, I remember, like by heart, I remember some incidents happened when I working in the Black Power movement, that this pledge clearly pointed out how to be truly like not messing with drugs, keeping yourself physically fit, free of drugs and other substances. Learning, sharing whatever you know. I went out somewhere the place that share your knowledge and understanding with your others or your comrades, so that we can move this movement forward. And never, like we had a comrade when I worked with the Panthers, a couple of them got killed by us. This other black group, and it said never hurt. Another comrade never hurt. Allow other Africans to hurt each other. Where we had had that pledge then, then that incident, there wouldn't have been happening. So I was impressed by, and then the whole thing about disciplining yourself, not getting angry and just, going,
wilding out.
talking about killed, I'm gonna hurt somebody, I'm gonna do this, that. Just having us being assertive, but having some discipline and not acting out on emotions about anything. And then, not slinging, being a gunslinger rather than not just going out, just disrespecting people, being very respectful but assertive. So, I mean, that pledge, I was truly impressed with it. I was truly impressed, with the pledge and keeping yourself physically fit, all
the
those,
chairman.
I looked at the chairman. The chairman is physically fit. So I mean, I was impressed with the chairman. I said, this dude got some muscle. He has all that. But anyway, the point is that the whole thing was that you didn't just it wasn't what you were saying. You were doing what you were saying. You were about what you were about, and I just wanted to play my role. And I couldn't wait. I didn't want to wait till I got out of office as an alderman. It could, because it's easier. It's easy to duck and say, "Well, I'm out of office now. I joined. I'm safe." I wanted to join and say, "I'm gonna see how I can also match this what I'm doing today.
Right.
I will be principled. I'm not gonna try to do stuff to try to win another term, just do any old thing.
Right.
I always people with any old thing to try to win another term. I work and try and get a deal, some kind of deal. You know, I'll get you some all the people get a deal, elected officials if you don't run to get some kind of job or some kind of deal and just and kind of solve problem and be safe. So the point is that I want to join. I want to expose myself to any kind of criticism that the Uhuru movement or anyone else had to give me guidance. I wanted guidance. I wanted you to look at me and I wanted to be out there and this is what I'm doing. If I had contradictions, I wanted to be pulled in and wanted to say, look, man, what is this?
Right.
So I wanted to be accountable. Let me be perfectly frank. And and I felt that when I'm accountable, then I can do the best job. Then for the people and I can put the people first. And when I'm accountable, anyone can ask me. If I'm a member, of course, I'm a lifetime member. I can't be anything but accountable. So that's why.
Right.
Thank you.
Wow. Appreciate you so much, Alderman, and thank you so much for coming by and being part of and helping promote this incredible telethon today that is building resources for the African Women's Center, the Uhuru Kulea Women's Center that is part of the Black Power Blueprint today. We're raising resources. People can go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And just really want to say how much we appreciate you and thank you.
Let me thank
so
you.
much.
Let me thank the Solidarity Committee. Let me thank the Solidarity leaders of Penny Hess and Jesse Neville and the members of the Solidarity Committee and the members of the Uhuru Movement Solidarity Committee, and also our friends who are contributing. And the last thing is that we have enough kids to fill 15 classrooms that die every year.
Yeah.
And since we, this is a huge contribution. You're saving lives.
Yeah.
Then education. Then it won't just because emergency rooms in these hospitals actually are controlled by the for profit. They say they're not. But the point is that with this new center, it would be independent. It will educate. It won't just try to support the pharmaceutical. It won't be supporting the pharmaceutical company.
Yeah.
It will educate people without any conflict of interest, save lives. And so I just feel so honored to be part of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Uhuru. Wow, very dynamic, just so powerful to see the members of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement in every aspect of life that have been won in the city of St. Louis, and really powerful. And I know we're getting ready to go on to our next interview here, which is very, very exciting.
Yes, yeah. Well, so, if you were inspired by that, go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate now to the African Women's Health Center. And next up, we're really, really honored to have the president of the African National Women's Organization join us from Washington, D.C., President Yejide Orunmila. Welcome, President Yejide.
Uhuru, comrades, thank you so much. What a wonderful telethon so far. Really excited to be a part of it. Uhuru.
So being on.
Yes, we're really excited to have you here. So I know you're the president of the African National Women's Organization, or ANWO, and what role does ANWO play when it comes to African women in the struggle for African liberation?
I mean, primarily it's around political education, organizing, helping people understand that the conditions that we face as colonially oppressed African people and African women in particular is as a result of the initial attack on Africa and the worldwide colonial capitalist mode of production that keeps us in this situation. So our responsibility is to help African women who are struggling because of those conditions to help them fight, right? But also to help them understand that unless we overturn the contradiction, which is the system itself, then we're going to continue to deal with these issues. And so, ultimately, we are here to, as a part of the strategy of the African People's Socialist Party, part of the chairman's strategy, to win as many African people into the struggle for African liberation as possible.
Well, I know that the African National Women's Organization is such a dynamic program and just building. And I know that you're building towards a big event again this spring, I guess it would be. And I do remember I did watch the one the march last year, which was wow. I mean, it was so moving and powerful. So tell us a little bit about that and some of the issues that are going to be taken on in this action.
So we have two events coming up. We have one, which is the Black Women's Convention, which we hold every year in March. And we're excited for people to participate in that. This is the first one we'll be having in 3 years in person. And that will be held there right in the headquarters of the African Liberation Movement, the Uhuru movement in St. Louis. So that's March 24th through the 26th. And folks can find out more about that by going to convention.anwaluhuru.org. In that event, we're going to be summing up all of the work that we've done over the course of the year, which includes the campaigns that we've been working on and reference, and which is also one of the events that we'll be doing in May, which is the Black Mothers March. That is us working with different organizations to highlight the state-sponsored kidnapping of Black children. And we are engaged in that through our Arrest CPS campaign. So a lot of our work really is about helping African women realize their full potential as fighters and leaders, and help them to also realize the political landscape under which they're fighting. We help them understand that this is not some isolated institution or a corrupt entity or something that was good that was made bad, but this entire system is rooted in the oppression, colonization, kidnapping, suffering of African and other colonized people. And that the fight that we are engaged in to free our children from the colonial state is the same fight that we have to make to free all of our people from under the oppression, colonial oppression. So that's just one of the campaigns, the Arrest CPS campaign, which is what will be highlighted there. But we also have the Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective, which is our response to the child family policing system. And then we also have Decolonize Hair and Body, which is another one of our campaigns. And we are definitely looking forward to launching some new campaigns. I won't say them what they are yet, but if you are attending our March conference, you will learn more about what the new campaigns are.
Very, very exciting. Yeah, I mean, and if you could say something about, I mean, this whole question of the children of African women, African people being taken away constantly seems to be, it just seems like a major struggle and example of colonialism inside the US and how the doula program of the Black Power Blueprint, how does that relate to that? Could you say
it hits to the very center of life. When we're talking about children and the well-being of our children and the families who support these children, we really are talking about the future of our community, the future of ourselves. And what does it say about us if we are not engaged in trying to overturn the contradictions that will deeply impact and traumatize and severely limit the ability of our children to be successful and our families to have that success as well. So, how it relates to the doula training is that, this is another part of, I want to go back a little bit because people talk about birth justice, birth reproductive justice in this vacuum of just thinking about abortion rights and so on and so forth. And I'm gonna say white women mostly have really taken this place of, reproductive rights and centered it on the womb. But there are so many things that happen to African people during the birth process, after birth, and things like that. And so the whole thing that we're engaged in is about, reproductive justice and success for our communities. And so the Doula Project, where we, Deputy Chair's office and All African People's Development and Empowerment Project have really trained African women in the community who wanted to help African families deliver and take care of themselves and support them during this very traumatic time, particularly because the statistics for African women in pregnancy are not good, right? Anywhere in the world, like if you go anywhere in the world, the outcomes for African women are in terms of birth and maternal deaths are high. And so, we understand this is as a result of colonialism and the impacts of colonialism. And so, being able to have a doula training program where we are training African women in the community to participate in this process to help increase the success rate, I think is really incredible. And, people may not really recognize the significance of the program and all of the work that we're doing to build the Uhuru Kulea Health Center and the doula program, the Kijiji, the CPS work. But this is really, the fight for our lives. This is the fight to ensure that when we win the African Revolution, that, we're going to have, amazing families and amazing communities and amazing children that we fought for. And, that we've been training up, throughout this entire time. So this is really significant work that, people really need to understand.
Yeah, part of how African people will win the liberation is by contributing to the construction of the Uhuru Kulea Health Center. And they can do that at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Go there now, pay reparations to this amazing institution, and it will be built on the ground. The party follows through with every single thing that they say that they're going to do, and this institution is just ready to be built. And in that same context, you were just talking about how Anwo just has a big significance in the creation of the Uhuru Kulea Health Center. Can you just talk a little bit about why people need to be supporting this project today?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when this was one of the brainchildren of Deputy Chair Onizine Shatella, and I just want to give her a huge shout out. And just the significance of having a grassroots health center in our community that is led by political science, right? Like, this is not just some thing that we're just going to do because we want to help some Black women. This is some stuff that is led by African revolutionary science. So the ways that we are taking on the responsibility to ensure the health and well-being of our community not only is by offering services and so on and so forth, but is also by contributing to the political education and the political life of the people who are coming through this institution. And I think that says a lot. We are not waiting for the African Revolution and for us to win. We are winning right now, right? Like, we are winning through the Black Power Blueprint, through all of the institutions that we are building on the ground, and through the people who are donating toward these projects, because this is the science in real life. You don't have to guess about it or wonder about the future when the future is right now. You have an opportunity to make sure that you have the opportunity in your lifetime to see these things built and created. And it's only through your donations and and the work of the people in African leadership that we're able to see these institutions be built. And I'm really excited about all of the ways that we can use the Uhuru Kulea Health Center to ensure the success of African women and children and families grow, particularly in St. Louis. And I think that it would be a blueprint for any other place in the world that we decide to put down at Uhuru Kulea Health Center.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much, President Yesterday, for coming on. I just really want to salute you as as part of the leadership body of the African People's Socialist Party, and really appreciate just everything, all the organizing, building of annual, but also the theoretical work that you have done, under the leadership of the chairman, and African internationalism, deepening the question, taking on feminism and all of the opportunists.
That's fun.
Uhuru.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So, you pay reparations now to the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center, blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And we just want to take a few moments and thank all of those who have donated so far. Thank you, Colin in New York, for your $25 donation. And thank you, Brenda in St. Louis, for your $25 contribution.
Really, really excited.
It is. So we have raised so far $14,149, which means we have $35,851 left to raise. Yeah, blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. All right. So, let's see. So
I think we're getting ready to see Alikia Ngoma. Should be coming up.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna play. I think we're gonna play a song first.
We have a video.
Yeah. So this is the powerful African fight song written by Alikia Ngoma with the guidance of Secretary General Louise Kinshasa and performed by Comrade Alikia. So let's take a look at that video.
Remember our struggle, always be true. We are winning. From Harlem to Brazil to Azania. We are winning. We fight and live for a free Africa. We are winning. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom through organization. Socialist world, our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are winning. Patrice Lumumba's life won't be in vain. We are winning. Keep up the work in Marcus Garvey's name. We are winning. Independent and free is what we will be. We are winning. Africa will bask in our victory. We are winning. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom through organization. Socialist world, our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are
Uhuru, and welcome to Aliki and Goma. Such an honor to have you here. Beautiful song, really represents the fight of the African People's Socialist Party and the African Revolution. It really captures that spirit. And I just wanted to start by saying that you are the expert of the African People's Socialist Party and its newspaper, The Burning Spear, on Haiti, as an African from Haiti. And you just exude the question, the spirit of us about why, as the Chairman O'Malley should tell us, that the most significant workers' revolution that ever happened, on the planet. So talk about the significance of the African Revolution of Haiti.
Uhuru, well, thank you to everybody who is organizing this 24-hour reparations telethon. As it was said, my name is Aliki Ngoma, and I'm a member of the African People's Socialist Party in the office of Chairman Omali Ishatella. To answer the question of the significance of the African Revolution in Haiti, it was the first successful uprising of enslaved Africans against the colonial enslavers. As we know, Africans everywhere had already, always been trying to fight to defeat slavery wherever they were. And in IET, there's a lot that I've written about in the Burning Spear newspaper, but in IET, there was a lot of revolutionary organizing and revolutionary principles that were present that would lead to the defeat of 3 European superpowers, with the final being the French and ending slavery, colonial slavery in Haiti. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And just to say that the revolution was successful. The revolution in Haiti, we lose. Oh, they're still there. Uhuru.
Yes.
That the revolution in Haiti was successful and won in 1804, more than 200 years ago, and it still remains, just in terms of its platform, its constitution, the most, absolutely progressive and humane and principled constitution that's ever been, set the terms for even what a socialist government would look like. Can you talk a little bit about some of the essence of that constitution and what it stood for?
Yes. Well, first I want to say that before Jean-Jacques Dessalines wrote the Constitution, in another declaration he made, he said that any African person that was anywhere in the world, any enslaved African person anywhere in the world, if you made it to Haiti, you would be free and you would be considered a citizen of Haiti. You would be given land, you would be able to fight for the country and all of those things. And, you know, there had been times throughout history where Africans had escaped, you know, various parts of the world to come into Haiti, and that declaration was actually, he held his word, or the other leaders as well held their word in that regard. In the Constitution, you know, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, he said that anybody who was considered a Haitian would be considered Black, and only Black people could own land. He prohibited white people from owning land, but as you read through the Constitution, what he was defining as Black was anti-oppressive forces. You know, he even talks about in that Constitution that he's not going to go into the neighboring islands or other countries and try to rule over them. He, you know, gave people there was no restriction that you have to follow one religion or another. He defined a good citizen as someone who was a good father and a good, you know, countryman and all of those things. And there's an article on that as well on the Burning Spear newspaper, just because I can't remember everything off the top of my head, but it was just a very principled. He said that there would be no concept as like what we call outside children or illegitimate child. We're in a lot of places around the world. If a child is born out of wedlock or isn't born to a married couple, they're considered illegitimate. There was no such concept in Dessalines' Constitution. So it was just really a profound constitution that he had written. Uhuru.
Yes, very, very representative of the African Revolution and what the world is going to be when African people have power and the return of the stolen resources and Africa and unite African people around the world. So it's very, very inspiring to see that history and to know that that is also the future. Yes, that is the future of this planet.
Uhuru. Yeah, I mean, so that, you know, the African Nation fight song is, you know, something that we, it's kind of become a little bit of a tradition, and you know, it's played at every, yeah, it's an anthem. It's played at every, you know, major party events and everything. And so, you know, as an African person who's from Haiti, who's really written extensively about the historic Haitian Revolution, could you talk about the role of culture that culture plays in revolution?
Uhuru and in Haiti.
Yeah.
Can you hear us? Uhuru. Well, we can't hear you.
Uhuru. I'm sorry. Yes, I had issues with the mute. I'm self-critical for that. Yes, so culture plays a very important part in revolution period. And also, I want to start with the African Revolution of Haiti. A lot of the kinds of music that was being played at that time are, a lot of those songs still exist today, or at least some of those rhythms, traditional African drumming that reminded people of, you know, where we come from, who we are. And some of the lyrics would be like, we didn't, you know, come here to be treated like this, or we didn't, you know, we can't lose sense of who we are. We can't allow this kind of condition to continue to take place. So revolutionary culture is something that puts in the minds of people what our focus should be on. For example, like if you're in the church, you listen to gospel music, you know, a lot of that music is to like remind you, you know, about the things that they teach you in the Bible. Or if you are a Rastafarian, a lot of the reggae music talks about Rastafarian belief. And so if you are a revolutionary, you need to have the appropriate music for your beliefs as well. This is what keeps you going, whether it's the time that you just want to feel a little extra or if you feel a little lack of motivation, you put this music on to remind you that this is who I am, this is what I'm about, and this is what we're fighting for. So I think that answered both questions together. Ooh.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Do you have any other?
Well, I just wanted to say that also currently on Reparations in Action, our podcast, White Lives Matter, features an interview with you, Alicia, that really sums up the current struggles and situation in Haiti that we don't have time to go into today, but from an African nationalist perspective. And I really want to call on people, anybody listening, to go to that podcast and any place that you have that you get your podcast and be able to hear much more from Comrade Aliki and Goma.
True. Yes. And I do just have one question for you. Why, or can you talk a little bit about why it's important that that people tuning in today support the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center?
Yes, I think that's a great question. So this is one of the latest projects, or if I can call it institution, of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, at large. And, the African People's Socialist Party has over 50, I think over 55 even, different organizations and institutions that, are all working in the interests of the revolution. And this one that the question of women and women's health, African women's health, that in this system, this colonial system, our needs are not met, they're not addressed, they're not, I don't want to go too much into it, but if you're talking about leaving our health and our well-being to the hands of this current healthcare system that exists, this colonial system, then we would be completely doomed, because this medical system in all aspects, whether it's from giving birth to being sick to just whatever things that we would have to go get checked for, it does not work in our interest at all. It's a very criminal place, and African women have some of the worst. We get treated the worst oftentimes just at the hands of these supposed healthcare and medical professionals, and I know this from experience. So I just think that even though this is not like a hospital on its own, just the fact that the African People's Socialist Party is creating this women's health center, it's really a revolutionary act, and it's something that everybody that is watching this should support and contribute to the success of. Uhuru.
Thank you so much, Comrade Aliki and Goma. It was such an honor to have you here today.
Yes, Uhuru, thank you so much. Always a pleasure and an honor to see you. Uhuru.
So we are now actually going to take a couple look at a couple videos of statements from a couple different USM members who support the Black Power movement, who are reparations paying members of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and support the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center. So let's take a look.
My name is Lisa, and I'm here with my husband Dan and my children Eli and Rosie, who both came into this world 5 weeks early. But they were healthy despite that early arrival. I had excellent health care, and I had a supportive partner and a fantastic midwife. I did have typical anxieties that expectant mothers do, but I was not afraid that my babies or myself wouldn't survive. And nobody should have to have those kinds of fears.
So we are grateful for the opportunity to pay reparations and contribute to holistic mental and physical health of African women and girls by donating to the Uhuru Kulea Health Center.
The Health Center is a Black-led wellness education center. It provides a meaningful health and self-care program that reinforces traditional African culture and invests in the future of the Black community.
Our family is committed to supporting this program because we recognize the disparities in women's health care between the white and black communities. We invite you to join our family in supporting the Uhuru wa Kulea Health Center by donating to the Black Power Blueprint today. Uhuru!
Uhuru!
Hi, my name is Leah, and I'm a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and an ongoing supporter of the Black Power Blueprint and the Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center and Doula Project. And I support the Uhuru wa Kulea Health Center because in North St. Louis, the conditions of the African community constitute a health crisis, particularly the high infant and maternal mortality rates that threaten the stability of the African community. African women are 243% more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications than white women. And in St. Louis County specifically, African women are 2 to 3 times more likely to die while pregnant or after giving birth compared to white women. However, when African health professionals care for African families, mortality rates are cut in half. Uhuru wa Kulea is just one project of the Black Power Blueprint, and it's taking immediate action to reverse these harrowing maternal and infant mortality statistics with the creation of an anti-colonial healthcare center that offers a unique array of culturally informed wellness therapies to support health and wellness, build collective prosperity, and strengthen community engagement. The health center is a beautiful example of the vision of the Black Power Blueprint to build Black power and African self-determination in all aspects of life. So join me in supporting the Uhuru wa Kulea Health Center. Uhuru.
So powerful. I want to thank Leah and Eli and Rosie and Dan and Lisa. Wow, what a beautiful family.
Amazing.
Great statement.
Yeah, really, really great statement. So, be like those amazing supporters of the Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center. Go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center now and become a donor of this amazing institution that will very soon be built in North St. Louis.
Uhuru.
So,
I think we're welcoming Oakland.
Oh, yes. It looks like we're going to head now to Oakland, California, where Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles has an exciting segment for us. So let's welcome Uhuru Furniture Oakland.
All right, Uhuru, everyone. Uhuru. Uhuru means freedom. Welcome to the Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles Oakland portion of this magnificent 24-hour telethon, raising the money to build the Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center. We really appreciate the Reparations Legacy Project for their powerful segments. Thank you, Uhuru. Our goal for this telethon, as everybody probably knows, is $50,000. We are at a little over 14,000. Uhuru. Let's keep it going and show the world the deep support that the Uhuru Furniture family has with taking a stand to change these health disparities faced by the African community. I'm Janine. I'm the sales manager here at Uhuru Furniture.
Uhuru, everyone. I am Sheila. I'm a sales associate here at Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles. Happy to be here. Welcome, everyone.
Uhuru. All right, we're excited to showcase Uhuru Furniture Oakland today and have the time to show you how Uhuru Furniture is not just a furniture store. It is part of a long-standing African workers movement for genuine, independent African economic development. For 33 years, Uhuru Furniture and all our supporters have played an important role in building this rapidly growing movement for Black self-determination throughout the country. We also have a special guest on the show today, Bakri Olatunji, the West Regional Representative of the African People's Socialist Party. That's coming up, Uhuru. All right, so please start the slideshow. All right, first we want to salute our leadership. We salute Chairman Omali Shatella, the founder and leader of the African People's Socialist Party, the leading body of the Uhuru movement worldwide, providing the vision and leadership for African people everywhere. He is the Marcus Garvey of our time. Marcus Garvey built the largest organization of African people in modern history. In the early 1900s, he built a single international economic capacity for African people. Today, Chairman Amalia Shatella leads the movement for genuine African economic and political independence. The chairman's vision for a world when African and all people have genuine self-determination is the basis for the Uhuru movement, APEDF, African People's Education Defense Fund, and the Black Power Blueprint.
We salute Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshatela. She is the board president of this nonprofit, the African People's Education and Defense Fund. She leads over 50 economic development institutions and programs throughout the U.S. Onazane Yeshatela is the architect of the Black Power Blueprint, which was launched in 2017 on the north side of St. Louis, the most impoverished area of the city.
With such powerful leadership, there's nothing we can't do, including making Uhuru Wakalea African Women's Health Center a reality in 2023. We will be watching a video shortly showing you more on the health center, but at any point during this hour, when the spirit moves you, don't wait. You can make your donation at blackpowerblueprint.org/health
center.
That's right. Uhuru, next slide, please.
Uhuru Furniture started as a volunteer-run project and has grown to be a powerful economic development institution with full-time staff. We would like to introduce the team that we have the honor of working with. Our steering committee is Stephanie as manager, Janine as sales and donations manager, Lou as marketing coordinator, Gerald as truck and warehouse coordinator, and Mark as donation scheduler. Our staff are Cedric and Stephen as truck navigators and operation associates, Sheila and Michael as sales associates, Melanie as outreach associate, and Flavio as operations coordinator. Uhuru Furniture has provided job training for staff, volunteers, and interns over the many decades. African and other youth and adults have gained valuable skills here. Some have continued to work at Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, and some have gained the skills to secure employment elsewhere. Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles provides opportunities for economic self-sufficiency. We are one of over 50 institutions and programs of the African People's Education and Defense Fund throughout the country, all playing our part in contributing to the overall growth of this movement for African community health, education, and economic development for African people everywhere. Next slide, please. Our volunteers are amazing. We currently work with over 30 regular volunteers in the Uhuru Into You volunteer program. Most are working weekly or bi-weekly shifts. Here are about 20 of them. We couldn't do what we do without our volunteers. Volunteers are some of the best donors too. 11 of our staff and volunteers are doing a personal fundraiser to win friends and family to join us in raising money for the Uhuru Wakalea Women's Health Center. A big shout out to Janine, Stephanie, Maureen, Joel, Sienna, Jada, Claire, Sandy, Francesca, Lou, and Sheila. It's not too late if you want to start your own personal fundraiser on Facebook or Instagram, or you can simply make a donation right now at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Next slide, please.
All right, after 33 years, Uhuru Furniture has deep roots in the
power.
Go ahead, play the video.
In the hands of the community, and that's the goal of this furniture store in Oakland that's been around for 33 years.
Our Justin Andrews is here to explain how the store is furnishing more than just homes.
Yeah, it's also furnishing change for certain communities, aiming to bridge disparities, building economic development that's all supported by and for us Black people. I happened to find a woman who's been going to Uhuru Furniture Store for about just as long as it's been open, and she calls this place home.
If there's anybody who knows furniture,
I try not to come every week.
Miss Jacqueline Brown is certainly the one.
Look at this. How beautiful. This somebody hand painted this African design.
When she walks in Uhuru Furniture, admittedly a little more than she should, it's like the show Cheers.
They might not know your name, but they're always glad you came.
So for 30 years,
I really was one of their first customers.
she's been shopping here and getting way more than furniture.
I can't tell you what this place has meant to me. Not only the mission, but the pieces you get here. I'm a staging designer.
Staging homes for sale for decades, Miss Brown calls Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles in Oakland her go-to place.
The things that I have found here are just incredible. They're one-of-a-kind pieces.
Which makes sense because Uhuru alone is special. It means freedom in Swahili. This place represents a sector of Oakland wanting to see real change in economic development by and for the Black and African community, something that draws Jada Webster here too.
It's great to have something be in this neighborhood for so long, especially as, you know, we see things like kind of closing down all around us.
For 5 years, Jada hasn't only shopped here, she's a volunteer. As a regular at this place operated by Donated Furniture, it means a lot to her knowing it's driven by Black and African self-determination. That's the foundation of this place, as Uhuru movement leader Bakari Olatunji describes it.
Families, generations grew up coming to support something that they know has a stamp on it.
A big stamp of approval from the classy Miss Brown.
Another beautiful piece.
She's been rooted in this place, and for 33 years, Uhuru's roots have run deep, holding the local Black community in place.
I could shop anywhere, but this is where home is.
Uhuru is different than a typical thrift store because 100% of the profits benefit the African People's Education and Defense Fund. They've had thousands of volunteers over the last several years. Most of them started as shoppers like Miss Brown, coming to spend money on furniture, but the store's mission is what actually kept them there. We're live in the newsroom. I'm Justin Andrews, KPIX 5.
Uhuru, that was so great. Uhuru, that's some good coverage from Justin Andrews from KPIX. It's so great to hear from just a couple of our shoppers. And Uhuru Furniture is not just a furniture store. It's one of over 50 institutions of the Uhuru movement. It's also one of the oldest institutions. We are an integral part of the whole process that APDF has relentless and struggling for to rebuild the independent African self-determination movement throughout the country and the world. We are part of this long-term strategy, 33 years, and continue to play an important role in the trajectory that APDF is on to realize genuine Black community economic power. We are part of raising the money for the basketball court last year, and we will definitely raise the money for Uhuru Wakalea Health Center this year. To make a donation, you can go, or to Uhuru Wakalea, you can go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And as President Onizane Yeshitela always says, we can't have self-determination without economic self-reliance. Uhuru Furniture is exactly that, an economic development institution of APDF. Uhuru Furniture is part of the strategy to have independent funds, making APDF self-reliant so it is able to create programs like Uhuru Wakalea to serve the interests of the African working class. Anytime the Black community achieves another level of self-determination anywhere, it is a victory for African people everywhere. Let's show the world that Uhuru Furniture shoppers and supporters really want to see this health center become a reality. All right, next slide, please. We've talked about it. Now it's time for you to see for yourself. Let's watch a video on the Uhuru Wakalea African Women's Health Center. Play the video, please.
Each year, the number of babies that die during childbirth in St. Louis could populate 15 kindergarten classrooms. The Black community in St. Louis suffers from an infant mortality rate 3.3 times that of white people. In a city that is home to some of the best medical care in the country, African women are denied access to prenatal and postnatal care. There is nothing natural about this. These are symptoms of an unjust colonial system. Our power and our self-determination have been taken from us. But we are fighting to take back the power over our own communities and resources and the futures of our children. The Uhuru Wakalea African Women's Health Center is the latest initiative of the Black Power Blueprint, a comprehensive neighborhood revitalization project that is transforming North St. Louis through renovation, self-sustaining economic development, and political power by and for the Black community. Uhuru wa Kulea, or Freedom to Nurture in Swahili, will be a Black-led wellness education center to empower Black women and girls in caring for our physical, mental, and emotional wellness. Our vision is to provide health and self-care programs that reinforce our traditional African culture. We are investing in the future of our community with doula and childbirth educator certification programs, along with opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. Our programs will address the mental and physical health of Black girls and women, including prenatal, birthing, and postnatal care, trauma-informed yoga, an annual African Girls' Day event, a medicinal herb treatment program, and more. We have already begun training 15 African women from North St. Louis to become certified doulas. We've acquired the land for the health center, and now we need the funding to begin construction and bring this much-needed respite to our community. When we have power over our own communities, our resources, and our own health care, no African mother will have to mourn the loss of her baby, and every African child will have a future of prosperity and peace. Support this innovative and empowering program. Donate today.
Wow, Uhuru. So stop the share for a minute, please. Uhuru, what an amazing video.
Uhuru.
That's incredible. All right, Uhuru, everyone. We just wanted to introduce ourselves really quick. We have a little bit of a staffing switch here. So my name is Stephanie. I'm the manager here at Uhuru Furniture. And
hello, I'm Lou. I'm the marketing coordinator at Uhuru Collectibles and Furniture in Oakland, California. Uhuru.
What an amazing video. That was incredible. That was really powerful. It's actually my first time watching that video, and I have to say it's so moving because it's so positive. You take these horrible statistics, which you don't even want to think about. You know, they're so horrible. But that's what APDF does. It uncovers these conditions that are not talked about anywhere else, puts it together to really expose the general conditions faced by the African community in St. Louis and everywhere. And then it puts forward this positive vision for the future. So Lou and I are going to go through not only how you can donate today with by going to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. So not only that, but also some give back gifts that are available for people to that donate at different levels, and what you're really contributing to. We're going to break it down for you. So go ahead and share the slides, Hallie. Everybody thank our tech today is Hallie on the other end, the invisible helper.
Thank you.
All right, so we, as everyone knows, you're here because we are part of the 24-hour Reparations Telethon hosted by Uhuru Solidarity Movement. We are doing the Uhuru Furniture Oakland segment today, and we have a goal that during these 24 hours to raise $50,000, and we can do it. We will do it. So far, what has been raised already, Lou? Are you ready for it?
I am ready. Please let me know.
Okay, I'm going to tell you.
No.
I'm going to tell you.
How much did you get those funds?
So far, it's $14,149. That amazing, incredible. But we need more. We got to get to that 50,000. All right, so you can go to
blackpowerblueprint.org/health center.
That's right. And I just want to, if the video didn't do it for you, if that's not enough reason to get you to go over there and click on it and, decide how much you're going to give and, use your credit card and put it in there. If that wasn't enough, there are some points, that I just want to make, some things that I know really have compelled me personally to want to give. And one thing is that in my time working with APDF, it's really been an honor because I feel like I'm able to take a stand on the side of something really positive that is saying the conditions in the Black community are not normal. These disparities that we're saying are not okay. They're not okay for anybody to live under these conditions. It is not okay that the infant mortality rate is so much higher in the Black community anywhere in the US than it is in the white community. That is not normal. It is not okay. And APDF is taking that stand. And not only that, but putting forward the Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center. So for me, that just gave me chills just saying it. That's the thing that compels me. That's the side I want to stand on. That's the side I want to be on. This legacy that I want to be part of, to go and put my resources toward this positive vision for the future. So, Lou, what do you think?
Well, I completely agree. I believe that Black babies, Black mothers are important all over the world. They deserve health. They deserve care.
Yes.
And it's up to us to create that space for them. And with the help of and leadership of APDF and all of the wonderful leadership here at Oakland Furniture and Bakari's leadership, we can do this. And we're almost there. We are almost there in achieving our goals. So please, do what you can. And let's just keep on going with this. Should I?
Yeah, no, let's keep it moving. I
Okay.
really appreciate that so much. No, it's great. So, okay, so again, blackpowerblueprint.org.
Oh, /health center.
We got it. Okay, so next slide. So one reason why you should donate is because the Black Power Blueprint and African People's Education and Defense Fund has a track record. They said they were going to build a basketball court, and this year it is completed. Look at that gorgeous court. And not just a court, not just a slab of concrete and 2 hoops or something. This is a professional grade, like fully equipped basketball court with the beautiful mural, the fencing so the balls don't bounce into the street and everything. Next slide. And the electric lighting, she was just reminding me. Yes. Another thing that has already been completed is the furnishing of the housing for the African Independence Workforce Program. And this is where people are going to be housed who are coming out of the prison system and getting work development training and everything to get back into the workforce. So this housing is going to be critical. Next slide. The Gary Brooks Community Garden has also been so productive this year, more than before. It actually produced every week for the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. It actually produced produce for free giveaway during the farmers market. And you can see some of that there. So just another thing that has been completed this last year. Next slide. The One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market, like I said, helping vendors develop their businesses. Talk about economic development. There's an old statistic that I remember from years ago that in the white community, a dollar changes hands like 7 times before it leaves the white community, but in the African community, it only changes hands about 3 times because there's no businesses, there's no people that own their business, to be able to benefit from the community's own dollars. It's all leaving. So the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market is one way to build up those businesses and also produce healthy foods for the communities. So 2 beautiful murals were done by Jamie the artist.
Yay, Jamie the artist.
Gorgeous.
Yay,
gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Next slide. And then the next phase. So you've seen what we've done. Now next is the Uhuru wa Kulea. So it's like, the track record. We've done these things. The Uhuru wa Kulea is going to happen. It's very real. So what we've done already is purchase the lot for the Uhuru wa Kulea. Next slide. We finished the rendering of the building. Look at that. It is gorgeous. Just so amazing. That's what it's going to look like, everybody. Isn't that exciting? Next slide. Trained 14 doulas, as you saw in the video. Look at those. I mean, everything about this vision is so beautiful and inspiring and positive. Next slide. And so far, we've raised money for the property survey, check.
Oh, great.
Yay. Architectural plans, check.
Yeah.
The building foundation, check, done.
Great.
The kitchenette, woo, that's new. That's new from the fantastic. So now we need to raise money for it. And this is where it breaks down, everybody. This is where exactly your dollars are going to go to. So we need $10,000 for each office. There's going to be 3 offices. Next slide, $10,000 for the windows and doors. Next slide, $7,500 for the product room, which looks amazing. $20,000 for the plumbing. $20,000 for the electricity. $30,000 for the lobby. $10,000 for each of the 4 restrooms. $40,000 for the Yoni steaming room. $7,250 for each stairwell. $25,000 for each conference room, of which there'll be 2. So you can really see this $50,000 is so needed, and you can contribute today by going to blackpowerblueprint.org
/health center. You guys, /center.
That's it. So so people, you know, I know people don't donate to get gifts. You donate because of the mission and what you're supporting. But as a give back and appreciation, there are some beautiful give back gifts. So the first one is for donations between $5 and $199 is this beautiful magnet. You can see it on the screen, 3x3 with the logo on there. You can put it on your fridge. I don't know where else people put magnets, but fridge comes to mind. Side of your car, file cabinet. Okay, great. For donations between $200 and $499, there's this lovely notebook and pen, which I so want. The little journal, it just looks so handy with the little elastic to kind of keep it closed. So, and then the next one is the fanny pack with Uhuru Kulea, Freedom to Nurture across the front. Really nice kind of small size with 2 pockets. And then the last one for donations 1,000 and up is the Uhuru Kulea raglan shirt style, the 3/4 sleeve style t-shirt with the logo. Love it, love it, love it. So great. So again, go to blackpowerblueprint.org
/health center
to donate and make it happen today. We hope that we can announce you and thank you on air during our segment. We're going to interrupt the rest of the program as people start donating because we know what's going to happen. And just go to blackpowerblueprint.org
/health center.
Stephanie, I want to make it happen.
Oh, what was that?
$50.
Oh, we have a $50
donation from Uhuru.
$20.
Oh, what was that?
Stephanie, I want to do $20.
Sheila, thank you so much. $20 donation from Seth.
I mean, I'm gonna have to do 50 as well. I have 50 as well.
Yay!
50!
Yay!
All right. So
I will mirror Bakari's.
Oh, what do we got? $10. Excellent.
I will also mirror that donation from Bakari.
Excellent.
$10.
What is it?
Thank you so much.
$90.
That is great. Okay, so we have 140. Fantastic. All right, team. Great.
Nice.
Okay, so we're going to move on in the program. I'm really excited to welcome a special guest to our little 1-hour slot today. Bakari Olatunji, who is the West Regional Representative of the African People's Socialist Party, is going to come up. We're going to do a little stage switcheroo here. So while Bakari is coming up, I'm just going to say Bakari is not only the Western Regional Representative of the African People's Socialist Party, he's also the Vice Chair of Uhuru Foods and Pies, which is another long-time economic development institution of Black Star Industries, and has just been totally in the mix of it this fall season, baking, I don't even know, how many pies did you guys do?
Thousands
of pies with a walk-in oven, the concept of which just, you know, evades my consciousness. It's so crazy. So Bakari, we're so honored to have you here today. Thanks for coming on. We wanted to invite you specifically because this fundraiser is dealing with the question of health in the African community, and you have such a deep history, you know, and experience in that area of health. Can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, my introduction to the Uhuru movement came at a time when they had the Bobby Hutton African People's Freedom Clinic. And I came in off of a campaign, a political campaign that brought me into the work. But one of the first things I was introduced to was the Bobby Hutton African People's Freedom Clinic as a nurse. That attracted me. So that was the attractor. And we did great work on the ground with the Bobby Hutton Freedom Clinic. We had a 27-foot motor vehicle that went door to door in the African community.
Wow. I think we have a picture of it. Hallie, go ahead and bring that picture up. This is an article from the Spear. Let's see. Okay, here it comes. There
yes, it brings back memories.
Yes.
But the work we did there, it was phenomenal under the leadership of Gaida Cambone. And I worked with Raya Fogarty at them days, my early days with the Uhuru movement. And to me, it won me in a certain kind of way that I'm still here today because of this laid the foundation for my longevity in the movement. It is about dual power, dual and contending power. Yes. And it was taking on the question of healthcare and dealing with the disparities even back in mid-'80s that we see here in Oakland. And this is the work that paved the way today for the Uhuru Kulea project that we see. So this, to me, was my introduction to the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement.
Uhuru. And I think we have another historic photo. If you go to the next slide. Yep, there it is. Bakri, that one's you.
Oh, yeah.
I believe.
I don't even remember that one. I don't know if I was on the right or the left. All right, thank you. Next slide.
It's a baby buck.
And when we talk about the Uhuru Kulea project, we're talking about the care of African children right here. We had a free child care collective that the Bobby Hutton African People's Freedom Clinic won healthcare providers to come and provide care for the children at the African People's Free Child Care Collective. So those great projects.
Where is that one located?
That was at the Uhuru House. That picture there was at the Uhuru House in Oakland, California.
Wow. Wow. That's amazing.
Next slide. And this, of course, was the work that we saw in the Uhuru movement. And prior to the Uhuru movement, we saw the Black Panther Party on the ground in Oakland. And the picture on the right is iconic. Is where Huey himself said, you may not have the Black Panther Party, but you have the Uhuru House. Mm-hmm. You may not have the Black Panther newspaper, but you have the Black Bernie Spear newspaper. Yes. And you haven't done anything by destroying one organization. And I just thought it was just most profound and really honored to be there at the Uhuru House when that was the last political speeches of Huey Newton, and there with Chairman Amalia Shachela, who is my leadership, Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Next slide. And of course, we look at all of the serious on the ground work at the Uhuru movement over these years. We see on the picture to the left, actually, that's where Uhuru Foods and Pies campaign grew out of, was the Desi X Woods campaign. We see Measure O, where we took power of the ballot, where we won community control of housing, a whole land reform movement. The Uhuru movement has led so much. And of course, the iconic picture with us leading the struggle around Huey's funeral and Lavelle Mixon's march here in Oakland. It's just so many moments where the Uhuru movement has led the African working class to defend against attacks on our democratic rights, to build the kind of institutions we're in now, and to defend the rights of African people and get rid of the disparities in our communities.
That's it. And that clock is reminding me it's time to donate. It's time to donate to the African Women's Health Center. Look at this history. Look at this track record of APDF and the Uhuru movement. Go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate today. And I just want to point out for people that don't know, Bakri, these are all here on the West Coast. All these pictures are Oakland. Is that correct?
All of those pictures are the West Coast, San Francisco, Oakland City Hall, West Oakland. Yes, every last one of them is in Oakland.
That's amazing. Oh yeah, when was it? Do you know the years?
Well, I'm talking about from 1981, 1983, 1985, 1989, and 2009 is the last picture. So we're talking a good 30 years of history right there.
Wow. Uhuru. So I know that part of the mission of APDF, is exposing the health conditions faced by the African community wherever it has been dispersed around the world. And one thing that I know that we've taken on here in Oakland is the Uhuru Health Festivals. And they've really done work to expose the overall conditions of the African community. So I just wanted to see if you could speak to the health conditions of the African community here in Oakland.
Well, African children under 5 years old in Alameda County have the highest instances of hospitalizations from asthma. African people have the highest rates from death from cancers of any group. And when I came in the movement, prostate cancer here in Oakland was the highest incidence for African men in the world, was right here in Oakland. So, you know, and some of these things just blow my mind. There was even scarlet fever happening here in Oakland at a time. You don't hear from it anymore. Wow. And African community has the lowest life expectancy of any group. That's about 74.7 years of age. And African men even lower at 71 years of age compared to life expectancy in Piedmont in the white community, which is 87 years of age. So you're talking about a good 11 years of life stolen from the African community. Yes. Next slide. And when we talk about these infant mortality rate trends by ethnicity, and this year we just see that 4.3 times more the death rate of African children than in the neighboring city of Piedmont right here in this area is unheard of. This is where we have been robbed of our life. And we have to build this health center. We have to build the Uhuru Kulea to claim back, to bring power over our lives, to decide for ourselves who lives and who dies. And we know everybody should live in the African community, and that should not be in the hands of anybody other than the African community.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Next slide. So I learned something during our health festivals, and that is this term low birth weight and very low birth weight. And I remember these different organizations that deal with this question in the Black community talking about how this one metric is such an indicator for all kinds of health conditions that people have if they're at a low birth weight or a very low birth weight, and actually a role that prenatal and postnatal care, you know, really good trusted care can really have an impact on birth weight. And so, you know, we wanted to show this slide as well, because we're talking about Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center with doulas and midwives and providing education, and it could have such a huge impact on this one key indicator, you know, and just look at the disparities in this one.
And that's why it's so important for us to have community control of healthcare. These types of statistics haunt our community all day long. And what we want to do is put the power in the hands of the people and just obliterate these types of things where you see 2 to 5 times the rate of white people right here in Oakland and Alameda County. And it is criminal. And what we must do is to support and build the Uhuru Kulea project that we have as a part of the Black Power Blueprint. There's no way in hell that we cannot. And I just you know, I'm just really blown away here with these statistics. Even though I see them all the time, as a nurse, I worked in hospitals where they took babies away from mothers in the birthing units, saying they were crack babies and so on and so forth. These things are still occurring, and we have to be able to fight back by building this project.
Uhuru. BlackPowerBlueprint.org/ go now. So these are some of the pictures of the Uhuru Health Festivals that we've had here in Oakland. Bakri, how long have you been involved in the health centers, and what do they all entail?
Well, the health centers have been a great resource for the community to come together to see what other entities and organizations are here to be a part of a self-reliant project, closing the health disparities. And right now here in Oakland, the free health screenings and testings, the free alternative health services, you know, the free fitness demos, health food, free children's games, all of this was a part of the health fairs that we've done here in Oakland since, I think, the early 2000s, so, you know, somewhere around about there. Sometime it's a blur, but yeah, it's clearly needed.
Next slide. There's a couple more pictures showing some more fitness demos. There was even a car group from Gerald, one of our steering committee members, that came out and participated. just a way to really bring the whole community together around these critical questions of health. And of course, like Bakri was saying, the children's face painting and games and everything. Just really, really amazing events.
I'm looking at one of the pictures there of the young lady with the red balloon bar. That's my granddaughter.
Oh.
And speaking of, she was born premature. She was born at 4 pounds. I can fit her in the palm of my hand. And it's so important for us to have this type of project on the ground in the African community. So it just, to me, it's fairly emotional and personal in terms of building this Uhuru Kulea project that we have.
We have to do it. It will be done. It will be done, and you can be part of it. Go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. So clearly we need the Uhuru Kulea Health Center everywhere African people are located. Why is it able to happen in St. Louis? And I know this slide talks about, the conditions here in Oakland with gentrification and everything that has happened that has really pushed the African community out. And housing prices and all that. I'm just wondering if you can speak to that a little bit, Bakri.
Well, in Oakland, the gentrification that's happened here has pushed the African community out. I mean, see the homelessness in Oakland right now. We see the housing, the police abuse, and more. And in St. Louis, we see that process just beginning.
Yeah.
And we've had the opportunity, next slide, to buy up a lot of property in North St. Louis. With, again, the things are just beginning, and the land and the property developed by and for our community. And that's something we are doing right now in St. Louis. And you've seen the results. You've seen the Uhuru House, the community garden, the African Independence Workforce Program, the basketball court, the Uhuru GCO kitchen that we're going to be building there. And all of this is things at the early stages of gentrification that's happening now in St. Louis, has been happening in Oakland, and still continues to plague the African community. So we are using this opportunity to build on the ground and have St. Louis as the epicenter for the African struggle for self-determination.
Yes, Uhuru. I mean, this slide blows me away because we see all the things that have been done in St. Louis, the Black Power Blueprint that has been accomplished. These are some of the buildings that were just left by the city to just rot there. And so much of the north side of St. Louis, which is the African community, looks like this. It's like bombed out, gated up, crumbling to the ground. So APDF was able to purchase these, demolish them because they could not be repaired and refurbished. And then if you go to the next slide, just create this beautiful vision for, for economic self-reliance and self-determination. You see the mural, the garden, the farmer's market, the event space there. These were all abandoned buildings. And the 50-foot flag that people stop and see, they pull over and take pictures next to. It's really creating like this hope in the community. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Shoot, I lost my place, Bakri. I'm so sorry. So yeah, clearly APDF has been on this trajectory toward building the African Women's Health Center, the Uhuru Kulea, since the beginning, since the Uhuru movement took the reins after the Black Power movement and the Civil Rights movement. We've been on this trajectory. Uhuru Furniture is part of it. We're an economic development institution, putting resources in the hands of the African working class itself to build programs without having to answer to anybody. They can build their own programs that address the conditions, solve the conditions. And you can see throughout this whole presentation, this trajectory is real and we're part of it, and you should donate and support it. So Bakri, this happening in St. Louis, what do you think about the Uhuru Kulea happening in St. Louis?
Well, I see this as a Black Power blueprint. And I would take credit for naming that, but I give credit to Onazanaya Shatella and Chairman Amalia Shatella for creating it. And the thing is, a victory for the people in St. Louis is a victory for African people everywhere. That's why we call it the Black Power Blueprint. We're putting this on the ground in St. Louis right now, but it can be just as easily put down on the ground in Oakland, in New York and St. Pete and San Diego, or anywhere where African people are on the planet Earth.
Uhuru. I think we have one more slide. Yeah, Uhuru, just a beautiful group picture in front of the mural at the garden. Okay, you can go ahead and stop the share. Thank you, Hallie. So, Bakri, I just really want to appreciate you being part of the telethon today. It was fast, but it was such a powerful trip through the history of the Uhuru movement, and that's just a little glimpse of it, as well as the history of the work that you've done. And we're really proud to be part of this telethon today and want to call on everyone again, go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and make a contribution to make this positive vision a reality. And that's it. So we want to appreciate Bakri. Do you want to say anything else before?
Hey, this is just a great journey, and I appreciate being here as someone who's been a part of this history. It's a magnificent history, and it wouldn't be here without the vision and leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the relentless leadership of Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela over the economic institutions in the Uhuru movement.
That's it. Uhuru. All right, Uhuru. Thank you so much, Bakri. Uhuru. So let's see. I want to call back up somebody who's going to do the announcements with me. Who is that? No. Oh, wait, hold the phone. Everyone stop. We have a donation. Hey. It looks like we need to thank Clayton in New Mexico, who made a $25 donation. All right. Hey, Clayton. Oh, wait, everybody stop. That just came in. It looks like Scott just donated $25. Another $25. Okay, so we were at 140, 160, 170, 180, 190. I work at a furniture store and sell furniture, and I have a hard time doing basic arithmetic. Oh. That's okay. All right, so we want to, I mean, that was great, wasn't it, Lou?
Oh gosh. Bless you, Bakri. Uhuru Bakri, for all your knowledge and all your support and all your leadership in this movement and the movement towards Black health care, Black self-determination, Black education. And just, I'm so excited to be a part of this movement. I really am. And I really appreciate Stephanie's leadership and Chairman, Deputy Chair's leadership. And really, this is the most unique, important project I can think of to give to on a Giving Tuesday.
Yeah. That's right.
And you're helping your neighbors, you're helping your family, you're helping the people that work across the street, and you're giving back, and you're helping APEDF really rebuild and build Black communities back, because that's what we have to do for our future.
That's it. Uhuru.
Thank you.
So before we close out our little segment, we have to make a plug for a couple things here at Uhuru Furniture. We have to do it. We got to do it. And we want everyone, you should go. If you are not familiar with this furniture store, it's more than furniture. You know what that clock is chiming, and you know what that tells me. It's time to donate. It's time to donate. So go Where do you go? Where do you go, you say?
Yeah.
You donate at
blackpowerblueprint.org/health center.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm glad we got that out of the way. All right. So yeah, we want to talk about our well, first I wanted to tell people to go to our website, like us follow us on social media. Even if you're not in Oakland, or even if you don't need furniture, support this institution of APEDF. So our website is uhurufurniture.blogspot.com. And our socials are Uhuru Furniture O on Instagram. And Uhuru Furniture Oak on Facebook. Yeah, just so you know, little plug there. But go ahead, Lou, you want to tell the folks about something else.
Or you could just search Best of the Bay winners
Good point.
Like 20 years in a row almost. So exciting. You just type that up, best of the Bay Furniture.
Yeah.
And we'll pop up because we're the best. And what, this one?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how we're.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. So Uhuru Furniture, we don't only sell here on Grand Avenue where we've been over 33 years. We also have these wonderful warehouse sales, which is just an example of something, one of the brainchild, like amazing ideas from Deputy Chair Onozine Yeshitela. So we just want to put a plug out. If you're in the area, come out to our December warehouse sales. They're at 2700 International Boulevard in the really amazing neighborhood of Fruitvale that has been so welcoming and so good to us out there. It's going to be 11 to 4 p.m. on the 3rd and on the 17th, and some incredible deals. Everything is 10 to 60% off at the warehouse sales.
And these warehouse sales are going to be the first and third Saturdays of every month.
Yep, that's it.
First and third Saturdays to get yourself some affordable, high quality furniture for a good cause.
Yep. So Sheila, you're going to make a donation about something. While you're coming over, I'm going to make one more. So we have every year one of the events that we hold as APDF, Uhuru Furniture and actually Uhuru Foods and Pies co-sponsor our annual Dr. Martin Luther King Day of Service and events. And this year it's going to be on Monday, January 16th at the beautiful historic Aquaba Hall, where you saw Bakri talking about Huey P. Newton passing that torch to Chairman Amalia Yeshitela. It happened right in that historic building. So that's on Monday, January 16th. Mark your calendars if you're in the area and come out for that event. And Sheila, you're going to make an announcement as well. Welcome back.
Hi. I wanted to talk about the Buy Black Power products that are in the store, that we are a licensed retailer of the Black Power blueprint of the Buy Black Power products. I'm so excited.
I know.
So anytime you shop at one of the Uhuru movement institutions, you are not just buying black, you're buying Black Power. But we have special products that we call the Buy Black Power products because they are produced by other organizations within the Uhuru movement as economic development for those organizations. They make fantastic gifts this holiday season.
Mm-hmm.
The decolonized.
Oh, whoops.
We are the.
I'm holding up Uhuru Foods and Pies. I'm so sorry.
So Uhuru Foods and Pies is one of the economic development institutions of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. We have a community kitchen in Berkeley, and we sell pies here and at the farmers market on Saturdays here in Oakland. We also have a number of pop-ups all around the city. You can always call us and order a pie in the store or online at uhurupies.org. There we go. Okay.
Decolonize.
Here at Uhuru Furniture, you can find almost a full line of decolonized products for hair and body. It is a personal care brand that is the main economic development project of the African.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I must. Big announcement. We got another donation. Erica donated $25.
Wow, thank you so much.
Erica.
Decolonize, doing your work during the telethon. Thank you so much.
That's great. Uhuru. Okay, I'm sorry.
So Decolonize is a personal care brand that is a main economic development project of the African National Women's Organization. We carry the intensely rich butters for hair and skin. We have the Rebel Oil. We have the Kapuwaku and Nettle Freedom Itch Relief Salve, the Liberation Hydrating Mist, the African Black Soap, the OG Face and Body Scrub.
Okay.
We are also selling these products with Uzi bracelets. They are in economic development for the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, or MPDUM. We have Enzo products under the leadership of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. African People's Education and Defense Fund President Onozine Yeshitela Uhuru Furniture developed NZO African styles at home and abroad. NZO is a King Congo word for home. NZO includes hand-painted and hand-upholstered furniture. It also includes throw pillows, which are absolutely needed and much sought.
Yeah.
And throw pillows that are upholstered in African fabric. Motion to the pillows. Like power to the people, motion to the pillows. African style greeting cards.
Oh, shoot. Someone may bring some.
We love this.
Over, yeah.
We love it. We're so excited. There they are. Oh, nice. Absolutely. And we have portraits of African leaders, including Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Harriet Tubman, Karen O'Malley Shatella, and many more. We also have the Burning Spear publications, which are books, pamphlets, and of course the Burning Spear newspaper.
Yeah, always on sale at Uhuru Furniture for just $1.
Burning Spear is a really important Black organization, idea-based newspaper that has been around in California for some 30, 40 years, but it has historically been a place where Black people learned information about the things that were going on in our communities that we were organizing to bring out in the public. And if you want to write for the Burning Spear newspaper, if you know something about something and you want to talk to Black people about that, one of the first places to go is the Burning Spear newspaper.
That's it. Uhuru. That's it. All right, so we just have a couple more announcements, and then we're going to hand it back over to the main stage. So we also want to, let's just take a break and remind people where to donate. We have a couple minutes left, so now's the time. If you haven't donated yet, go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. That's it. So just a couple other little quick announcements. Everything at Uhuru Furniture, if you go to that website and look through all the beautiful furniture, everything is donated. If you're in the area and you have furniture to donate, if you know someone, let them know that we pick up donations fast. We give a tax-deductible receipt for donations, and it's going to go to support these programs. It's going to go to support Uhuru wa Kulea. The money that is raised, everything above our expenses, goes to the programs of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. So please refer us to your friends and family, or donate furniture yourself. You can also, which one are you doing, Janine? Okay, so never mind. So we also really want to encourage people to sign up to volunteer with the Uhuru Furniture. This is the last announcement. You don't have to be located here to volunteer with the Uhuru Furniture. You can be located anywhere. So contact us through our website at uhurufurniture.blogspot.com, and we'll do an orientation with you and hook you up with the rest of the team. So I just want to do a last final pitch. Go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate to support the Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center. I just really want to thank again the West Regional Rep Bakri Olatunji for being here. Everybody was on the program today and helped put this together, as well as Hallie, who's behind the scenes.
Thank you, Hallie.
Thank you, everybody. And I think that's it. Yeah?
I think so.
All right.
All right. Thank you,
She's waiting to get an update from the furniture store.
Uhuru, Oakland.
Thank you,
Thank
Oakland.
you, comrades, so much for that segment.
That was fantastic.
I'm Matt, and I'm here with my comrade Brendan for the next segment. We've got lots of interviews to come with members of the African People's Socialist Party and African People's Solidarity Committee. But first, I just want to remind you all that you're tuning into the 24-hour telethon, Reparations Telethon, 4th annual for Giving Tuesday, and we really want to make today a day of giving reparations. So go to donate at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center.
yes, go out there and support the Black Power Blueprint, support the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center. Go out there and help us make a difference in North St. Louis and really give back, give reparations. So far, do we have what we've raised at this point?
We're calculating our total right now, but we have
Still
a goal
working on it.
of $50,000 of reparations today. So you can help us do that by going to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And I just really want to appreciate again Oakland. You know, I used to go to Oakland, or I probably will keep going to Oakland, but I did a few Uhuru Foods and Pies volunteer days with them. And this year I went to actually the institution of the Uhuru Foods and Pies in St. Petersburg, Florida. There's another institution there. So I went last week during the colonial holiday to make some pies. And what's so great and unique about the Uhuru movement is that everything is connected. So my volunteer days in Oakland and my volunteer days in St. Petersburg, Florida with the Uhuru Foods and Pies, all of that is an economic institution of the African People's Socialist Party, a reparations institution to create ongoing funds for the Black Power Blueprint, like what we're funding here today, which is the Uhuru Kulea Women's Health Center.
So, and you've helped bake pies at all these locations, and you'll actually have that opportunity here in St. Louis. So we are currently one of the institutions that's being built right now in the Black Power Blueprint is the GECO Kitchen, and one of the people that are part of the Black Power Blueprint was here earlier, Patrick. We've actually got a video of him working on the GECO Kitchen, part of the Black Power Blueprint, and we will cut to that.
Cortez does that, but I'll try.
Yes, Patrick, you know, you were talking about, you know, your workers, and you were talking about the process in which you train them. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Yes. What we do is that we take each individual one by one, hands-on with them to work with them. But it's not an actual working process through the training process. It's more of a simulation. So they don't actually get the feeling till they actually comes in to work. But the process, excuse me, I'm sorry, this heat getting to me a little bit. The process is a manual process before you get into the physical process.
Right.
So you really don't know where their safety or their habits at until you actually get into the job itself. Mm-hmm. But it's time consuming because you actually have to be there walking through each individual process to assess them, to see how they're doing. Mm-hmm. You know, and after so many jobs, working off through a level, which he's not here, Cortez, he determines whether or not this person, you know, could work alone at that time. And that really comes at a really extensive long time. You know, it don't comes in a month or 2 months. Some guys probably work 6 months to a year before they're able to handle something on their own. Some guys don't get to that point to where that they'll be able to demo or work a certain area on their own. But eventually we, you know, keep working with them to get them to that point to where that they could feel comfortable and they're at a stage to where that they're not harmful, not only to themselves, but to someone else.
Wow. Yeah. That's a great process. And,
yes.
You know, and that's how you're able to retain, you know, and keep them too as well, because you're teaching them on the way. And, you know, loyalty is something that you can't buy. You know, like you were saying, you know, we're not individuals, you're a collective.
Yes.
And that's how that process, you know, you pay it forward.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. And also we don't have when guys work now, our break process is much longer than anybody else's process. We take a lot of breaks. You know, and normally up under of a lot of working situations, they don't allow people to break. But we're able to retain, you asked the question on how we keep workers, we're able to retain a lot of workers because they basically able to break when they feel that they need a break. Great. Not through the process of when we think that they deserve a break because they know their body better than we know our bodies.
Right.
You know, well, they know their bodies better than we know their bodies. Mm-hmm. You know, so we're able to keep them like that too because they don't feel that they under that pressure or that stress to do certain things. Now, but when we're doing lighter work that doesn't consist of this intense demolition, we do push more and take lesser breaks. But under these conditions, we may break probably 4 times within an hour, every 15 minutes. And through that process, we get more progress than the average people that's pushing on them, because just because you're getting some progress doesn't mean it's safe progress. Right. You know, if somebody working tired, they fatigued, their legs fatigued or something of that nature, you know, this is a highly intense environment to be working in. So every time at every moment when you're doing things, you got to approach it in a safety manner. You know, at this point, I'm ready to put you out.
I know. Wait, well, you know, yes. We just want to say, from the African People's Education and Defense Fund, we are so honored for you to be in this process with us. Yes. You know, this is going to be a restaurant and cafe. You know, for the community, it's going to bring, you know, the whole question of food back into our community, and you're helping make that happen. Yes, so we're just really happy that we chose BJ Maintenance Construction to help us do that.
We're happy also because we live in the community, we're from the community, and we know how much of an asset this is going to be to the community.
Great.
And you all have already been to the community.
Thank you.
So that's a blessing, and that's a genuine and sincere statement when I say that we really appreciate you coming into the community doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Wow. That was Patrick with BJ Boys Maintenance LLC, and he's been such an incredible pillar of the community up there. He's hired and trained. There's loads of young people just really helping out the community. And before we go any further, actually Patrick donated to the cause today, and you should be like Patrick. Donate at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. We've got our new total in. We have currently raised $14,424 for the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center, remaining to reach our goal today, which I have no doubt that we will hit it. We have 35,576. So go out there, blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Help us reach our goal and help us smash that goal. Let's go way beyond that.
Uhuru, yes, definitely. Join us in supporting these programs. And that video was so amazing, just seeing, the community that's coming together to build the Black Power Blueprint. And I'm very excited to have the Uhuru Jiko Kitchen here in St. Louis, so we can have the Uhuru Foods and Pies, economic institution of the African People's Socialist Party. I know there's going to be a bakery as well. And this is really profound for the Black working class community here in St. Louis. We spoke earlier with some leaders of the One Africa, One Nation farmers market that was discussing, a lot of times in academia or the white community, we talk about food deserts, and that really doesn't click, for they were saying, but they can plant food, they can put a seed in the ground over there on North Side St. Louis and it grows. So really what we're talking about is a power desert. And, that's what the Black Power Blueprint is doing, is solving the problem of this power desert and putting power back in the hands of the Black working class. And just a few more things about the pie campaign that I was a part of, because I do love pie. And my favorite pie is the sweet potato pie.
I've heard rumors about this pie.
It is
Everybody
incredible.
Talks about this.
So if you are in Oakland or in St. Petersburg, you can probably taste this pie soon enough. But soon you'll have it here in St. Louis and hopefully all around the world. But this is a really special pie, not only because it's extremely delicious, but I didn't know this, but sweet potato is actually from Africa. So it was brought over here during, the slave trade. And so that itself is pretty profound. But also this recipe of Uhuru Foods and Pies was created or decided upon for 3 different African grandmothers came together, tested their recipes, and they decided on the best one. So this is definitely the best sweet potato pie you're ever going to taste, for sure.
Legendary sweet potato pie.
Yes. And like I said, you know, the Uhuru Foods and Pies, the Uhuru Furniture, all of that is about funding the Black Power Blueprint and funding the Uhuru Kulea Women's Health Center, which is our focus for the Reparations Telethon this year. So it's all connected. And when you support anything in the Uhuru movement, that is what you're funding is Black Power. And I also next, I want to introduce we have a video of Faux Feet Alkebulan doing some revolutionary poetry. And also what was discussed before in this telethon was the importance of African culture. So we want to make some time and space for that. Uhuru.
Here it is.
Flashbang poem by Faux Feet. July 29th, 2022. The FBI attacked me and you. The attack on the Uhuru movement is an attack on all African people. 5 a.m. alarms rang, flashbang, flashbang, loudspeaker filling the air. A combat tank, battle armed brigade at my door, rifles and red lights on our chests. In unison, 7 of our holdings were invaded. 40 years of historical files stolen and degraded. Every cell phone, tablet, laptop, and database removed. This attack has not changed our directive to Africa and African people, liberation in our lifetime. Fist up, fight back. Fist up, fight back. This is what we do. The Vanguard Party is on patrol for you. The Uhuru movement is our name. African liberation is our claim. Our leader is the greatest, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Pretty awesome guy. Self-reliance, self-governing, the ability to feed, clothe, and house ourselves. That's our liberation. This revolution must be led by the African working class. Over 50 years, Chairman's guidance has been on point to completing the African Revolution set in motion by Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, and the Black Panther Party started. This is why we are under attack. Our liberation is on track. The state attacked African people every day under laws to keep our freedom at bay. This system is dying, just not fast enough. The Uhuru movement is challenging the dynamics of the ruling class. We have a theory, thanks to Chairman Omali. On July 29, 2022, we were attacked. Our goal is freedom for you and me. Africans at home and abroad, African liberation in our lifetime. Hands off Uhuru, hands off Africa, hands off Uhuru, hands off Africa. Unity through reparation, Uhuru. Revolution is her name by Faux Feet. She is tough, sweet, salty, and loving. She cares for those that cares for her and those that don't. She holds the truth in her tongue. Falsehoods are foreign to her ears. Solid is her consistency. Her words are law. When she enters a space, she leaves it better than when she came. Changing conditions is her specialty. Her name means change. Her movement through time is legendary and futuristic. Facts written in hindsight with ahs and stitches that messed that up. With that stretches the imagination. I gotta start that one over.
Okay, no problem.
Let me get these letters. Who is scribe? is a description of the future. Her deeds are revered and are revered and feared. Let me put that word in there. Come on. There's no good, no bad, only religion, righteous and just.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Beat. Amazing revolutionary poetry there.
So that first poem was actually about the attack on the Uhuru movement and the African People's Socialist Party back on July 29th. The chairman's house was raided. The Solidarity Center, where we sit and are having this
Right
telethon
here.
right
Yeah.
now, was raided. They busted through the doors. They broke a window. They had drones at the chairman's house. Complete unnecessary show of force. And as you can hear in her message, the party is not phased.
Right.
Going forward, and you can tell we're still having this telethon. We're raising money because the only direction we're going is forward. And we actually had a couple donations. Beryl donated $20, and we also had a $40 anonymous donation. You guys can. We want everybody to be like them and go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate now. So
Yes, and we're funding the Uhuru Kulea Women's Health Center, which is already on its way. The land is already purchased, and 14 doulas have already been trained. Doula is a birth attendant, and so you'll see your reparations in action immediately when you donate. You know, this is not something that that people just talk about. You'll see the actions here in the Uhuru movement. And last year, we had the basketball court was the
Yes.
focus, and that is complete and
Already
beautiful.
done.
So you'll see that. And I just want to, the importance of a women's health center in the African community, just to read off a little bit of statistics about this, brutal colonial reality that the Black working class lives in. Is, in the US, an African woman is 22% more likely to die from heart disease than a white woman, 71% more likely to die from cervical cancer, and 243% more likely to die from pregnancy or childbirth related causes. And studies have shown that the mortality rate of African newborns is cut in half when cared for by African health practitioners, including doulas and midwives. I mean, I got chills reading that. Just knowing that, these African doulas that are being trained are going to do so much for their community, so much to build Black power just right at the start of birth. That's really powerful stuff. And you can be a part of that. You can be a part of paying reparations, supporting these programs.
So incredibly stark and very revealing differences. And like my partner Mads here said, so much has already been done in building this health center. The lot has already been purchased. The rendering of the building is done. We know what this building's going to look like. The blueprint is there. And we've trained the 14 doulas. The programs have already started. It's already up and running. All we need is enough money to finish the building, and we're going to do that. So right now we're relying on you to go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center just to help the Black Power Blueprint get this done as quickly as possible, so they can start helping more people as quickly as possible and move on to more and more projects like the GECO Kitchen and all these other projects that the Deputy Chair has lined up. It's the Black Power Blueprint's just going to keep rolling, and hopefully next year we have another big project that we can get funded. through this telethon. And
yeah, and I just want to say, you know, today is Giving Tuesday. So you're probably going to see, you know, a lot of things on social media. Maybe there's even another telethon going on. And really, you know, these charities and things like that, it really, the work of the Black Power Blueprint is uncomparable. And the reason being is that this is putting power back in the hands of the African working class. This is not charity. This is solidarity. When you donate, when you be a part of this. So it's a completely different relationship than donating to any other charities or organizations, really. I mean, you won't see anything like this anywhere else in the world.
It's true. And like Matt said, it's reparations. It's not charity. We are paying this back. This is something that is owed to African people. And speaking of paying back, Mel just donated $25.
Awesome.
Everybody should be like Mel. Go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate. And speaking of allies like Mel, we have another incredible ally coming up. So an incredible comrade in the fight for reparations, a member of the Green Party and of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and a just profound supporter of the Black Power Blueprint. I've worked with her in meetings, I've worked with her at marches, and she is an unstoppable force. So, longtime member of the Uhuru Movement, Angelica Mueller-Rowry. Let's take a look at her solidarity statement.
My name is Angelica Mueller-Rowry. I'm a supporter of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and the Black Power Blueprint. As a longtime member of the St. Louis Green Party, I support the call for reparations to the Black community. This country's accumulation of wealth and global power, our highly industrialized capitalist economy, and our own standard of living are based on centuries of atrocious crimes committed against African and indigenous people. That's why reparations are a debt owed, not charity. 50 years ago, City Hall declared St. Louis's north side a sacrifice zone. 3 generations have been forced to grow up with the compounding effects of economic depletion, systemic racism, cultural desolation, and intergenerational trauma caused by what can be rightfully termed neo-colonial conditions. The Green Party recognizes the right of the Black community to chart its own path of healing. Here in St. Louis, this path is laid out in the Black Power Blueprint. It is a concept that creates projects by and for the Black community designed to contend with City Hall's strategy of pushing working class and poor people out. We demand an end to gentrifying the North Side. City Hall needs to pay reparations by funding these self-reliant and empowering Black Power Blueprint projects because they rebuild community and genuinely meet people's needs. It was a delight to see how this year the One Africa, One Nation marketplace has enriched the North Side and how the basketball court has been completed with the funds raised last year. Now it is time to finance the next project, Uhuru wa Kulea. From my perspective as a retired social worker and mental health professional, this African Women's Health Center is desperately needed. Uhuru wa Kulea will have a self-determined, holistic approach to health and wellness. It will nurture and at the same time empower by addressing the root causes of all the toxic stressors that plague working and Black people, especially women with children. I can't wait to see Uhuru wa Kulea open its doors. That's why I call on all white people to get on the right side of history. Support genuine African liberation and reparations to the Black Power Blueprint. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Angelica, what a powerful statement. You know, I really appreciate our comrades who have come from the Green Party, who stand for reparations and have so much solidarity with what the Black Power Blueprint is doing. And if you're just tuning in, this is a 24-hour reparations telethon for the Uhuru wa Kulea Women's Health Center is what we're raising money for. So if you want to be a part of Angelica. And if you want to be a part of thousands of people that are donating towards this, go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And
actually, real quick, Mads,
yes.
just want to interrupt you for just
Please
one
do.
second. Don from St. Louis just donated $30.
Uhuru,
Don is also a member from the Green Party. So
awesome.
the Green Party showing up today and donating to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Thank you for your support.
Thank you so much. Well, I just want to read this quote from the chairman that I think will really just, put more power into our program today. We believe that peace is possible and that there can be tranquility, but there is a price that has to be paid for it. There has to be a genuine justice in the world for that to concur. Justice is defined by the interest of oppressed peoples being realized in the world. In order for there to be peace, the oppression and exploitation of African people have to end. The indigenous people of the Americas have to have ownership of the land and resources. There can be peace for white people. They can take the alarms off their cars and houses. They can become rational human beings. It can be a different kind of situation in the world. This is what we are struggling for. Wow, I just really unite with that statement from the chairman, just talking about peace. We can't just talk about peace in a vacuum, and it has to be, a price has to be paid, reparations has to be paid, and that's why we're here today, raising money for the Uhuru Kulea Women's Health Center.
Absolutely. I'll say, as always, an incredibly powerful statement from the chairman, and just one that puts everything into perspective. It's the exact reason we're trying to build this world that the chairman is talking about.
Right.
And you can help do that if you go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center.
Oh, we have another donation before we have our next interviewer. We're killing it today, Conrad. Okay, Christina from St. Louis, $25.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you so much. So we'll be totaling where we are in our $50,000 goal for today. But now I want to bring up our next guest, the Southern Regional Representative of the African People's Socialist Party, Kanji Mlimwengu, Uhuru Comrade Kanji. Uhuru Comrade. How are you? Can you hear us?
Uhuru comrades.
Uhuru Comrade, how are you doing?
Good. I really appreciate being asked to participate in this telethon. I want to salute Uhuru.
Uhuru, so tell us about yourself, how you met the Uhuru movement, and the work that you're doing in the Southern region.
Sure. So my name is Kanji Mlimwengu. I'm the Southern Regional Representative for the African People's Socialist Party. And as far as how I met the movement, how much time do y'all have? So the short version of it, it went back to 2014 after Mike Brown was killed. Shortly after that, I had started doing my own research. Like at that point in time, I knew I might not have had the ability to really understand it in the same way that I do today. But I knew something was seriously wrong. I knew something seriously had to be done in order to prevent more Mike Browns from happening. So I did a whole lot of research. And at the time, I'm born and raised in Boston, Massachusetts. So at the time, there was like a Black Lives Matter group that was kind of bubbling up in Boston. And I saw what they were doing. They were doing a whole lot of laying down on the freeway and lying down on train tracks and different things like that. And I was like, well, that didn't really look quite right. Not really what I was really interested in. So I started doing some research. I got heavy into looking up old Black Panther documentaries, and I got so many books and all these Black Panther forces from that time. And in my research, I figured, I said, okay, well, I like the work that they were doing, but they don't seem to be active today. So I did some more research, and then in my YouTube searches, I came across the Uhuru movement. So I'm watching some videos, between the Facebook things I would live stream, YouTube, and I started just taking this in. And all this is new to me. I mean, I had to look up what Uhuru meant. That's how new it was to me. But I remember being so blown away by what I heard. So, I'm doing my research. I was following the movement a little bit for a few years. I subscribed to the Burning Spirit newspaper, started reading the Burning Spirit newspaper, and starting to grasp African internationalism a little bit, and my understanding of myself as an African, and just the whole situation, this whole world, and the African experience of the world really transformed. So at that point, I told myself, I said, Kanji, well, at the time it was Dexter. I said, Dexter, you've been looking for an organization to be part of for some years now. I mean, are you going to keep playing about it, or are you really going to join the organization? So at that point in time, the party was having its 2017 plenary. So I said, okay. So I hopped on that plane to St. Petersburg. And I said, worst case scenario, it's not the organization for me. Okay, best case scenario, it is the organization for me, and I no longer had to be searching for an organization. So I went to the plenary, and again, I was just floored by what I saw, what I heard, what I saw. It wasn't just the African internationalist analysis. It wasn't just that. It wasn't just any kind of rhetoric. It was the concrete work that was clearly being done behind the rhetoric. I saw it was the first time I'd seen presentations given in that way, where where what was done, what the plans were for the past year were reported on, and the plans for the next year, were discussed, and that we're able to literally see what was accomplished. We set this goal for 2016, we reached that goal. We set this for 2017, we reached that. Here's a plan for 2018, done in such a mathematical way, for lack of better words. It seemed real and it seemed concrete. And I was just, I was blown away. And I said, all right, this is the organization that I had to be a part of. So shortly after that, I joined the African People's Socialist Party, and it was the best decision that I made in my life. Yeah, that's the abbreviated version of it. Abbreviated version. But as far as my role as Southern Regional Rep, basically, I'm charged with building a party in the southern region of the U.S. Taking the whole southern region of this country, of the U.S., and transforming them into real conscious supporters of this movement. So that comes in the way of building units of the party throughout this region, building the mass organizations of this party throughout the region, building the campaigns like the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa campaign, which has come up in this telethon. The Burning Spear newspaper, which I know we're going to talk a little bit more about that later on, but making sure that paper is being circulated throughout the whole region, making sure that the Black Power 96, the radio station, is being supported throughout the entire region. This we're talking about today, Uhuru Kulea, making sure that that's being consciously supported in as many ways as possible by Africans throughout the region. So it's like, even if people throughout the southern region, even if not every individual is a member of the party, they'll all be consciously supporting this work, and they'll all be contributing to the success of the party and the African Revolution. And just by supporting these different institutions, supporting these campaigns, that's the long and short of my responsibility as Southern Region Rep.
That's incredible, and that's an incredibly inspirational story. I urge everybody who's watching and who's not involved, who's not a part of it.
Yeah, take that leap. Yeah, take that plunge. If your search has led you here, I promise you, your search has concluded. This is your organization for you.
This is just one more sign. You're going the right way.
Going the right way, absolutely.
You're not the first person in this, telethon to talk about just how floored people are when they come into this movement.
Yeah.
We're just talking about the basketball court was the focus of last year's telethon. That's done. All those reparations are done. They're in action. So just want to know.
Right. It's not, it's not a wish list. It's not just a bunch of random things people are, pulling behind, for lack of better words. These are all strategic institutions that are being built and developed. The quantifiable results. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, for lack of better words. Everything we set out to do, we have accomplished, and we'll continue to do that. So, I appreciate y'all saying that.
And that's an example. You can get involved wherever you're from. Kanji, for instance, you're from Boston. Now you're located in St. Petersburg. So having formerly been from the Northeast, what's your then organizing the African community down in Florida, down in St. Pete, the party's birthday?
Yeah. It's been to use a word that's come up already. It's been an inspirational experience. You know, because the party, like as was mentioned, the party has such a history down here. You know, my experience in Boston for the time I was up there. If I was speaking about the movement, speaking about the burning spear, sometimes people may be familiar with it. Sometimes people may not be familiar with it. I've yet to come across a single African here in St. Petersburg who's not familiar with this movement, you know, who's not familiar with, who hasn't read the Burning Spear newspaper, who is not tuning in to the Black Power 96 radio station. I've yet to experience that. I mean, everybody down here is familiar with the movement, this party, with the chairman, whether they call him Mamali Shatella or Joe Waller. And even the fact that there's so many Africans around here who call him Joe Waller, that's even just a testament to just the extensive history of the party and the chairman has organizing down here, you know? So I mean, that's been my experience. And it's not, and when I say extensive history, it's not just because we've been here for over 50 years. It's not just that, but I'm talking about, you know, just 50 years of a real astute analysis on African people, on colonial capitalism, what African people need to do to overturn this. Like the whole community has been exposed to that nonstop for 50 years. You're talking about 50 years of leadership, 50 years of these institutions being built. And these are, and you know, we emphasize the significance of these institutions, these concrete things, that these concrete manifestations of Black power that people can touch, because people experience that every day. So people down here and people in St. Pete, they experience this every day. They touch the Burning Spear newspaper every day. They can physically touch the institution of Black Power 96 radio station every day. All these things are real, you know. They tune in regularly to Black Power 96. So I think that's really just kind of led to a real politically advanced community here in St. Petersburg. I mean, everybody down here over a certain age was either on the ground, participating in, or observed, or have a whole lot to say in either case about the rebellion, 1996 rebellions after Tyron Lewis was killed. And all the experiences all come down to the party. It all comes down to the party's leadership. There's not a single person who's spoken about the murder of Tyron Lewis that I've encountered who's spoken about it in a way that slanders Tyron Lewis or slanders the African community's response to it. And that's because they've been so exposed to African internationalism and so exposed to the leadership of the party for all these years, you know. So that's been my experience organizing here. It's been an amazing experience so far. Yeah.
Uhuru, thank you for sharing that. And you know, you're touching a little bit on this. So this is a good segue for me to ask you. Can you tell me more about the economic institutions in the southern region and their influence in the region there?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll start with the Burning Spear newspaper. So, you know, that's the longest running Black Power newspaper still in existence. And I think that's significant for so many reasons. One, I think it's a testament to just, you know, the theme of this year of the party is relentless. So I think it's a testament to the relentless commitment of this party, of this organization, to make the African Revolution. Because we've been printing nonstop. We have a commitment to document what we do, a commitment to give an analysis on the situation in the world, and a commitment to getting this paper out to all these Africans internationally. We've done this over 50 years, you know, with this paper. So I think it's a testament to that. And you know, there've been many obstacles, there've been many hurdles. One obstacle that comes to mind, I believe, I could be incorrect, but I believe the party had put out a paper giving analysis on the Jonestown massacre with Jim Jones. And that paper was sabotaged in a real serious way. You know, it was shipped out and it was compromised by the state in a way that the papers themselves physically were destroyed. They were unreadable. State was through with them. I mean, a number of obstacles like that, and beyond just direct state sabotage, just different struggles and maybe even like, limitations you may have had at a certain point when it came to printing the spear, different obstacles when it comes to printing it, riding for the spear, producing the resources. I mean, there've been some serious struggles to maintain the spear, to keep the spear burning. And we've taken on those struggles because we understand the significance of putting out the theory of African internationalism throughout our communities and using the spear as an organizational tool. So, the spears, I can't overestimate the significance of the spear. It was the first economic development institution of this whole movement. I mean, I think because of the foundation that the spear laid, we're even able to have these conversations, this discussion right now about Uhuru, Kulea, and the Black Power blueprint. I mean, the Burning Spear newspaper was the beginning of it all. And even Black Power 96, which is not to be too subjective, but one of my favorite institutions. Like, Black Power 96 is the African working class is given access to the airways. I mean, and that's such a serious, that makes the stations and the spear such serious weapons in the war of ideas, what we call, like, the ideas of the colonizer versus the ideas of the colonized. We have an ability to get information out to African people wherever they are. We have an ability to communicate information from St. Petersburg to occupied Azania in seconds, to England in seconds with Black Power 96 radio station. And, and for the reasons like that, I mean, that's why the station was attacked on July 29th and the spear was attacked. When we talk about this attack by the state on July 29th, I mean, beyond just an attack on leaders of the movement, it was a real attack on the institutions. I mean, they busted into the Uhuru house here in St. Petersburg, and they bust. I mean, that's the distribution center for the Burning Spear newspaper. They're sent out from that location, and they barged in there. They went into the Burning Spear office at the Uhuru house. They took out who knows how many archives. They took out who knows what else they took out. Who knows what might have left. They covered up the camera, so we can't even say with certainty the extent of what was done. But there's a reason that they targeted the Uhuru house, and there's a reason they targeted the Burning Spear distribution office. These are all attempts to really undermine that, sabotage that. Even Black Power 96. I mean, one of the first thing they did when they busted into the Uhuru house was take us off the air, and we're off the air for a period of time because they understand the significance of us. They understand the significance of us being able to communicate to the masses what was going on. So these are some very important institutions, and I think if anything, like these recent attacks on July 29th should really kind of deepen our resolve, like to really double down our efforts to build these institutions. We got to sell the Burning Spear newspaper, purchase the Burning Spear newspaper, write for the Burning Spear newspaper too. If there's anything going on in your community, write about that in the Burning Spear newspaper, get the message out. If anything, I mean, just off the top of my head, if there's a local artist in your community who put out some music and it's really good music and you want to put it out, write about it in the Burning Spear newspaper. Get the kid's music on Black Power 96. And then when the paper comes out, show that kid himself or herself in the paper, and that kid's gonna be all excited. That kid's gonna wanna be one to the spear. That kid's gonna give the paper to their family, and their family's gonna be one to the spear. They're gonna read the spear more. They're gonna be encouraged to distribute the spear themselves. I mean, this is just one of the ways, we build the spear and keep the spear burning. Get into your local stores, corner store, community center, cultural. I mean, every single store. Everybody tuning into this telethon today, I'm certain, had a store within a block of themselves that'd be willing to carry the Burning Spear newspaper. And not to get too much into this. I know we have limited time here, but get the spear into these stores. We do it. We oftentimes do it on a consignment basis. These people at these stores, they're able to make resources by having these spears being sold through their store. They don't put any money up front. They don't put up any money at all. In addition, stores that carry the spear get free promotion in the Burning Spear newspaper. So you come into these stores, you tell them you have a Black Power newspaper that they can sell in their store. All they stand to do is make resources, and they get their store promoted in a paper that's read internationally. So by doing that, we win these stores now to the spear. They'll be really incentivized to sell the spear, distribute the spear. And then they end up looking at us, looking at whoever gave them the spear as leadership and representatives of the Spear. Then they're going to end up coming to you with any issues they have, any questions they have. I mean, this is all how we build a Spear, not just a Spear, but how we build a movement on that large, wherever we're at. So yeah, I just want to emphasize the significance of the Spear, in Black Power 96.
Thank you, Kanji.
Yeah.
And so many of these economic institutions are about sharing knowledge. And briefly, we've got about a minute. Can you share some knowledge with our viewers right now? Why is it so important to support the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center?
Yeah, well, because I think it's the minute version of this. It's a real question of life and death. The real question of life and death. I mean, one of the inspirations of creating this center was just the death rate of African children. I think we've talked about how there's enough African kids who die as children or in childbirth to fill up X amount of kindergarten classrooms. That's a real thing. That's a real thing. So African people being given, and even, I don't want to be all over the place, but even going back to July 29th attack, I mean, that attack was done on a day we meant to launch the African Doula Project, which was training African people, training us, giving us different skills to help ourselves with prenatal care and postnatal care, and all these things are all part of helping us, be self-sufficient, sustain ourselves, be able to take responsibility for the health and wellness in our community. So going back to the Uhuru Kulea, I can't overstate the significance of it. It's a real life and death question. These are skills we need. We are colonized people. We face constant threats against our lives every day. We die from curable diseases every day, and one way we fight against that is to take these skills that go towards sustaining our lives and helping ourselves, giving us all we need to be able to sustain ourselves, our families, and our communities. So yeah, I can't overstate the significance of it. I want to call on everybody who's tuning in to donate to Uhuru Kulea, donate to help sustain and build Black Power Blueprint. We talked about how we see the work happening in front of us. It's not a wish list. Everything we set out to do with this project has been carried out to completion every single time. This is the answer for you. Black Power Blueprint, Uhuru Kulea. I want to call on everybody to support this institution.
Thank you so much, Kanji, for joining us.
Yeah.
And he's absolutely right. Please go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate.
It's about life and death. So I really appreciate that. Really salute your work that you're doing in the Southern Region, Comrade Uhuru. All right.
Next up, we have an interview with Chairwoman Penny. We want to have her back on for a discussion about reparations and the Delmar Divide.
Yes.
Uhuru, Chairwoman Penny.
Welcome.
So great to be here today. This has been just incredibly inspiring and moving to see, even as, well, yes, we know a lot of things about the Uhuru movement, the African People's Socialist Party, but to see it all together, it's wow.
And everyone who makes it up and makes it work.
Yes, all of the brilliant, courageous, just amazing and dynamic leaders of this movement. This is the future.
Absolutely. Well, we're actually having you on to talk about the Delmar Divide. So how this affects us locally, what we see here in St. Louis. Can you tell us a little bit about the Delmar Divide, what it is?
Yes, well, first I do need to acknowledge Chairman Omali Shikella, my leadership, and I would not understand or be able to discuss the Delmar Divide with any kind of true understanding without Chairman Omali Shikella and the political theory of African internationalism, which really brings science to the worldview of the African working class, and the worldview of the colonized, because it is really, really important to understand that the colonizer creates this lie, this myth about itself, like the chairman says, steals the land, steals the people, knocks scratches the name off and puts it, oh, but we were always here, we did this. And so it is really, really important for us as white people to understand this. And just to explain to people who are not from St. Louis that Delmar Avenue is a major thoroughfare from west to east or east to west, east-west going, and that it is, which there are many, but the thing that's, really sort of very dramatic about it is that it is, it is something that very clearly delineates the differences and shows the differences between the conditions of the predominantly African north side of St. Louis, which is in many neighborhoods 97% African. Of course, they're trying to push the African community out, but that is a different discussion. And the south side, which is some parts of it are extremely, almost all white. So what you see if you're going north, if you're going on a north-south street and you certain ones and you cross what is called the Delmar Divide, you see on the south side of the street just mansions and gated communities. And I'm not talking about new ones. I'm talking about mansions that have been there for 100 years that are literally, the bourgeoisie built off the enslavement of African people and the theft of this land, which St. Louis played a really critical role in, and genocide. And that on the north side of Delmar, you see just the conditions that African people face, and you see the falling down buildings, the poverty, just something that the city consciously created with things called the Team 4 plan and other kinds of programs that the city imposed on the African community. But actually, the concept of Delmar Divide is an observation, of the reality of what Chairman Omali Shatella has called the colonial mode of production, of colonialism being, just the essential question that we have to face, and that there are the colonized and the colonizer. And as white people, we are the colonizer. Mm-hmm. And that, it is indisputable fact. It is a, historical record that the wealth of this country, the wealth of white people everywhere, is built on Europe's assault on Africa. Mm-hmm. Its theft of, very first, in a few years, it went in and stole all the gold of Western Africa, took that to Europe, so much so that it crashed the economy of Spain and Portugal, and then, began something that was incredibly essential to the economy that we face today, and that is the kidnapping of African people, the turning of African human beings into commodities. I mean, just think about that, of what that means. Because I heard once an African, I think it was Aimé Césaire, who was an anti-colonial leader in Martinique, called colonialism thingification, turning African people into things for sale. And that is the reality. And it created this thing that is called the triangular trade that took African human beings from Africa, forced them into the Caribbean and the United States and Brazil and Guyana and and other parts of North and South America and the Caribbean, and forced African labor, stole African labor in the most violent and vicious way that tried to steal the humanity of African people, that, as we're saying, but African people have always resisted and have never, have never allowed that to happen. African people have and exhibit the incredible humanity that exists on the world today. But that this is how the wealth was built, on the enslavement of African people, on the ability of white people to have the power of life and death over African people, over African babies, over African women. And, it's built on rape and plunder and the most, hideous things that human beings can do to other human beings, as the chairman has said. And it is built on genocide. It is built on stealing the land of the indigenous people whose land this still is, but who are forced to live on reservations right here in this country. And, and of course, St. Louis as a city played a key role in enacting and carrying out colonialism and this colonial mode of production all throughout the United States. And it had this thing called the Jefferson Barracks, where every leader of the U.S. military got their training, and it ended up, when the Civil War came, both sides of the Civil War, they were, the military officers were trained here in St. Louis at Jefferson Barracks, and that they rode out from here all the way to California. Like, one of the officers, quote unquote, was General Fremont, who is, there's a town in a suburb of Oakland called Fremont, California. That's the same person. And this person went out and created the massacre of indigenous people at Clear Lake. That's still Clear Lake, California. One time, Kitty and I, when Emmy was little, we took Emmy there for a little vacation, and we were in Safeway, and indigenous people came up to us, because I guess they could tell that we were tourists, and they were like, "Don't go in that water. We do not go in that water." And, it still impacts today. And actually in Clear Lake was an island where Fremont's forces wiped out indigenous women and children and babies and just slaughtered them. And this is still in the soil today. And this is the city where Dred Scott and his wife Harriet Scott, petitioned the U.S. Supreme Court to be free, to be able to not be enslaved, and the Supreme Court ruled that there were no rights that any African had, that any white person had to respect. I mean, this is what colonialism is. And when people say something like the Delmar Divide, they're talking about this reality. This is the thing that we have to, we as white people who have had the honor to gain a consciousness of the world as it really is, we can't walk away from that. We have to be out there in the white community every day saying, this is what, this country is about. This is what this society is about that we live in, and that we have to be able to do our role, to take on our responsibility. And that's what reparations is. And as it has been said, it is not, reparations are not a favor. It's what is owed. It is what is owed. It is paying back. It is, the return of the true, redistribution of the wealth of the world as it has to be in the hands of the genuine ruling class, the working class, which will be the ruling class of when they have power, when this victory of the African Revolution is there.
That was the most informative. There's so much there that I'm gonna have to go over that entire recording and listen to that again.
Yes.
Because
well, I just want to say one more thing, and I'm really excited for all the next part. But the thing that we can do, because we're the colonizers, and that means that everything that we experience is at the expense of everybody else. There's nothing that we have done for ourselves except participate in this popular genocide, this popular assaults on African people. You know, people want to know, oh, why are white people going into schools and killing people? Well, that's the history of this country.
Right.
It was legal. No white person was ever prosecuted for anything like that to African and indigenous people and, you know, and the colonized around the world. And, you know, a lot of more white people marched after George Floyd was murdered, and African people rose up in an incredible resistance. More white people marched and came out than ever before. But the fact is that more Africans have been murdered by the police than before.
Wow.
You know, and it's still 1,100 on the average, 1,100 a year. People are murdered by the police. So we can walk by. We can go, oh, I did my part, I marched.
Right.
No, this is saying we have to take this on. There has to be a revolution. This system is not viable, and people are not going to live in it anymore. And the African working class is the leadership.
Yeah.
There's no other, we can't lead. How can we lead? You know, so I just want to say that. And I really want to say that this is very powerful. I salute the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omala Shatella and Deputy Chair Zinaya Shatella. Unity through reparations.
Reparations. Speaking of reparations, I want to interrupt the discussion because we got another donation from Mickey in Boston, $25. Be like Mickey, put in your pledge. Go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Penny. Appreciate it. All right. Really powerful segment. So we're just going to keep rolling into the next one. And I want to introduce our next guest, Tiffany Murphy, who is the Northern Regional Representative of the African People's Socialist Party and coordinator of the One Africa, One Nation Uhuru Flea Market in Philadelphia. Uhuru, Representative Tiffany.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear
loud and
us?
clear.
Uhuru, everybody, Uhuru.
All right, great. Well, I just want to really appreciate you for coming on to the telethon today and just start us off by telling us about yourself, how you met the Uhuru movement.
Okay, Uhuru. So first and foremost, I want to salute my leadership, Chairman Omala Shatella, founder and visionary for this transformative work. And to Deputy Chair Zinaya Shatella, the architect and driving force behind the Black Power Blueprint work. It is a profound honor to work under their amazing leadership. A little bit about me and how I met the Uhuru movement. I was born and raised in Philadelphia. I met the Uhuru movement by joining the NPDUM work and subsequently building the NPDUM convention, the last NPDUM convention that was here in Philadelphia. I think it was like in 2010. And then a few years later, I transitioned to the party. The party and the theory of African internationalism is just so dynamic. And it spoke to me because it takes theory and conversation and puts it into material practice. And, you know, I've always been, you know, about, you know, putting in that work. So, you know, it just made sense that, you know, I participate in this really important work and, you know, do whatever's necessary to forward the work toward the liberation of Africans and oppressed people.
Excellent. Truly inspiring. Everybody watching who's not involved, please get involved.
Yes.
It's very and as the leader of the Northern region, you preside over the work of building the One Africa, One Nation market in Philadelphia. Could you please talk about that historic institution of African development?
Of course. The One Africa, One Nation marketplace has been in existence in Clark Park in West Philadelphia for almost 20 years. We literally just finished season 18 in October. This anti-colonial, anti-gentrification institution has served as a business incubator, economic development hub, and liberated territory for the African community. And it's really the epitome of Black community control of commerce. Comrades that led the work before me, before I, myself in the Northern region took over the markets, and as well as the amazing vendor base, have fought tooth and nail historically against vicious attacks and attempts to push the markets out of Clark Park from the city and from a local park group, Friends of Clark Park. At the present time, we are building a campaign that we are looking for signatures and support for the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa, One Africa, One Nation market. And if you want to show your support, please sign the online petition, and it's located on our website, oneafricamarketphilly.org/petition. From there, we can add you, those who sign up to the contact list and keep everyone updated regarding upcoming meetings, actions, and more. We're also looking for volunteers to help with a wide variety of tasks relating to the campaign, as well as building for the 2023 season that's coming in April. So some of the roles that we're looking to fill include social media, outreach, website development, logistics, and a whole lot more. So, and of course, volunteers are the heart and soul of our work. And we really want to encourage everyone that is participating and tuning in to this telethon to participate in the One Africa, One Nation marketplace and or any of the institutions of the Black Power Blueprint. Yeah, we want everybody to participate, whether you're in Philadelphia or virtually. And you can sign up to volunteer by going onto our website again, oneafricamarketphilly.org/volunteer. Or if you're looking for the quick and dirty way to contact us, you can call us on our FLEE line, and the phone number is 267-875-FLEE. That's 267-875-3532.
Great, thanks so much for putting that information out there for all those who want to get involved. I'm wondering if you could talk more about the history of the African People's Socialist Party in the Northern region, and even more specifically, the impact that the party had in Philadelphia too.
Oh, wow. So the party has had a deep and rich history of resistance and, building here in the Northern region. And it began in May of 1972. Where the chairman first participated in the first steering committee for the first African Liberation Day in Washington, D.C. The first ALD mobilization was held on May 27th, calling to support the liberation struggle that was being fought in Africa, and particularly South Africa at the time. From Mozambique to occupied Tanzania, which is now called South Africa, African Liberation Day, is not just a celebration of the end of colonial rule, but a call of the total liberation of African people throughout the world. And for those who may not know, that was May of 1972 is the official founding of the party as well. So that is significant. The party also led the first World Tribunal on Reparations for Africans held in New York City in November of 1982, and in Washington, D.C. in 1989. The verdict of the tribunal, which was held on the basis of international law that allows an oppressed people to bring their case before the world arena, was that of the U.S. being found guilty of genocide and the enslavement of African people, which built the wealth of the U.S. The tribunal at the time called for $4.1 trillion to be paid by the U.S. to African people based on the wealth accumulated from stolen, enslaved, and underpaid labor of African people. And we can say now in 2022 that number has significantly increased 10, maybe 20-fold. Because of that, 11 subsequent sessions of the tribunal have been held since then. And through this process, the party made reparations a household term. And then in May 1973, The party launched a campaign to free Sundiata Acoli, and his slave name was Clark Squire at the time, as a result of the shootout on the New Jersey Turnpike. The party also pushed for Sundiata to be released as a political prisoner. Now, in Philadelphia specifically, in May 1985, for those who may not know, the neo-colonial mayor at the time, Wilson Goode, authorized the drop of a bomb in the middle of an African working class neighborhood to send a message to the revolutionary organization and our comrades in the organization MOVE, killing 11 men, women, and children. The party was the only organization that came to Philadelphia shortly after in support of MOVE, launching the powerful and historic campaign. Reinforcements are on the way, and relentlessly paving the way for our revolutionary work since then. The African People's Party was the only organization on the ground where no one was where no one else was able to organize the people, politically sum up the period, and explain the reason why this happened, stands behind a vicious attack on the African community. So, needless to say, rich history in the Northern region, and is bound to continue. Uhuru.
And I feel like that history just goes to show what kind of organization you're supporting when you give your money, when you make reparations, when you donate at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center, you're giving it to an organization that is going to do something meaningful with it. It's money that is owed, and they put it towards something meaningful.
Absolutely.
So one last question. What would you say to our viewers about why it is so important to support the Black Power Blueprint and the Uhuru Wakalia African Women's Health Center? And we have about 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. A better question is why not, right? The Uhuru Wakalia African Women's Health Center and all Black Power Blueprint programs and institution materially puts the colonial question of African women and the maternal mortality rate right in the center. It also puts Black power in Black hands. It forwards self-determination and self-reliance in our communities and gives Africans the ability to solve our own problems while destroying this parasitic system. So, what you our viewing audience is contributing to today is not simply charity, but you're helping to build Black power. You're helping to rebuild communities and really forward the material work to save African babies, to improve the lives of African women, and to really put the skills and power back into Black hands. So
can't put it any better than that. That's perfect.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Rep. Tiffany.
Thank you, comrades.
Happening on the ground in Philadelphia. I just want to remind everyone one more time, and correct me if I get this wrong. So oneafricamarket.org/Philly to sign the petition for the hands off of Uhuru, and oneafricamarketphilly.org/volunteer to volunteer with the organization. You can do it remotely. You can do it on the ground in Philly if you want to get your hands dirty, really be a part of it. And if you would like to talk to somebody rather than signing up online, 267-875-3532. Go volunteer, be a part of this, and help out and make a difference.
Great. Yeah, just really want to salute the work that Representative Tiffany is leading there in the Northern region.
Absolutely.
Really a historic and important work. And do we want to show the video of what we are raising money for today? Great.
Absolutely.
So we're raising money for the Uhuru Wakalia Women's Health Center, and we just want to show you a little video more about that.
Each year, the number of babies that die during childbirth in St. Louis could populate 15 kindergarten classrooms. The Black community in St. Louis suffers from an infant mortality rate 3.3 times that of white people. In a city that is home to some of the best medical care in the country, African women are denied access to prenatal and postnatal care. There is nothing natural about this. These are symptoms of an unjust colonial system. Our power and our self-determination have been taken from us. But we are fighting to take back the power over our own communities and resources and the futures of our children. The Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center is the latest initiative of the Black Power Blueprint, a comprehensive neighborhood revitalization project that is transforming North St. Louis through renovation, self-sustaining economic development, and political power by and for the Black community. Uhuru wa Kulea, or Freedom to Nurture in Swahili, will be a Black-led wellness education center to empower Black women and girls in caring for our physical, mental, and emotional wellness. Our vision is to provide health and self-care programs that reinforce our traditional African culture. We are investing in the future of our community with doula and childbirth educator certification programs, along with opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. Our programs will address the mental and physical health of Black girls and women, including prenatal, birthing, and postnatal care, trauma-informed yoga, an annual African Girls' Day event, a medicinal herb treatment program, and more. We have already begun training 15 African women from North St. Louis to become certified doulas. We've acquired the land for the health center, and now we need the funding to begin construction and bring this much-needed respite to our community. When we have power over our own communities, our resources, and our own health care, no African mother will have to mourn the loss of her baby, and every African child will have a future of prosperity and peace. Support this innovative and empowering program. Donate today.
Welcome back, everybody. Incredibly powerful video. Kind of shows just exactly why it's so important to go to blackpowerblueprint.org/healthcare and donate. We are currently at $14,504 of our total goal of $50,000. And
just want to appreciate everybody who's donated so far and everybody
Absolutely.
who's tuning in right now. You can be a part of this too if you go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center.
And as I said, our goal is $50,000, and I believe
we've got a video that wasn't quite working before. We have it right now. We want to air it right now.
Let's do it.
Okay, great. So we want to introduce powerful poetry, revolutionary poetry by Comrade Beaufeet. Uhuru.
Facts written in hindsight with awe that stretches imagination. Uhuru is a description of the future. Her deeds are revered and feared. There is no good nor bad, only righteous and just. She serves herself as conditions are needed. Your mindset and unity will determine her effect on your outcome. A slight change in the wind of ideas will declare the outcome. No blame is offered, no victories are claimed. She will continue to be unchanged, unchallenged, and unbiased. Her work is resounding. She cannot be stopped. Moving at her own pace, regardless of time, she will be televised, blogged, on radio airplay, and live in your presence. Revolution is her name. Character and strength moves her power. By any means necessary, comrades, revolution will come. Actually, revolution is here. Uhuru.
So much Faux Feet. And just wanted to thank Faux Feet there. And like she said, revolution is here.
It is here right now on this telethon. That's right.
and the Black Power Blueprint is evidence of that. So this is just a few things the Black Power Blueprint has already accomplished.
Yes. Last year, our Reparations Telethon was about the Black community basketball court. And guess what? It's completed. We really want to thank all the donors that contributed to that. You can also contribute today to continue that at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center, which is going to the Uhuru Kulea Health Center. And just some other institutions that are happening right now is the African Independence Workforce Housing. So this is fully furnished thanks to the Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles and the support of volunteers and donors. The Gary Brooks Community Garden, which grows fresh fruit and vegetables and is really counteracting the food apartheid that is imposed on the Black community. The One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market, which we had some guests on here earlier talking about that, providing accessible space where African vendors can sell their merchandise, bring resources and community commerce into the North Side. And 2 beautiful murals by Jamie the artist that overlook the garden, the basketball court, and it's really just showing, the Black community really thriving, which puts so much power just by the images themselves. And all of these programs are part of the strategy to contend with the colonial economy that oppresses African people by building an economy by and for African people. So this is really creating a new world where African people are free and self-determining.
In the next phase, the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center, what we're working on right now, here's what has already been done for the health center. The lot has been purchased, so we already have the land. We've got the space to build it. The rendering is done. We know what this building is going to look like. We have the blueprints. It's ready to build. We've trained 14 doulas have already been trained. The program is already in motion. Things are already being done. We've currently raised enough money for the property survey, architectural plans, building foundation, the kitchenette. So we need $10,000 for one office, which we've raised over $10,000 during this telethon. One office is done.
The office is done.
So now we need to raise, $10,000 for a second office has already been done.
There we go.
So we are flying through this. And we need $10,000 for the windows and doors, $7,500 for the product room, $20,000 for the plumbing, $20,000 for electricity, $30,000 for the beautiful lobby, $10,000 for each bathroom, $40,000 for the Yoni steaming room, $7,250 for each stairwell, and $25,000 for each conference room. And again, please donate at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center.
So the total amount needed for the health center alone is $420,000. So far, hundreds of donors have given over $152,000. So not just this, including this telethon today, but what has been contributed throughout. And for today, we have raised $14,529 of that.
Pretty good.
So this is really concrete. You know, this is a project fueled by the people and the unity of people like you when you go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And we've got some give backs too when you make a donation. I'm going to cut to the slide to show our donations. So for a donation of, I think one slide before that shows the first one is
That's what we've got.
Well, if you donate $5 to $199, you'll receive a 3x3-inch magnet featuring the Uhuru wa Kulea logo. And then if you donate $200 to $499, you'll receive this journal, which is shown here, the matching pen that features the Uhuru wa Kulea logo.
And Len Demmer actually just got himself a magnet by donating $10 at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Go be like Len. Any amount helps, and you'll get a magnet at the very least. So.
And if you make a donation between $500 and $999, you'll receive this fanny pack with the Uhuru wa Kulea slogan.
Oh, yeah.
I like that. And for $1,000 or more, you'll receive this t-shirt with the logo on it. And so when you make your donation, make sure you tell us what size your t-shirt is. So go ahead and go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and put in what you can today. This is Giving Tuesday, but we're making it a day of reparations, our 4th annual 24-hour telethon.
Awesome. So yeah, go ahead and donate at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And in just a moment, it looks like we have some guests joining us who have an important message of support.
Yeah, I want to bring up Jamie Simpson and his partner Sarah and their daughter Juniper to talk about why they support the Black Power Blueprint and the Uhuru wa Kulea Health Center. Uhuru, and welcome, comrades.
Uhuru. Hey, Uhuru. Uhuru, Mads. Uhuru, Brendan. Uhuru, everyone.
Uhuru.
So I'm Jamie Simpson.
I'm Sarah Edwards. I'm Juniper Simpson.
And we are all members of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and we are supporters of the Black Power Blueprint, the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and we're really excited to be on this telethon. It's been just so dynamic and exciting to raise the necessary funds of $50,000 for the Uhuru wa Kulea, the African Women's Health Center. And, you know, we recognize, like, as a family, we've got a healthy daughter here, and she was able to have a wonderful home birth experience. And we know that we exist at the expense, you know, as white people, whatever our situation, all of our aspirations, our dreams come at the expense of African people. We know that African women face this outrageous infant mortality and mortality rates of mothers, that African people face early death in every area of life. And what I've really been moved by in this telethon is the statement that this is not normal. It is not normal for African people to die these early deaths. It's not normal that so many children, African children, die before the age of 1 in St. Louis, enough to fill 8 classrooms worth of children. That's unacceptable. We as a family know that we can do better. Know that if African people have control of their own resources, have the ability to take control of their own health, that they will do better. And we know that the Black Power Blueprint has this incredible track record of doing exactly what they say they're going to do, just like they did with the beautiful basketball court that is now up and functioning, a state-of-the-art, gorgeous basketball court. We want to see the same thing with the Uhuru wa Kulea.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you for that lovely statement. Everybody, go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Help us get this done. And Uhuru, Jamie.
Uhuru comrades, thank you so much for that. Well, we've got to actually cut our live stream just momentarily, but we'll be back in a second. So just refresh your live stream. We've got an amazing interview with Dr. Aisha Fields. So don't go away. We'll be